A History of Philosophy. Volume 9. Modern Philosophy, from the French Revolution to Sartre, Camus, and Levi Strauss. Frederick Copleston, S.J. Preface. The 7th and 8th volumes of this work were originally intended to cover 19th-century philosophy in Germany and in Great Britain respectively. The 7th volume conforms to this plan, inasmuch as it ends with a treatment of Nietzsche, who died in 1900 and whose period of literary activity falls entirely within the 19th century. The 8th volume, however, includes treatments of G. E. Moore, Bertrand Russell, and the American philosopher John Dewey. All three were born in the 19th century, and both Dewey and Russell had published before the turn of the century. But all were active well on into the 20th century. Indeed, Russell was still alive when the volume was published and was able to make an appreciative comment in a letter to the author. The present 9th volume carries even further this tendency to go beyond the limits of 19th century thought. It was originally intended to cover French philosophy between the Revolution and the death of Henri Bergson. In point of fact, it includes a fairly extensive treatment of Jean-Paul Sartre, a briefer outline of some of Merleau-Ponty's ideas, and some remarks on the structuralism of Levi Strauss. This extension of the account of French philosophy after the Revolution to include a number of thinkers whose literary activity falls within the 20th century and some of whom at any rate are still alive has meant that I have been unable to fulfill my original plan of including within the present volume treatments of 19th century thought in Italy, Spain, and Russia. Reference has been made to one or two Belgian thinkers, such as Joseph Marichal, but otherwise I have restricted the area to France. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that I have treated of French philosophers than of philosophy in France as a geographical area. For example, Nicolas Berdyaev settled at Paris in 1924 and pursued a vigorous literary activity on French soil. But it seems to me improper to annex him for France. He belongs to the religious tradition in Russian thought. There may indeed be more reason for annexing Berdyaev for French philosophy than there would be for counting Karl Marx as a British philosopher on the ground that he spent his last years in London and worked in the British Museum. At the same time, the Russian writers who lived and wrote in exile in France remained Russian thinkers. If we leave foreign exiles out of account, France is in any case rich in philosophical writers, both professional philosophers and literary figures whose writings can be described as having philosophical significance. Unless, however, the historian proposes to write a complete comprehensive survey, which would amount to little more than a list of names or require several tomes, he cannot include them all. There are of course philosophers who obviously have to be included in any account of French philosophy since the Revolution. Maine de Biron, Auguste Comte, and Henri Bergson are examples. It is also clear that discussion of a given movement of thought entails reference to its leading representatives. Whatever may be one's estimate of Victor Cousin's merits as a thinker, it would be absurd to write about eclecticism in France without saying something about its chief representative, especially in view of the position which he occupied for a time in the academic life of his country. Similarly, an account of neo-criticism involves some discussion of Renouvel's thought. Though, however, there is a considerable number of philosophers whom the historian would rightly be expected to include, either because of their intrinsic interest and their reputation, contemporary or posthumous, or as representatives of a given movement of thought, there are plenty of others among whom he has to make a selection. And any selection is open to criticism on some ground or other. Thus, in regard to the present volume, some readers may be inclined to think that space has been allotted to cloudy metaphysicians and idealists which might have been more profitably devoted to philosophy of education or to aesthetics, or to a more extended treatment of social philosophy. Again, if a religious thinker such as Teilhard de Chardin is to be given prominence, why is there no mention of Simone Weil, a very different sort of writer, it is true, but one who has been widely read? Further, in view of the fact that the volume includes a treatment not only of 19th century French political thinkers but also of Sartre's version of Marxism, why is nothing said, for example, about Bertrand de Juvenal and Raymond Aron? In the cases of some philosophers, it may be relevant to point out that reputation and influence in their own country may very well justify their inclusion, in spite of the fact that in a country with a different philosophical tradition they are little known or read. The reader presumably wishes to hear something about thinkers who have enjoyed some prominence in France, even if they are pretty well unknown in England. Indeed, if their names are little known, in England, this could be advanced as an excellent reason for including them. The thought of Louis Lavelle, for instance, would doubtless have left G.E. Moore in a state of mystification, and it would hardly have commended itself to J.L. Austin. But this is no more a reason for omitting Lavelle from an account of recent French philosophy than the lack of sympathy which many French philosophers would probably have with J.L. Austin's preoccupation with ordinary language would constitute a valid reason for omitting Austin's name from an account of recent philosophical thought in Great Britain. At the same time, it must be admitted that there are gaps in the present volume. This is partly due, of course, to considerations of space. But it is only honest to add that it is partly due to the circumstances in which this volume has been written. If one is principal of a school of the University of London, one's time for reading and research is inevitably very limited. And one has to use for writing such intervals as may occur. I have doubtless tended to write about philosophers of whom I already knew something and have omitted thinkers who might well have been included. This might be considered a very sound reason for postponing completion of the work. As however I have already indicated, I wish to use the time which retirement may put at my disposal for a rather different sort of volume. Even when one has decided, for good or ill, on the philosophers about whom one intends to write, there may well be problems of classification or labeling. For example, in the present work Jules Lachelier has been considered in the chapter devoted to what is customarily described as the spiritualist movement. Though however there is precedent for doing this, Lachelier's best-known work is a treatise on the foundations of induction, and it might thus be thought more appropriate to put his ideas under the heading of philosophy of science. At the same time he develops his ideas in such a way as to outline a philosophy which would qualify him for classification as an idealist. Again, while Meyerson has been considered in the text as a philosopher of science, his theory of identity might equally well be treated as a speculative philosophy of the idealist type. Talk about problems of classification may appear to be the expression of a misguided desire to fit all philosophers into neatly labeled pigeonholes or of a failure to appreciate the complexities of human life and thought. Or it may seem that one has fallen victim to the bewitching influence of language, imagining that one enjoys conceptual mastery over what one has named. The matter is not, however, quite so simple. For hesitation in regard to labeling may express not so much a passion for pigeonholing as a real difficulty in deciding which aspect or aspects of a man's thought are to be regarded as the most significant. The question arises, of course, significant in what respect? Consider the case of Berkeley in British philosophy. If an historian is intent on tracing the development of classical British empiricism, he is likely to emphasize those aspects of Berkeley's thought which make it plausible to regard it as a link between Locke and Hume. This has been a common enough procedure. If however the historian is more concerned with Berkeley's declared interests and with the bishop's own estimation of the significance of his philosophy, stress will be laid on the metaphysical aspects of Berkeley's thought and on its religious bearing. Similarly, if an historian is concerned with exhibiting a movement of thought leading up to the philosophy of Bergson, he is likely to label as a spiritualist a writer such as Lachelier, whose thought, considered by itself, might well be given a different label. Again, in the present volume Brunswick's philosophy has been treated under the general heading of idealism. But if one thought that idealism was undeserving of attention, one might include Brunswick among philosophers of science. For he certainly had something to say on the subject. Classificatory problems might indeed be avoided by treating the development of philosophical thought in terms of problems and themes, as Windelband did, rather than by taking philosophers in succession and treating the thought of each as one block. This procedure might seem to be especially appropriate in the case of French philosophers, who have frequently had wide-ranging interests and have written on a variety of topics. Though however this procedure has much to commend it, it also has disadvantages for the reader who wishes to devote his uninterrupted attention to a particular philosopher but is unable to find his thought considered as a whole. In any case, in this 9th volume I did not wish to change the procedure which has been followed, for good or ill, in the preceding volumes. There will be scope for a different approach in the projected 10th and final volume. Reference has been made above to cloudy metaphysicians. This remark should not of course be understood as a judgment on French philosophy. The present writer is not indeed quite so impressed as some people seem to be by the common assertion that French thought is conspicuous for its logical structure and clarity. This may apply to Descartes, the foremost French philosopher, and the writers of the Enlightenment were doubtless clear. But some more recent thinkers seem to have done their best to rival the obscure language which we tend to associate with German philosophy since Kant. It is not that they are unable to write clearly, for they often do. But in their professional philosophical writings they seem to prefer to express their ideas in turgid jargon. Sartre is a case in point. And as for the metaphysicians, talk about L and Re is not necessarily more illuminating than talk about Dasein. At the same time it would be quite wrong to imply that French philosophy is predominantly concerned with metaphysical obscurities. A concern with man is a much more conspicuous feature. The first notable philosopher to be treated in this volume, Maine de Biron, approached philosophy by way of psychology, and it was reflection on man's inner life which led him to metaphysics. The last philosopher to be discussed at some length, Jean-Paul Sartre, is a thinker who has concentrated on man as a free agent and whose personal commitment in the social and political area is well known. Obviously, philosophers can be concerned with man in different ways. Some have focused their attention on man's spontaneous activity and freedom, as with Maine de Biron and in what is commonly described as the spiritualist movement in French philosophy, while others, such as L. E. Sen, have emphasized man's recognition of values and his transcending of the empirically given. Other philosophers have dwelt more on the life of thought and on man's reflection on the mind's activity as manifested in history. Brunswick is a case in point. These various approaches have tended to broaden out into general interpretations of reality. Ravizon, for example, started with reflection on habit and ended with a general view of the world, while Bergson reflected on man's experiences of duration and of voluntary activity and developed a religiously oriented philosophy of the universe. In the case of those who concentrated their attention on the mind's self-criticism and its reflection on its own activity, as manifested in various spheres, the resulting general view has tended to be of an idealist type. With other thinkers the emphasis has been laid on man in society. This can of course take the form of objective and dispassionate inquiry, as in, for example, the sociology of Émile Durkheim or the structuralist anthropology of Levi Strauss. Reflection on man in society can also be pursued in a spirit of commitment, with a view to promoting action or change rather than simply with the aim of understanding. This was naturally the case in the aftermath of the Revolution. In the first chapter of this volume attention is paid to a group of thinkers who were deeply concerned with the reconstruction of society and who believed that it could not be effected except through the reassertion of certain threatened traditions. In the fourth chapter another group of thinkers are briefly considered who were convinced that while the revolution had overthrown the old regime, its ideals had still to be realized in positive social construction and development. For the matter of that, Auguste Comte, the high priest of positivism, was profoundly concerned with the organization of society, even if he had a rather naive faith in the perfecting of society through the development of scientific knowledge. At a later period we find a similar spirit of commitment, manifested in a desire to transform society either through Marxist-inspired revolution, as with Sartre, or through the development of a more personalist socialism, as with Emmanuel Mounier. Such distinguishable lines of thought are not of course all mutually exclusive. They can be found in varying degrees of combination. The thought of Sartre is an obvious example. On the one hand he has laid great emphasis on human freedom and on the individual's choice of his own values and on the way in which the individual gives meaning to his life. On the other hand he has emphasized self-commitment in the social-political sphere and the need for the transformation of society. The effort to combine the two lines of thought, individualistic and social, has led to his attempt to present a version of Marxism which incorporates in itself an existentialist insistence on human freedom. It is no matter for surprise if he has found difficulty in combining his conviction that it is man who both makes history and gives it meaning with the Marxist tendency to depict history as a dialectical and teleological process, or in combining his existentialism, with its every man is an island atmosphere, with a Marxist emphasis on the social group. The point is, however, that in the thought of Sartre the emphasis on human freedom which was characteristic of the line of thought stemming from Maine de Byron has met the line of thought which lays stress on man in society and regards the French Revolution as simply one stage in an unfinished process of social transformation. To claim that concern with man has been a conspicuous feature of French philosophy is not of course to assert that philosophy in France has been concerned simply with man. Such an assertion would be clearly untrue. If however we compare recent philosophical thought in France with recent British philosophy, it is evident that what Georges André Malraux has described as the human condition occupies a place in the former which it certainly does not occupy in the latter. And themes which have been treated by, for example, Gabriel Marcel and Vladimir Jankelevich hardly appear at all in British philosophy. As for social and political thought, British philosophers are accustomed to follow a policy of neutrality which would be clearly unacceptable to a writer such as Sartre. In general, French philosophical thought gives an impression of relevance to man and society which is not given by the recently prevailing line of thought in Great Britain. Such remarks do not necessarily imply a comparative judgment of value. How one evaluates the situation depends to a great extent on one's concept of the nature and functions of philosophy. Bertrand Russell did not hesitate to commit himself on moral and political issues, but he did not regard the writings in which he did so as belonging to philosophy in a strict sense. If one believes that the philosopher's function is to reflect on the language of morals and politics, and that if he commits himself on substantive issues he does so as a man and a citizen rather than as a philosopher, one will obviously not regard it as a failure or a fault on the part of philosophers if they maintain in their writings a predominantly detached and analytic approach. It is not the intention of the present author to follow Bertrand Russell in endorsing the sustained attack on leading British philosophers which was made by Professor Ernest Gellner in his provocative and amusing, even if exaggeratedly polemical book, Words and Things. This does not however alter the fact that there is a difference in philosophical atmosphere, so to speak, between the two countries. In England philosophy has become a highly specialized pursuit, with a great care for clarity and precision of expression and a marked distaste for emotively charged and ambiguous language and for slovenly argumentation. In France there are much closer interconnections between philosophy, literature, and art. Obviously, one can find philosophical specialization and what some people regard as ivory tower philosophy in France as elsewhere. But the area in which philosophy and literature are interrelated seems to be considerably more extended in France than in England. Perhaps the fact that in the French educational system students are introduced to philosophy while still at the lycée has something to do with this. As for political commitment, there are clearly historical and socio-political reasons why. For example, since the Second World War there has been a preoccupation with Marxism which is not to be found in England, certainly not to the same extent. The claim, advanced above, that man has been a conspicuous theme in French philosophy was made with a view to counterbalancing any impression which might be given by the passages in this volume on metaphysicians such as Lavelle and idealists such as Hamelin that philosophy has been predominantly concerned with metaphysical obscurities. Though however man would commonly be considered a more concrete and relevant theme than Entre or Das Sein, it must be admitted that talk about man is no guarantee of clarity and precision. In the opinion of the present writer it is much easier to understand Bergson's general view of the world than it is to grasp the meaning of certain more recent French writers on, say, the phenomenology of human consciousness. I am not thinking of Sartre. His jargon is simply irritating. If what he says sometimes seems to be extremely obscure, this is not because what he is saying is unintelligible, but because he has chosen to express in difficult language something which could have been said much more plainly. There are however certain other philosophers whose writing seems to be so impressionistic and vague that the author of this volume saw little prospect of being able to summarize their lines of thought in a manner suitable for presentation in a history of philosophy. One can of course retort, so much the worse for histories of philosophy. This may be fair comment. But it is noticeable that in the case of some philosophers available expositions of their thought are even less illuminating than the original texts. Merleau-Ponty is of course quite right in saying that philosophers should not hesitate to pursue exploratory inquiries which require fresh concepts and expression. To demand that nothing should be said except what can be precisely handled with already available tools would be to demand an abandonment of creative thought and a petrification of philosophy. But this does not alter the fact that what is in process of coming to birth and has not yet acquired shape is hardly apt material for the historian of philosophy. Part I. From the Revolution to Auguste Comte. Chapter I. The Traditionalist Reaction to the Revolution. Introductory remarks de Maistre de Bonald Chateaubriand Lamennais Traditionalism and the Church. 1. To us the French Revolution is an historical event, the causes and development and effects of which can be investigated in a dispassionate manner. At the time judgments were obviously accompanied and often affected by strong feelings. To many people the revolution naturally appeared not only as a national liberation and a regenerating force in French society but also as a movement destined to bring light and freedom to other nations as well. The terror might of course be deplored, or perhaps excused, but the ideals of the revolution were approved and welcomed as an assertion of human freedom, and sometimes as a long-awaited extension of the religious reformation into the political and social spheres. Equally naturally, however, there were others to whom the revolution appeared as a disastrous event which threatened the foundations of society, substituted an anarchic individualism for social stability, was wantonly destructive of the traditions of France and expressed a rejection of the religious basis of morals, education, and social cohesion. Obviously, hostility to the revolution can be prompted to a large extent by selfish motives, but so could support of it. And just as idealism could be enlisted on the side of the revolution, so could there be an opposition to the revolutionary spirit which expressed a sincere conviction about its destructive and impious character. A thought-out opposition to the revolution on the philosophical plane was expressed by the so-called traditionalists. Both supporters and opponents of the revolution were inclined to regard it as the fruit of the Enlightenment, though they obviously differed sharply in their respective evaluations of and attitudes to the Enlightenment. It is of course easy to dismiss the traditionalists as reactionaries filled with nostalgia for the past and blind to the movement of history. But however myopic they may have been in certain respects, they were eminent and influential writers and cannot simply be passed over in an account of French thought in the early decades of the 19th century. 2. The first writer of whom mention must be made is the famous royalist and ultramontanist Count Joseph de Maistre, 1753–1821. Born at Chambéry in Savoy, he studied law at Turin and became a senator of Savoy. When the French invaded his country, he took refuge first in Aosta and then at Lausanne, where he wrote his Considerations on France, Considerations sur la France, 1796. De Maistre had once had some liberal sympathies, but in this work he made clear his opposition to the revolution and his desire for a restoration of the French monarchy. In 1802 de Maistre was appointed minister plenipotentiary of the King of Sardinia to the Russian court at St. Petersburg. He remained in Russia for 14 years, and it was there that he wrote his essay on the generative principle of political constitutions, Essai sur I principi générateur de constitutions politiques, 1814. He also occupied himself with the composition of his work on the Pope, Du Pape, which was finished at Turin and published in 1809, and the Evenings at St. Petersburg, Soirées de St. Petersburg, which appeared in 1821. His examination of the philosophy of Bacon, Examen de la philosophie de Bacon, was published posthumously in 1836. In his earlier years de Maistre had been associated with a Masonic circle at Lyons which derived some inspiration from the ideas of Louis Claude de Saint Martin, 1743–18°3, who had himself been stimulated by the writings of Jacob Boehme. 2. The circle was opposed to the philosophy of the Enlightenment and turned to metaphysical and mystical doctrines representing a fusion of Christian and Neoplatonist beliefs. And St. Martin saw in history the unfolding of divine providence. History was for him a continuous process linked throughout to God, the One. It is perhaps not unreasonable to discern some echoes at any rate of such ideas in de Maistre considerations on France. True. He is horrified by the revolution, the act of regicide, the attack on the church and the terror, but at the same time his concept of history stands in the way of an exclusively negative evaluation of the revolution. He regards Robespierre and the other leaders as scoundrels and criminals, but he also sees them as the unwitting instruments of divine providence. Men act at the same time voluntarily and necessarily. One, they act as they will to act, but in doing so they further the designs of providence. The leaders of the revolution thought that they were in control of it, but they were instruments to be used and thrown aside, while the revolution itself was God's instrument to punish sin. Never had the divinity shown itself so clearly in any human event. If it employs the vilest instruments, it is a case of punishing in order to regenerate too. If the factions involved in the revolution sought to attain the destruction of Christianity and of the monarchy, it follows that all their efforts will result only in the exaltation of Christianity and of the monarchy. 3. For there is a secret force for which works in history. De Maistre's idea of history as exhibiting the operation of divine providence and of individuals as instruments was not in itself a novelty, though he applied it to a very recent event or series of events. The idea is obviously open to objections. Apart from any difficulty in reconciling human freedom with the unfailing realization of the divine purpose, the concept of revolutions and wars as divine punishments gives rise to the reflection that it is by no means only the guilty, or those who may seem to human eyes to be guilty, who suffer from such cataclysms. De Maistre tries however to meet such objections by a theory of the solidarity of the nation, and indeed of the human race, as constituting an organic unity. It is this theory which he opposes to what he regards as the erroneous and pernicious individualism of the Enlightenment. Political society, de Maistre insists, is certainly not a collection of individuals united through a social compact or contract. Nor can a viable constitution be thought out a priori by the human reason in abstraction from national traditions and the institutions which have developed through the centuries. One of the great errors of a century which professed all errors was to believe that a political constitution could be written and created a priori. Whereas reason and experience are united in showing that a constitution is a divine work, and that it is precisely what is most fundamental and essentially constitutional in the laws of a nation which could not be written. If we look at the English Constitution, we can see that it is the result of a vast number of contributing factors and circumstances which served as the instruments of providence. A constitution of this kind, which was certainly not constructed in an a priori manner, is always allied with religion and takes a monarchic form. It is not surprising therefore if revolutionaries, who wish to establish a constitution by decree, attack both religion and the monarchy. In general terms, de Maistre is violently opposed to the rationalism of the 18th century, which he sees as treating of abstractions and as disregarding traditions which, in his opinion, exhibit the operation of divine providence. The abstract human being of tes philosophes, who is not essentially a Frenchman or an Englishman or a member of some other organic unity, is a fiction. So is the state when interpreted as the product of a contract or convention. When de Maistre makes a complimentary remark about an Enlightenment thinker, it is because he regards him as transcending the spirit of a priori rationalism. For example, Hume is commended for his attack on the artificiality of the social contract theory. If de Maistre goes back beyond the Enlightenment and attacks Francis Bacon, the reason is that in his view modern philosophy is entirely the daughter of Bacon. 2 Another rationalist fiction, according to de Maistre, is natural religion, if the term is taken to mean a purely philosophical religion, a deliberate construction of the human reason. In reality, belief in God is handed down from a primitive revelation to mankind, Christianity being a fuller revelation. In other words, there is only one revealed religion, and man can no more construct a religion a priori than he can construct a constitution a priori. The philosophy of the last century, which will form in the eyes of posterity one of the most shameful epochs of the human spirit, was in fact nothing but a veritable system of practical atheism. 3. According to de Maistre, the philosophy of the 18th century has found expression in the theory of the sovereignty of the people and in democracy. The theory of the sovereignty of the people is however groundless, and the fruits of democracy are disorder and anarchy. The remedy for these evils is a return to historically grounded and providentially constituted authority. In the political sphere this means the restoration of the Christian monarchy, while in the religious sphere it means acceptance of the supreme and unique sovereignty of the infallible Pope. Human beings are such that government is necessary, and absolute power is the only real alternative to anarchy. 1. I have never said that absolute power, in whatever form it may exist in the world, does not involve great inconveniences. On the contrary, I expressly acknowledged the fact, and I have no thought of attenuating these inconveniences. I said only that we find ourselves placed between two abysses. 2. In actual practice the exercise of absolute power is inevitably restricted by a variety of factors. And in any case political sovereigns are, or ought to be, subject to the jurisdiction of the Pope, in the sense that he has the right to judge their actions from the religious and moral points of view. De Maistre is best known for his ultramontanism and his insistence on papal infallibility a considerable time before this doctrine was defined at the First Vatican Council. This insistence however was by no means acceptable to all those who shared his hostility to the revolution and sympathized with his desire for the restoration of the monarchy. Some of his reflections on political constitutions and the values of tradition were similar to those of Edmund Burke, 1729–97. But it is very much as the author of Du Pape that he is remembered. 3. A more impressive figure from the philosophical point of view was Louis Gabriel Ambroise, Vicomte de Bonald, 1754–1840. A former officer of the Royal Guard, he was a member of the Constituent Assembly in 1790, but in 1791 he emigrated and lived in poverty. In 1796 he published at Constance his theory of political and religious power in civil society, Théorie du pouvoir politique et religieux dans la société civile. On his return to France he supported Napoleon, in whom he saw the instrument for the political and religious unification of Europe. But after the Restoration he gave his support to the monarchy. In 1800 he published an analytical essay on the natural laws of social order, Essai analytique sur les lois naturelles de l'ordre social. This was followed in 1802 by Primitive Legislation, Law Legislation Primitive. His other writings include philosophical studies on the primary objects of the moral sciences, Recherches philosophiques sur les premiers objets de connaissances morales, 1818, and a philosophical demonstration of the constitutive principle of society, Démonstration philosophique du principe constitutif de la société, 1827. It has sometimes been said that de Bonald rejects all philosophy. The statement however is inaccurate. It is true that he emphasizes the necessity for a religious basis of society, and that he contrasts this necessity with the insufficiency of philosophy as a social foundation. In his view, a union between religious and political society is as necessary for constituting the civil or social body as simultaneity of will and action is necessary for constituting the human ego. Whereas philosophy lacks the authority to dictate laws and impose sanctions. It is also true that he dwells on the succession of conflicting systems and concludes that Europe is still awaiting a philosophy. 2. At the same time he shows an evident admiration for some philosophers. He speaks, for instance, of Leibniz as perhaps the most comprehensive, vast, genius who has appeared among men. Further, he distinguishes between the men of ideas or concepts, from Plato onwards, who have enlightened the world and the men of imagination, such as Bell, Voltaire, Diderot, Condillac, Halve, Ius and Rousseau, who have led people astray. The description of writers such as Bell and Diderot as men of imagination may seem odd, but de Beeknold is not referring to poetically inclined thinkers. He is referring primarily to those who derive all ideas from sense experience. When, for example, Condillac talks about transformed sensations, the phrase may appeal to the imagination, which can picture to itself at will transformations and changes. But this transformation, when applied to the operations of the mind, is nothing but a word which is void of meaning, and Condillac himself would have been very embarrassed at having to give it a satisfactory application. 6. In general, the men of imagination, as de Bonald understands the term, are sensationalists, empiricists, and materialists. The men of ideas or concepts are primarily those who believe in innate ideas and ascribe them to their ultimate source. Thus Plato proclaimed innate ideas or universal ideas, imprinted in our minds by the supreme intelligence I, whereas Aristotle humiliated the human intelligence by rejecting innate ideas and by representing ideas as coming to the mind only by the mediation of the senses. Point 2. The reformer of philosophy in France was Descartes. 3. It is indeed true that de Bonald refers to the absence of philosophy among the Jews of Old Testament times and among other vigorous nations, such as the early Romans and the Spartans, and that he concludes from the history of philosophy that philosophers have been unable to find any secure basis for their speculations. He refuses, however, to admit that we ought therefore to despair of philosophy and reject it altogether. On the contrary, we must look for an absolutely primitive fact for which can serve as a secure point of departure. It hardly needs saying that de Bonald was not the first man to look for one secure basis for philosophy. Nor was he the last. It is interesting, however, to read that he finds his primitive fact in language. Philosophy in general is the science of God, of man, and of society. Point 5. The primitive fact which is being sought must therefore lie at the foundation of man and society. And this is language. It may seem that language cannot be a primitive fact. But according to de Bonald, man could not have invented language to express his thoughts, as thought itself, involving general concepts, presupposes language of some kind. In other words, to express his thoughts man must be already a language-using being. Language is required for man to be man. Again, human society presupposes language and could not exist without it. In looking on symbolic expression as an essential characteristic of man, de Bonald is not saying anything which is likely to cause astonishment nowadays, even if there are various puzzling questions which can be asked. He goes on, however, to argue that man received the gift of language at the same time that he received existence, and that consequently there must necessarily have existed, before the human species, a first cause of this marvelous effect, language, a being superior to man in intelligence, superior to anything that we can know or even imagine, from whom man has positively received the gift of thought, the gift of the word one. In other words, if, as noticed by Rousseau, man needs speech in order to learn to think but could not have constructed speech unless he could think, he cannot have invented language, and this fact serves as the basis of a proof of God's existence. There is no need, of course, to accuse de Bonald of overlooking the multiplicity of languages, nor the fact that we can and do invent linguistic expressions. His contention is that we cannot reasonably depict man as first developing thought and then sitting down, as it were, to invent language to express this thought. For actual thinking already involves symbolic expression, even if no words are uttered aloud. 3. De Bonald certainly makes a good point by refusing to divide thought and language with a hatchet. Whether his account of the relation between thought and language can serve as a basis for a proof of the existence of God is another question. He assumes that while our ideas of particular objects in the world depend on sense experience, there are certain basic concepts, of God, for instance, and certain fundamental principles or truths which represent a primitive revelation by God to man. As this revelation could not be grasped or appropriated in the first instance without language, and as man cannot himself have invented language, language, must be a primitive gift of God to man at his creation. De Bonald is obviously thinking of man as having been directly created by God as a language-using being, whereas we probably think within the framework of an evolutionary theory. The social philosophy of de Bonald is triadic in the sense that, according to him, There are 3 persons in every society. 5 In the religious society there are God, his ministers and the people whose salvation is the aim of the relation between God and his ministers. In the domestic society or family we have father, mother, and the child or children. In political society there are the head of the state, representing power, his officers of various kinds and the people or general body of citizens. Now if we ask whether in the family power belongs to the father as the result of an agreement or compact, the answer, for de Bonald, must be negative. The power belongs naturally to the father and is derived ultimately from God. Similarly, in political society sovereignty belongs to the monarch, not the people, and it belongs to him by nature. The establishment of the public power was neither voluntary nor forced, it was necessary, in conformity, that is to say, with the nature of beings in society. And its causes and origins were all natural. This idea can be applied even in the case of Napoleon. The revolution was both the culmination of a long sickness and an effort made by society to return to order. That someone capable of bringing order out of anarchy should assume power was necessary and therefore natural. Napoleon was the man. Like de Maistre, de Bonald insists on the unity of power or sovereignty. Sovereignty must be 1, independent and definitive or absolute. 2. It must also be lasting, from which premise de Bonald concludes to the need for hereditary monarchy. The peculiar characteristic of his thought, however, is his theory about the origin of language and of the transmission, by means of language, of a primitive divine revelation which lies at the basis of religious belief, morality, and society. It is perhaps none too clear how this theory of the transmission of a primitive revelation squares with de Bonald's enthusiasm for the theory of innate ideas. But presumably he thinks of innate ideas as required for the appropriation of revelation. 4. Both de Maistre and de Bonald were obviously traditionalists in the sense that they upheld the old political and religious traditions of France against the revolutionary spirit. Further, de Bonald in particular was a traditionalist in the technical sense of one who defends the idea of the tradition or handing on of a primitive revelation. Both men attacked the philosophy of the Enlightenment, though of the two de Maistre was the more sweeping and indiscriminate in his condemnation. In one sense of the word rationalism they were both anti-rationalists. Neither however can properly be said to represent simply irrationalism. Appealed to reason in their attacks on the thought of the 18th century. When however we turn to Francois René, Vicomte de Chateaubriand, 1768–1848, we find a rather different emphasis. Educated in the philosophy of the encyclopedists. Chateaubriand went into exile at the Revolution, and it was in London that he wrote his historical, political and moral essay on revolution, Essai historique, politique et morale sur les révolutions 1797. In this work he accepted the force of the objections brought by 18th-century philosophers against Christianity, with its doctrines of providence and immortality, and went on to maintain a cyclic theory of history. In the cycles of history events substantially repeat themselves, though the human beings involved and the circumstances are of course different. It is idle therefore to look on the French Revolution as a completely fresh start which will bring permanent gains. It repeats substantially the revolutions of former times. The dogma of progress is an illusion. Later on Chateaubriand was to say, doubtless rightly, that in spite of his one-time rejection of Christianity he still retained a religious nature. In any case he was drawn to the Christian religion, and in 1802 he published his famous work The Genius of Christianity, Génie du Christianisme. The subtitle of the work, Beauties of the Christian Religion, Buttes de la Religion Chrétienne, expresses well the spirit of the work, in which the author appeals above all to the aesthetic qualities of Christianity. All the other kinds of apologies are exhausted, and perhaps they would even be useless today. Who would now read a theological work? Some pious men who have no need to be convinced, some true Christians who are already persuaded. In place of some old-style apologetics one ought to try to show that the Christian religion is the most poetic, the most human, the most favorable to liberty, to the arts and to letters, of all the religions which ever existed. This sounds as though Chateaubriand intended to argue that the Christian religion must be true because it is beautiful, because its beliefs are consoling, and because some of the grotesque artists and poets have been Christians. And apart from the fact that some minds might not agree about the beauty of Christianity, this point of view lies open to the objection that the aesthetic and consoling qualities of Christianity do not prove its truth. If Dante and Michelangelo were Christians, what does this show, except something about Dante and Michelangelo? If the doctrines of the resurrection and heaven are a source of consolation to many people, does it follow that they are true? It is understandable that Chateaubriand has been accused of irrationalism or of substituting appeals to aesthetic satisfaction for rational argument. It is true that with Chateaubriand traditional philosophical arguments to show the credibility of the Christian religion are relegated to a completely subordinate position, and that appeal is made chiefly to aesthetic considerations, to sentiment, and to reasons of the heart. At the same time, we have to remember that he has in mind those opponents of Christianity who argue that Christian doctrine is repellent, that the Christian religion impedes the development of the moral consciousness, that it is inimical to human freedom and anti-cultural, and that, in general, it has a cramping and stifling effect on the human spirit. He makes it clear that he is not writing for sophists who are never searching for the truth in good faith, but for those who have been seduced by the sophists into believing that Christianity is, for instance, the enemy of art and literature, and that it is a barbarous and cruel religion, detrimental to human happiness. His work can be regarded as an argumentum ad hominem which aims at showing that Christianity is not what these people think that it is. 5. A more interesting figure is Félicite Robert de Lamennais, 1782–1854. Born at Saint-Malo, Lamennais was in youth a follower of Rousseau, though he soon returned to Christian belief. When de Bonald's primitive legislation appeared in 1802, Lamennais was profoundly impressed by it. In 1809 he published Reflections on the State of the Church in France during the 18th century and on its actual situation, in which he made suggestions for the Church's renewal. Ordained a priest at Vannes in 1816, he published in the following year the first volume of his essay on indifference in matters of religion, Essai sur l'indifference en matière de religion, 1817–23, a work which brought him immediate fame as an apologist for the Christian religion. In the first volume of this work Lamennais insists that in religion, morals, and politics, no doctrines are matters of indifference. Indifference, considered as a permanent state of soul, is opposed to the nature of man and destructive of his being. This thesis is based on the premises that man cannot develop himself as man without religion, that religion is necessary for society, inasmuch as it is in the basis of morals, and that without it society degenerates into a group of persons each of whom is intent on furthering his own particular interests. In other words, Lamennais insists on the social necessity of religion and rejects the belief which spread in the 18th century that ethics can stand on its own feet, apart from religion, and that there could be a satisfactory human society without religion. Given this point of view, Lamennais argues that indifference towards religion is disastrous for man. It might of course be maintained that even if indifference in general is undesirable, it does not necessarily follow that all points of traditional religious belief possess social importance and relevance. According to Lamennais, however, heresy prepares the way for deism, deism for atheism, and atheism for complete indifference. It is therefore a case of a package deal. It may appear that Lamennais is attaching an exclusively pragmatic value to religion, as though the only justification for religious belief was its social utility. This is not, however, an adequate account of his attitude. He explicitly rejects the point of view of those who see in religion nothing but a socially and politically useful institution and conclude that it is necessary for the common people. In his opinion, the Christian doctrines are not only useful but true. Indeed, they are useful because they are true. This is the reason why, for Lamennais, there is no justification for picking and choosing, for heresy in other words. The difficulty is to see how Lamennais proposes to show that Christian doctrines are true, in a sense of true which goes beyond a purely pragmatist understanding of the term. For in his opinion our reasoning is so subject to a variety of influences which can operate even without our knowing ifall that it cannot yield certainty. It is all very well to claim that we can deduce conclusions from self-evidently true axioms or basic principles. The fact of the matter is that what seems self-evidently true to one man may not seem so to another man. In this case we can well understand Lamennais' rejection of any attempt to reduce religion to natural or philosophical religion. But the question remains, how does he propose to exhibit the truth of revealed religion? The remedy for scepticism, Lamennais maintains, is to trust not one's own private reasoning but the common consent of mankind. For it is this common consent or sentiment commun which is the basis of certitude. Atheism is the fruit of false philosophy and of following one's private judgment. If we look at this history of mankind, we find a spontaneous belief in God, common to all nations. Passing over the question whether the historical facts are as Lamennais claims them to be, we can note that he would be involved in inconsistency if he meant that most human beings, each by his own reasoning, conclude that there is a God. If, that is to say, the alleged common consent were equivalent to a collection of conclusions arrived at by individuals, Lamennais could be challenged to show that it possessed any greater degree of certainty than that attaching to the result of the individual's process of inference. In point of fact, however, Lamennais has recourse to a traditionalist theory. For example, we know the meaning of the word God because it belongs to the language which we have learned, and this language is ultimately of divine origin. It must be then that the first man who has transmitted them, certain words or concepts, to us, received them himself from the mouth of the Creator. Thus we find in the infallible Word of God the origin of religion and of the tradition which preserves it. To say this is to say in effect that it is on authority that we know the truth of religious belief, and that there is in reality only revealed religion. What has been called natural religion is really revealed religion, and it has been commonly accepted because human beings, when unspoiled and not led astray by false reasoning, see that man is always obliged to obey the greatest authority which it is possible for him to know. 1. The common consent of mankind about the existence of God expresses acceptance of a primitive revelation. 3. And belief in the teaching of the Catholic Church expresses acceptance of God's further revelation in and through Christ. This theory gives rise to a number of awkward questions which cannot, however, be discussed here. We must pass instead to Manet's political attitude. Given his insistence on authority in the religious sphere, one might expect him to emphasize the role of monarchy in the manner of de Maistre and de Bonald. But this is not in fact the case. Lamennais is still a monarchist. But he shows a realistic attitude. Thus in his work on religion considered in its relations with the political and civil order, De la religion considérée dans ses rapports avec l'ordre politique et civil, I 825-6, he remarks that the restored monarchy is a venerable souvenir of the past one while France is in reality a democracy. True, the democracy of our times, rests on the atheist dogma of the primitive and absolute sovereignty of the people. But Lamennais' reflections on this state of affairs led him in the direction of ultramontanism within the Church rather than to a hankering after absolute monarchy. In contemporary France the Church is tolerated and even supported financially, but this patronage by the state constitutes a great danger to the Church, as it tends to make of the Church a department of the state and to hamper the former's freedom to penetrate and Christianize the life of the nation. It is only emphasis on the supreme authority of the Pope which can prevent the subordination of the Church to the state and make it clear that the Church has a universal mission. As for the monarchy, Lamennais has misgivings. In his work on Tique Progress of the Revolution and of Tique War against Tique Church, Du Progrès de la Révolution et de la guerre contre l'Église, R. 829, he remarks that towards the end of the monarchy human power had become, thanks to Gallicanism, the object of a real idolatry. 3 Lamennais still thinks of the revolution as dissolving the social order and as the enemy of Christianity, but he has come to believe that the trouble started with the rise of absolute monarchy. It was Louis XIV who made despotism the fundamental law of the state. The French monarchy sapped the life of the Church by subordinating it to the state. and it would be disastrous if in their desire for the apparent security of state patronage and protection the clergy were to acquiesce in a similar subordination to the post-revolutionary and post-Napoleonic state. A clear recognition of papal authority in the Church is required as a safeguard. In spite of his continued attack on political liberalism and individualism, Lamennais had come to believe that liberalism contained a valuable element: the invincible desire of freedom which is inherent in the Christian nations, which cannot put up with an arbitrary or purely human power. 5. And the Revoltion of I-830 convinced him that no reliance could be placed on monarchs for the regeneration of society. It was necessary to accept the democratic state as it was, to secure a complete separation of the Church from the state, and, within the Church, to insist on the supreme authority of the infallible Pope. In other words, Lamennais combined acceptance of the idea of a democratic and religiously non-affiliated state with insistence on ultramontanism within the Church. He hoped, of course, that the Church would succeed in Christianizing society, but he had come to believe that this end could not be attained unless the Church renounced all state patronage and any privileged status. In R830, Lamennais founded the newspaper Avenir, which stood for the authority and infallibility of the Pope, acceptance of the French political system of the time, and separation between Church and State. The paper enjoyed the support of some eminent men, such as the Comte de Montalembert, R8 Ardijou, and the famous Dominican preacher Henry Dominique Lacordaire, R802-6R, but the views propounded were by no means acceptable to all Catholics. Lamennais tried to secure the approval of Pope Gregory XVI, but in R832 the Pope issued an encyclical letter, Mirari Vos, in which he censured indifferentism, liberty of conscience, and the doctrine that Church and State should be separated. Lamennais was not named in the letter. While, however, the Pope's condemnation of indifferentism could be taken as an endorsement of Lamennais' early essay Sur l'indifference, the editor of Avenir was clearly affected by the encyclical. In R834 Lamennais published Words of a Believer, Paroles d'un Croyant, in which he supported all oppressed and suffering peoples and groups and advocated complete freedom of conscience for all. In point of fact, he endorsed the ideals of the Revolution, liberty, equality, and fraternity, as interpreted in a religious setting. The book was censured by Pope Gregory XVI in June R834 in a letter addressed to the French bishops, but by then Lamennais was pretty well detached from the Church. And 2 years later, in Affairs of Rome, Affaires de Rome, he rejected the idea of achieving social order either through monarchs or through the Pope. He had become a believer in the sovereignty of the people. In later writings, Lamennais argued that Christianity, in its Christianized forms, had outlived its usefulness, but he continued to maintain the validity of religion, considered as a development of a divine element in man which unites him with God and with his fellows. In R840 he published a brochure directed against the government and police and underwent a year's imprisonment as a result. After the 1848 revolution he was elected a deputy for the Department of the Seine. But when Napoleon III assumed power, Lamennais retired from politics. He died in 1854 without any formal reconciliation with the Church. 6. In a very general or broad sense of the term, we can describe as traditionalists all those who saw the French Revolution as a disastrous attack on the valuable political, social, and religious traditions of their country and who advocated a return to these traditions. In the technical sense of the term, however, the sense, that is to say, in which it is used in recounting the history of ideas in the decades following the Revolution, traditionalism means the theory that certain basic beliefs, necessary for man's spiritual and cultural development and well-being, are not the result simply of human reasoning but have been derived from a primitive revelation by God and have been handed on from generation to generation through the medium of language. Obviously, traditionalism in the broad sense does not exclude traditionalism in the narrower sense. But it does not entail it. It hardly needs saying that a Frenchman could quite well support the restoration of the monarchy without the theory of a primitive revelation and without placing restrictions on the range of philosophical proof. Again, it was possible to adopt traditionalist theories in the technical sense and yet not to demand a restoration of the ancien regime. The two could go together, but they were not inseparable. It may appear at first sight that traditionalism in the technical sense, with its attack on the philosophy of the Enlightenment, its insistence on divine revelation and its tendency to ultramontanism would be highly acceptable to ecclesiastical authority. But though ultramontanist tendencies were naturally pleasing to Rome, the traditionalist philosophy brought upon itself ecclesiastical censures. To attack this or that 18th century philosophy on the ground that its premises were unwarranted or its arguments unsound was all very well. In fact, it was a commendable activity. But to attack the thought of the Enlightenment on the ground that the human reason is unable to attain certain truth was quite another matter. If the existence of God could be known only on authority, how did one know that the authority was trustworthy? For the matter of that, how did the first man know that what he took to be revelation was revelation? And if the human reason was as powerless as the more extreme traditionalists made it out to be, how could one show that the voice of Christ was the voice of God? It is understandable that ecclesiastical authority, while sympathizing with attacks on the Enlightenment and the Revolution, was not enthusiastic about theories which left its claims without any rational support save questionable appeals to the consent of mankind. To take one example, the second volume of Lamennais' essay sur l'indifference exercised a considerable influence on Augustin Bonity, 1798–1879, founder of the Annales de Philosophie Chrétienne. In an article in this periodical, Bonity wrote that people were beginning to understand that the whole of religion rested on tradition and not on reasoning. His general thesis was that revelation was the only source of religious truth, and he drew the conclusion that the scholasticism which prevailed in seminaries was an expression of a pagan rationalism which had corrupted Christian thought and had eventually borne fruit in the destructive philosophy of the Enlightenment. In 1855, Bonity was required by the Congregation of the Index to subscribe to a number of theses, such as that the human reason can prove with certainty the existence of God, the spirituality of the soul and human freedom, that reasoning leads to faith, and that the method used by St. Thomas Aquinas, St. Bonaventure, and the scholastics does not lead to rationalism. A series of similar propositions had already been subscribed to in 1840 by Louis Eugène Marie Bottain, 1796–1867. It may very well occur to the reader that imposition by ecclesiastical authority of the thesis that the existence of God can be philosophically proved contributes little to showing how this is done. However, it is clear that the Church came down on the side of what Bonity regarded as rationalism. And definitive pronouncements on this matter were made at the First Vatican Council in 1870, the council which also marked the triumph of ultramontanism. As for the general idea that France could be regenerated only through a return to the monarchy in alliance with the Church, this idea was to find a fresh lease of life with the Action Française movement, founded by Charles Maurras, 1868–1952. But Maurras himself was, like some of his closer associates, an atheist, one not a believer such as de Maistre or de Bonald. And it is not altogether surprising if his cynical attempt to use Catholicism for political ends led eventually to a condemnation by Pope Pius XI. Incidentally, in his essay sur l'indifference, Lamennais had included among systems of indifference the view of religion as being simply a politically and socially useful instrument. 1. As we have seen, the traditionalists attacked the spirit and thought of the Enlightenment, which they regarded as largely responsible for the Revolution. Those who welcomed the Revolution tended to take a similar view of the relation between 18th century thought and the Revolution. To attribute the Revolution simply to the influence of lay philosophes would be of course an obvious exaggeration and too flattering a compliment to the power of philosophy. Though however the philosophers of the 18th century aimed not at violence, bloodshed and terror but at the spread of knowledge and, through the diffusion of knowledge, at social reform, they helped to prepare the way for the overthrow of the Ancien Regime, and it hardly needs saying that the influence of the Enlightenment was prolonged beyond the Revolution. Once conditions became sufficiently settled, the scientific work associated with a man such as D'Alembert, 1717–83, began to develop and flourish. The demands of a Condorcet, 1743–94, 2. For an educational system based on a secular ethics and free from theological presuppositions and ecclesiastical influences were eventually fulfilled in the program of public education in France. And though Condorcet was himself to become a victim of the Revolution, 3. His vision of man's perfectibility and of history as a process of intellectual and moral advance, together with the interpretation of history expounded by Turgot, 1727–81, 4. Prepared the way for the philosophy of Auguste Comte, which will be considered in due course. The immediate inheritors of the spirit of the Enlightenment, and in particular of the influence of Condillac, 1715–80, 5. Were the so-called ideologists, les idéologues. In 1801 Destutt de Tracy, 1754–1836, published the first volume of his Elements oj Ideology, Elements d Ideology, and it was from this work that the label ideologist was taken. The members of the group included, besides de Tracy, the Comte de Volney, 1757–1820, and Cabanis, 1757–1808. 1. The group had two principal centers, the École Normale and the Institut National, both of which were established in 1795. It was not long, however, before the ideologists aroused the suspicions of Napoleon. Though for the most part they had been favorable to his rise, they soon came to the conclusion that he had failed to preserve and implement the ideals of the Revolution. In particular, they resented and opposed his restoration of religion. On his side, the emperor came to attribute to what he regarded as the obscure metaphysics of the ideologists all the evils from which France was suffering, and he held them responsible for a conspiracy against himself in R812. As used by Destutt de Tracy, the term ideology should not be understood in the sense in which we are accustomed to speak of ideologies. It would be nearer the mark to think of the term as meaning a study of the origin of ideas, of their expression in language and of their combination in reasoning. In point of fact, however, de Tracy was more concerned with the study of human faculties and their operations. He regarded this as a basic study contributing the foundation of such sciences as logic, ethics, and economics. We can say therefore that he was concerned with developing a science of human nature. Mention has been made of the influence of Condillac. It is important, however, to understand that de Tracy rejected the reductive analysis expounded by Condillac. We can recall that the latter tried to show that all mental operations, such as judging and willing, could be exhibited as what he called transformed sensations. In other words, Condillac tried to improve on Locke by reducing all mental operations in the long run to elementary sensations and by arguing that the human faculties can be reconstructed, as it were, from sensation alone. In de Tracy's view, however, this was an artificial process of analysis and reconstruction, an ingenious account of how things might have been, without any attention being paid to what we might describe as the phenomenology of consciousness. In his view, Condillac sometimes confused what ought to be distinguished and at other times separated what ought to be united. In any case, de Tracy was more concerned with discovering the basic human faculties as revealed to immediate and concrete observation than with the genesis of ideas, with arguing that they were all derivable from sensations. The basic faculties for de Tracy are feeling, remembering, judging and willing. The operation of judging can be seen as the foundation of both grammar, considered as the study of signs as used in discourse, and logic, which is concerned with the ways of attaining certainty in judgment. Reflection on the effects of the will grounds ethics, considered mainly as the study of the origins of our desires and of their conformity or lack of it with our nature, and economics, which is looked on as an inquiry into the consequences of our actions in regard to meeting our needs. Passing over the details of ideology, we can notice the following 2 points. First, when laying down the fundamental notions of ideology, de Tracy turned from the reductive analysis of Condillac to immediate self-observation, from hypothetical reconstruction of man's psychical life out of its basis in elementary sensation to reflection on what we actually perceive to take place when we think and speak and act voluntarily. Secondly, de Tracy maintained that if Condillac's psychology, which laid all the emphasis on receptivity, was true, we could never know that there was an external world. We should be left with the insoluble problem of Hume. In point of fact, the real ground of our knowledge of the external world is our activity, our motion, our voluntary action which meets with resistance. If we bear these points in mind, it is easier to understand how de Tracy could exercise an influence on Maine de Biron, the forerunner of what is called the spiritualist movement in 19th-century French philosophy. The ideologists helped to turn his mind away from the empiricism of Locke and Condillac and stimulated him to set out on a path of his own. It is worth noticing that Thomas Jefferson, 1743–1826, who had a high opinion of the French ideologists, maintained a correspondence with Destutt de Tracy from 1806 until 1826. In 1811 Jefferson published a translation of de Tracy's commentary on Montesquieu's de l'Esprit de Lois. And he also published an edition of de Tracy's treatise on political economy, 1818. 2. Franel/Oisbr Maine de Biron, 1766–1824, was born at Bergerac and educated at Périgueux. At the age of 18 he went to Paris and enrolled in the Royal Guard. He was wounded in 1789, and not long after the dissolution of the Guard in 1791 he retired to the castle of Great Leu near Bergerac and devoted his time to study and reflection. In 1795 he was appointed administrator of the Department of the Dordogne, and in 1797 he was elected a member of the Council of 500. In 1810, under Napoleon, he was nominated a member of the Corps Legislatif, but at the close of 1813 he was associated with a group which publicly expressed opposition to the emperor. After the restoration of the monarchy he was re-elected a deputy for the Department of the Dordogne. In 1816 he acted as a councillor of state, and he served on various committees. In 1802 Maine de Biron published an essay, though without the author's name, on the influence of habit on the faculty of thinking, Influence de l'habitude sur la faculté de penser, which won for him a prize from the Institute of France. This essay was a revised version of one which he had submitted to the Institute in 1800 and which, while not winning the prize, had aroused the attention of the ideologists Destutt de Tracy and Cabanis. In 1805 he won another prize from the Institute for an essay on the analysis of thought, Un mémoire sur la décomposition de la pensée, and was elected a member of the Institute. In 1812 he won a prize from the Academy of Copenhagen for an essay on the relations of physics and morals in man, Un mémoire sur les rapports du physique et du moral de l'homme. Neither of these essays was published by Maine de Biron himself, but in 1817 he published, again without giving his name, an examination of the lectures on philosophy of M. Laromiguière, Examen de l'Ec, Ons de philosophie de M. Laromiguière. And in 1819 he wrote an article on Leibniz, Exposition de la doctrine philosophique de Leibniz, for the Biographie universelle. It will be seen from what has been said above that Maine de Biron published very little himself, the essay of 1802, the examination, both anonymously, and the article on Leibniz. In addition he published a number of papers, mainly on political topics. But he wrote copiously, and it appears that up to the end of his life he planned to produce one major work, a science of human nature or a philosophical anthropology, incorporating revised versions of early essays. This major work was never completed, but a good deal of the manuscript material one seems to represent various phases in the attempt to realize the project. For example, the essay on the foundations of psychology, Essai sur les fondements de la psychologie, at which de Biron was working in the years 1802–12, represents one phase in the writing of the unfinished work. One in 1841 Victor Cousin published an incomplete edition of Maine de Biron's writings in 4 volumes. 2 in 1859 E. Navely and M. Debret brought out 3 volumes of the unpublished works, Ouvres indites de Maine de Biron. In 1920 P. Tisserand began publication of the works in 14 volumes, Ouvres de Maine de Biron accompanies de notes et de appendices. Tisserand actually published 12 volumes, 1920–39. The last 2 volumes were brought out by Professor Henry Guhire in 1949. Guhire has also published an edition of Maine de Byron's journal in 3 volumes Journal Intime, 1954-7. 3. By temperament Maine de Byron was strongly inclined to introspection and self-communing. And in his youth, during the period of retirement at the castle of Great Loo, he was powerfully influenced by Rousseau, considered more as the author of the Confessions, the Rêveries du Promeneur Solitaire and the Profession de foi du Vicaire Savoyard than as the expounder of the social contract theory. Rousseau speaks to my heart, but sometimes his errors afflict me. 3. For example, while Maine de Byron sympathized with Rousseau's idea of the inner sense or feeling as prompting belief in God and immortality, he rejected decisively the modest natural theology proposed by the Vicaire Savoyard. As far as reasoning was concerned, agnosticism was the only proper attitude. 4. Another point on which Maine Delaware Byron finds fault with Rousseau is the latter's view of man as essentially good. Good by nature. It does not follow that Maine de Byron looks on man as essentially bad or as having become prone to evil through a fall. In his view man has a natural impulse to seek after happiness, and virtue is a condition of happiness. This by no means entails the conclusion, however, that man is naturally virtuous. He has the power to become either virtuous or vicious. And it is reason alone which can discover the nature of virtue and the principles of morals. In other words, the reason why Maine de Byron criticizes Rousseau's theory of man's natural goodness is that he looks on it as involving the doctrine of innate ideas. In point of fact, all our ideas are acquisitions. There are no innate ideas of right and wrong, good and bad. Ethics can, however, be established by reason, by a process of reasoning or reflection, that is to say, based on observation or experience. This can be done without any dependence on religious belief. Given his idea of reason, it was natural that when it was a question of developing a science of man, Maine de Byron should turn to contemporary scientific psychology, which professed to be based on the empirical facts. In addition to Locke, the natural writers to turn to were Condillac and Charles Bonnet, 1720-93. But it required very little time for Maine de Byron to see the extreme artificiality of Condillac's reduction of men's psychical life to externally caused sensations and of his notion of reconstructing man's mental operations from this basis. For one thing, Condillac passed over the evident fact that externally caused sensation affects a subject endowed with appetite and instinct. In other words, Condillac was a theorist who constructed or invented a psychology according to a quasi-mathematical method and was quite prepared to ride roughshod over the evident fact that there is much in man which cannot be accounted for in terms of what comes from without. 2. As for Bonnet, de Byron at first thought highly of him, and a quotation from Bonnet was placed at the beginning of his essay on the influence of habit. 3. But, as in the case of Condillac, de Byron came to look on Bonnet as the constructor of a theory which was insufficiently based on empirical evidence. After all, Bonnet had never observed the movements of the brain and their connections with mental operations. From Condillac and Bonnet, Maine de Byron turned to Cabanis and Destutt de Tracy. True, Cabanis was the author of some pretty crude materialist statements, such as his famous assertion that the brain secretes thought as the liver secretes bile. But he saw that Condillac's picture of the statue gradually endowed with one sense organ after another represented an extremely inadequate and one-sided theory of the genesis of man's mental life. For Cabanis, the nervous system, interior or organic sensations, the inherited physiological constitution and other factors belonging to the statue itself were of great importance. Cabanis was indeed a reductionist, in the sense that he tried to find physiological basis for all men's mental operations. But he studied carefully the available empirical data, and he tried to account for human activity, which could hardly be explained in terms of Condillac's statue model. As for de Tracy, Maine de Byron remarks in the introduction to his essay on the influence of habit that I distinguish all our impressions into active and passive, one, and in a note he pays tribute to de Tracy for being the first writer to have seen clearly the importance of man's faculty of moving or motility, motilif, as de Tracy called it. For example, de Tracy saw that the judgment about the real existence of a thing, or of our knowledge of external reality, could not be accounted for without experience of resistance, which itself presupposed motility. In fine, Maine de Biron reacted against the psychology of Condillac by insisting on human activity. It is I who move or who will to move, and it is also I who am moved. Here are the two terms of the relation which are required to ground the first simple judgment of personality. Lam2 In a real sense, Maine de Biron is re-echoing the conviction of Rousseau, who in the first part of his discourse on the origin of inequality asserted roundly that man differs from the animals by being a free agent. But among the physiological psychologists, de Biron has found his stimulus in the writings of the ideologists. And it was natural that when he submitted the revised version of his first prize-winning essay, Cabanis and de Tracy, who were among the judges, should have given both it and him a warm welcome. Though however the ideologists regarded Maine de Biron as one of themselves, he soon came to the conclusion that Destutt de Tracy had failed to exploit his own addition to the psychology of Condillac, namely the idea of the active power in man. He may at first have regarded himself as correcting the ideas of the ideologists where they tended to fall back into the condylation psychology, but he was gradually moving away from the reductionist tradition to which the ideologists really belonged, in spite of the improvements which they introduced. In his Mémoire sur la décomposition de la pensée, which won a prize in 1805, he is still writing as an ideologist, but he asks whether a distinction should not be made between objective and subjective ideology. An objective ideology would be based chiefly on the relations which link the sensitive being to external things, in regard to which it finds itself placed in a relation of essential dependence, both in regard to the affective impressions which it receives from them and in regard to the images which it forms of them. Subjective ideology, enclosing itself in the consciousness of the thinking subject, would endeavor to penetrate the intimate relations which it has with itself. The free exercise of its intellectual acts. De Biron does not deny the importance of physiological psychology. He has no intention of rejecting Cabanis and all his works. But he is convinced that something more is required, something which we can describe as the phenomenology of consciousness. The self experiences itself in its operations, and we can envisage a reflection in which knower and known are one. This may sound as though Maine de Biron were engaged in reintroducing the metaphysical concept of the self as a substance, the thinking substance of Descartes. He insists, however, that he is doing nothing of the kind. Muscular effort, willed effort that is to say, is a primitive fact. And the real existence of the ego or I is to be found in the apperception of the effort of which it feels itself subject or cause. Point 3 To be sure, we can hardly think or speak about the ego or self without distinguishing it from the willed effort or action as cause from effect. But we should not allow ourselves to be misled with the metaphysician into postulating a self as a thing, a soul which exists before acting and which can act without knowing its acts, without knowing itself. With willed effort apperception or consciousness arises in the human being, and with consciousness personal existence as distinct from the existence of a merely sensing being. The fact of a power of action and of will, proper to the thinking being, is certainly as evident to him as the very fact of his own existence. The one does not differ from the other. 5 Again, here is the sensitive being without I, there begins an identical personality, and with it all the faculties of the intelligent and moral being. 6 In other words, consciousness cannot be explained simply in terms of transformed sensations as understood by Condillac. It must be related to willed effort, to human activity meeting with resistance. If it is asked why in this case personality is not intermittent, present only at the moment when we are engaged in willed effort, de Biron's reply is that it is a mistake to suppose that such efforts occur only occasionally or now and again. In some form or another it continues during waking existence and lies at the basis of perception and knowledge. Perhaps we can say that through the process of reflection first on the psychology of Condillac and Bonnet, then on that of Cabanis and de Tracy, Maine de Biron arrives at a reassertion of Rousseau's statement that man differs from the animals by being a free agent. We must add, however, that the reflection on contemporary psychology is always carried out in the light of the facts, the phenomena, as de Biron sees them. In his view, the ideologists have seen facts to which Condillac was blind, or at any rate the significance of which he did not understand properly. and he refers to Cabanis and de Tracy as agreeing that the ego or I resides exclusively in the will. 1. But it by no means follows that Maine de Biron feels himself at one with the ideologists. For while becoming reflectively aware of the distance which now separates him from Condillac, he has reluctantly arrived at the conclusion that de Tracy, so far from exploiting or developing his own insights, has been retreating backwards. Maine de Biron may look on himself as the heir of the ideologists, but his letters testify to his growing conviction that their paths are diverging. 4. The ideas which found expression in the essay on the decomposition of thought were taken up again and reconsidered in the manuscript of the essay on the foundations of psychology which Maine de Biron brought with him to Paris in 1812. In this essay metaphysics, in the sense in which it is acceptable to the author, is really the same as reflexive psychology. If we understand by metaphysics a study of things in themselves, of noumena, to use Kantian terminology, apart from their appearance in consciousness, it is excluded. This means that philosophy cannot provide knowledge of the soul as an absolute substance, existing apart from consciousness. If however metaphysics is understood as the science of interior phenomena too, or as the science of the primitive data of the interior sense, sens intimi, it is not only possible but also required. Metaphysics in this sense reveals the existence of the subject as the active ego or I in the relation of willed effort encountering resistance. Further, the subject perceives itself as one power or active force encountering a succession of resistances, and it perceives itself as self-identical inasmuch as it is one subject in relation to the same organism. It may appear that Maine de Biron is in effect claiming that the ego intuitively perceives itself as a substance. His actual claim, however, is that the ego is aware of itself as cause. On the basis of the primitive fact of interior sense, one can assure oneself that every phenomenon relative to consciousness, every mode in which the I participates or unites itself in any manner, includes necessarily the idea of a cause. This cause is I if the mode is active and perceived as the actual result of a willed effort. It is not I if it is a passive impression, felt as opposed to this effort or as independent of every exercise of the will. In other words, awareness of the ego or I as a causal agent is fundamental. The concept of the soul as an absolute substance existing apart from self-consciousness is an abstraction. At the same time, de Biron tries to include awareness of personal identity within the intuition of causal efficacy. Part of the essay on the foundations of psychology seems to have been ready for publication when Maine de Biron came to Paris in I-8-I-2. But conversation and correspondence with his friends such as Ampry II Dejrand 03 and Royer Collard 4 convinced him that he ought to devote further attention to the development of his ideas. And the result was that he never completed and published the work. If the existence of the ego or subject as active cause is given in intuition, it is natural to think of this cause as persisting, at any rate as a virtual cause, even when it is not actually conscious of its causal efficacy in willed effort. And in this case it is natural to think of it as a substance, provided at least that the concept of substance is interpreted in terms of active force or causality and not as the idea of an inert substratum. So it is not altogether surprising to find Maine de Biron writing to Dejrando that he believes in the metaphenomenal subject or ego. If you ask me why and on what ground I believe it, I reply that I am made in this way, that it is impossible for me not to have this belief, and that it would be necessary to change my nature for me to cease to have it. In other words, we perceive or intuit the ego or I as an active cause or force in actual concrete relations, and we have a natural and irresistible tendency to believe in its metaphenomenal or noumenal existence as a permanent substantial force which exists apart from actual apperception. The phenomenal is the object of intuition, while the noumenal or absolute is the object of belief. To put the matter in another way, the subject or I which reveals itself in willed effort is the phenomenal manner in which my soul manifests itself to the interior vision. Point 2 In the essay on the foundations of psychology, Maine de Biron conceived metaphysics as the science of principles, the principles being sought and found in the primitive facts or basic data of intuition. Now he is seeking principles outside the objects of intuition. For the ego or I of consciousness is regarded as the phenomenal manifestation of a noumenal and substantial soul, the absolute which appears in the relation of consciousness as the active subject. The question arises therefore whether the existence of the noumenal self, which is the object of belief, not of knowledge, is inferred. 3. Point of fact. De Byron does sometimes speak of induction and also of deduction in this context. But what he seems to be claiming is that this belief is the result of a spontaneous movement of the mind rather than of a deliberately performed inferential operation. The spirit of man, which cannot know or conceive anything except under certain relations, always aspires to the absolute and the unconditional. 3. This aspiration may appear to constitute a leap beyond the frontiers of knowledge into the sphere of the unknowable. But de Byron also asks himself whether from the fact that one cannot conceive an act or its phenomenal result without conceiving a being in itself by which the act is produced, it does not follow necessarily that the relation of causality comprises the notion of substance, for in any case metaphysics seem to extend beyond a study of the primitive facts or data of intuition or the interior sense to include reflection on the metaphenomenal conditions of these facts. In arriving at his new ideas, de Byron was stimulated not only by conversation and correspondence with his friends but also by reflection on eminent philosophers such as Descartes, Leibniz, and Kant. As we have seen, his philosophizing was first situated for a time in the tradition of Francis Bacon, Locke, Condillac, and Bonnet. And he had little use for the defenders of the theory of innate ideas or those who tried to prove the existence of metaphenomenal realities. In the course of time, however, he came to believe that there was more in Descartes and Leibniz than he had imagined, and though he seems to have had no first-hand knowledge of Kant's writings, he obtained some acquaintance of the German philosopher's thought from secondary sources, and he was clearly influenced by his reading. In so far as the cogito, ergo sum, I think, therefore I am, of Descartes could be taken as expressing not an inferential operation but an intuitive apprehension of a primitive fact or datum of consciousness, de Byron came to appreciate Descartes' insight. De Byron naturally preferred the formula vioso, ergo stms, I will, therefore I am, inasmuch as it was in the expression of willed effort encountering resistance that, in his opinion, the I of consciousness arose. But he certainly thought of the existence of the ego as given in its appearing to consciousness as a causal agent. The existence of the subject or ego which was given as a phenomenal reality was however precisely its existence for itself, as active subject, that is to say, within consciousness or apperception. Descartes' great mistake, in de Byron's opinion, was that he confused the phenomenal self with the noumenal or substantial self. For from the cogito, ergo stms, Descartes draws conclusions about the ego or I in itself, thus going beyond the sphere of objects of knowledge. Kant however avoids the confusion by his distinction between the I of apperception, the phenomenal ego or the ego appearing to itself and existing for itself, and the noumenal, substantial principle. Not that de Byron's position is precisely the same as that of Kant. For instance, whereas for Kant the free agent presupposed by moral choice in the light of the concept of obligation was the noumenal self, for de Byron freedom is, to use Bergsonian language, an immediate datum of consciousness, and the phenomenal ego is the free causal agent. This does not alter the fact however that de Byron sees some affinity between his idea of the permanent soul as the object of belief rather than of knowledge and Kant's idea of the noumenal self. He states, for example, that the relative supposes something which pre-exists absolutely, but as this absolute ceases to be such and necessarily assumes the character of the relative directly we come to know it, a contradiction is implied in saying that we have any positive knowledge. 9. Our idea of the absolute, although we cannot prevent ourselves from believing that it exists or admitting it as a primary datum inseparable from our mind, pre-existing before all knoflojlech. 1. To say this is to come down on the side of Kant rather than on that of Descartes. De Byron is not however content with postulating an absolute as existing independently of actual consciousness and claiming that nothing further can be said about it than that it is or that we believe that it is. After all, how can we assert the existence of something when we are unable to say what is supposed to exist? Here Leibniz comes to de Byron's aid. Provided that the concept of substance is rethought in terms of force, it becomes easier to claim that the substantial soul manifests itself within consciousness, namely as the active subject in the relation of consciousness, and that the concept required for thinking the soul, the concept of substance that is to say, is included in the explicitation of the inner experience of causal activity or efficacy. The area of metaphysics is thus extended, and Maine de Byron can state that Kant is wrong in refusing to the understanding the power of conceiving anything beyond sensible objects, outside, that is to say, the qualities which constitute these sensible objects, and in asserting that things in themselves are unknowable by the understanding. 2.5. The idea of seeing in the phenomenal ego the self-manifestation of an absolute or substantial soul may suggest the idea of seeing all phenomena as manifesting the absolute or God as their ultimate ground or as the cause of their existence. Though however Maine de Byron did come to regard all phenomena as related to God, it seems unlikely that he would have arrived at this position, had it not been for his meditative and religiously oriented nature and for a felt need for God. To argue, in the manner of traditional metaphysics, from internal phenomena to the noumenal self and from external phenomena, or from all phenomena, to the absolute or unconditional was really foreign to his mind. 3. It was much more a question of a broadening of de Byron's idea of man's inner life. Just as he came to see in the I.M.O. of consciousness the substantial soul manifesting itself in a relation and thus to knowledge, so did he come to see in certain aspects of man's life a manifestation of the divine reality. As he grew older, Maine de Byron developed a deeply religious philosophy. But he remained a philosopher of man's inner life. And the change in his philosophical outlook expressed a change in his reflections on this life, not a sudden conversion to traditional metaphysics. Reference has already been made to de Byron's insistence, while in retirement at Great Loo, that belief in God is not required to lead a moral life, but that man has it within his own power to live morally. An atheist can perfectly well recognize moral values and try to realize them through his actions. De Byron was influenced by Stoicism and admired the Stoic heroes, such as Marcus Aurelius, but he naturally brought his ethical ideas into connection with his psychology, so far as this was possible. The end or goal is happiness, and a condition of attaining it is that harmony and balance should be achieved in man's powers or faculties. This means in effect that the active thinking subject of consciousness should rule over or govern the appetites and impulses of the part of man's nature which is presupposed by the life of consciousness. In other words, reason should rule over the impulses of sense. To give content however to the ideas of virtue and vice we have to consider man in his social relations, man as acting on others and as being acted on by society. From the feeling of free and spontaneous action which, of itself, would not have any limits, there derive what we call rights. From the necessary social reaction which follows the individual's action and which does not exactly conform to it, seeing that men are not like material things which react without acting or originating action, and which often anticipate it, forcing the individual to coordinate his action with that of society, there arise duties. The feeling of obligation, duty, is the feeling of this social coercion from which every individual knows well that he cannot free himself. Maine de Byron became however more and more conscious of the limitations of the human reason and will, when left to themselves. This Stoic morality, sublime as it is contrary to the nature of man inasmuch as it tends to bring under the dominion of the will affections, feelings, or causes of excitation which do not depend on it in any way, and inasmuch as it annihilates a part of man from which he cannot become detached. Reason alone is powerless to provide the will with the motives or principles of action. It is necessary that these principles should come from a higher source, to the two levels of human life which he has already distinguished, the life of man as animal, as a sensitive being, and the life of man precisely as man, the life, that is to say, of consciousness, of the thinking and free subject. Maine de Byron is thus led to add a third level or dimension, the life of the spirit, characterized by love communicated by the divine spirit. 2. The concept of the three levels of human life can be expressed in this way. It is possible for man to allow his personality and liberty to be submerged in abandonment to all the appetites, to all the impulses of the flesh. 3. Man as man then becomes passive, yielding to his animal nature. It is possible for him to maintain, or at least try to maintain, the level on which he exercises all the faculties of his nature, where he develops his moral force, by fighting against the unruly appetites of his animal nature. 4. And it is possible for him to rise to the level of absorption in God. 5. The level at which God is for him all in all. The i.e. moi, is between these two terms. 6. That is to say, the level of personal and self-sufficient existence lies between the level of the passivity of self-abandonment to the impulse of sense and the level of the passivity involved in living in God and under his influence. The second level is however ordered to the third, the divinization of man. If one considers first of all the psychology expounded in the essay on the influence of habit and then the ideas presented in de Byron's journal from 1815 onwards or in works such as New Essays in Anthropology, one is likely to receive the impression that a revolution has taken place in the author's outlook and that the ideologist, strongly influenced by the thought of the Enlightenment, has been transformed into a Platonist and religious mystic. To a certain extent the impression would be justified. A series of changes certainly occurred. One at the same time it is important to understand that when Maine de Byron conceived and developed the idea of the life of the spirit, he did not so much reject as add to his former psychological theories. For instance, he did not reject his theory of consciousness as relational, nor his view of the life of the free and active subject of consciousness as that which is peculiar to man and as the level on which personal existence arises. He came to believe that as there is a passivity which is presupposed by the life of consciousness, so is there a receptivity above the level of personal self-sufficient existence, a receptivity in relation to the divine influence which manifests itself, for example, both in mystical experience and in the attraction exercised by the great ideals of the good and the beautiful of which Plato speaks and which constitute ways in which the divine absolute manifests itself. To be sure, if we speak of an addition, we must recognize that the addition brings about a marked change in perspective. For the life of the autonomous subject, which for the 18th century philosophy was the highest life for man, is now subordinated to the life of the spirit in which man is dependent on the divine action within him. Point 2. Obviously de Byron is quite aware of the change of perspective. Thus in a frequently quoted passage he remarks that he spent his youth in studying individual existence and the faculties of the self, none, and the relations, grounded in pure consciousness, of this self to external or internal sensations, ideas, and all that is given to the soul or to sensibility and received by the organs, the different senses etc. 3. He then adds that he now accords the primacy of importance to man's relations with God and with the society of his fellows. Point 4. In the same entry. In the journal however Maine de Byron says that he still believes that a thorough knowledge of the relations between the ego, moi, or the soul of man with the entire human being, the concrete person, should precede in the order of time or of study all the theoretical or practical inquiries into the two first relations. Further, it is experimental psychology or a science at first purely reflexive which should lead us in due order to determine our moral relations to the beings like ourselves and our religious relations to the infinite superior being, whence our soul issues and to which it tends to return through the exercise of the sublimest faculties of our nature. 2. In other words, the psychological study of the self constitutes the basis for reflection in the ethical and religious spheres, and the method to be employed throughout is that of what de Byron calls experimental psychology, though reflexive psychology would be preferable. Throughout phenomena of man's inner life constitute the point of departure. Referring to the life of the spirit, de Byron asserts that the third division, the most important of all, is that which philosophy has hitherto felt obliged to leave to the speculations of mysticism, although it can also be reduced to facts of observation, drawn, it is true, from a nature lifted above the senses but not one which is at all alien to the spirit which knows God and itself. This division will therefore comprise the facts or the modes and acts of this spiritual life. 3. We can say perhaps that under the label experimental psychology de Byron includes a psychological approach to the phenomenal effects or influence of what theologians have called divine grace. It has been claimed that de Byron turned from Stoicism to Platonism rather than to Christianity, and that though meditation on literature such as The Imitation of Christ and writings by Fenelon certainly brought him closer to Christianity, he was attracted by the idea of the Holy Spirit much more than by that of Christ as Son of God in a unique sense. There seems to be a good deal of truth in this contention. However, de Byron's later writings express the conviction that the Christian religion alone reveals to man a third life, superior to that of the sensibility and to that of the reason or of the human will. No other system of philosophy has risen so high. For in any case the one-time agnostic of Great Lou died as a Catholic, even if his religion had been a Platonizing Christianity. Maine de Byron was not a systematic thinker in the sense of one who creates a developed philosophical system. But he exercised a very considerable seminal or stimulating influence in psychology and on the philosophical movement, passing through Ravizon. Chapter 3. Eclecticism. The labelaire royer quart cousin d'Achefroy. Maine de Byron derived stimulus from a variety of sources. He was well aware of the fact, and at one period at any rate he defended what he described as a policy of eclecticistun. When however reference is made to the eclectics in French philosophy during the first half of the 19th century, it is primarily to Royer Collard and Cousin, rather than to Maine de Byron. It is true that de Byron was a friend of Royer Collard and that Cousin published an edition of his writings. It is also true that Royer Collard and Cousin can be regarded as representatives of the spiritualist movement of which de Byron was the initiator in French philosophy after the Revolution. But de Byron's influence was chiefly felt at a later date, in the fields of psychology and phenomenology. Whereas Cousin developed an explicitly eclectic philosophy which constituted for a time a kind of official academic system and then suffered a demise. During his lifetime Cousin enjoyed an incomparably greater fame than de Byron had ever enjoyed, but his reputation had declined when de Byron's began to increase. And while Royer Collard and Cousin are known specifically for their eclecticism, de Byron is known for his reflection on human consciousness. To give a precise definition of eclecticism is not an easy task. The root meaning is indeed clear enough. The term is derived from a Greek verb, eldgain, meaning to pick out or choose out, and, in general, the eclectic philosophers are those who select from different schools or systems the doctrines of which they approve and then combine them. The presupposition of this procedure is obviously that every philosophical system expresses or is likely to express some truth or truths or some aspect of reality or some perspective or way of looking at the world or human life which needs to be taken into account in any overall thesis. The implications however of this presupposition may or may not be fully grasped. At one extreme there are the philosophers who are lacking in the power of original thought and who pursue a policy of syncretism, combining or juxtaposing logically compatible, one hopes, doctrines from various schools or traditions but without having any very clear idea of the criteria which are being employed and without creating an organic unity. Such philosophers can be described appropriately as eclectics. At the other extreme are those philosophers, such as Aristotle and Hegel, who see the historical development of philosophy as the process whereby the most adequate philosophy up to date, namely their own systems, comes into being, subsuming in itself the insights of past thinkers. To describe such philosophers as eclectics would be to misdescribe them. If a thinker derives stimulus from a variety of sources, this does not, by itself, make him an eclectic. Or, if it does, the meaning of the term becomes too extended to be of much use. It is probably best reserved for those philosophers who combine or juxtapose doctrines taken from various sources without creating an organic unity. For if a philosopher does create an organic unity, through the consistent overall use of basic principles or fundamental pervasive ideas, he has created a recognizable system which is more than a collection of juxtaposed doctrines. Obviously, there can be borderline cases. For example, a man might select from various systems the elements which in his opinion possessed truth value and think that he had welded them together into an organic unity, whereas his critics might be convinced that his claim was unjustified and that he was nothing but an eclectic. The critics would however be giving to the term eclecticism the meaning which we have proposed above as the appropriate meaning. Cousin indeed proclaimed himself an eclectic and then tried to distinguish between eclecticism, as he understood it, and a mere juxtaposition of ideas taken from different systems. But even if he tried to create a unified system, his claims to have done so have met with persistent criticism. It has often been said that French eclecticism represented or at any rate was closely connected with a political attitude. This statement is not simply the expression of a general tendency to interpret philosophical movements in terms of political categories. There is more to it than that. The leading eclectics were actively engaged in politics. And they believed in the desirability of a constitution which would combine in itself the valuable elements. Eclecticism 39 in monarchy, aristocracy and democracy. In other words, they supported constitutional monarchy. On the one hand they were opposed not only to any hankering after the return of absolute monarchy but also to the rule of Napoleon as emperor. On the other hand they were opposed to those who believed that the revolution had not gone far enough and needed to be renewed and extended. It has been said of them that they represented a spirit of bourgeois compromise. They themselves thought of their political theory as expressing a sane eclecticism, an ability to discern the valuable elements in conflicting systems and to combine them in a viable political and social structure. We can find a similar attitude in the religious sphere. The eclectics were opponents of materialism and atheism and of the sensationalism of Condillac. At the same time, while believing in religious freedom and having no wish to see the Church subjected to persecution, they certainly did not admit the Church's claim to be the sole guardian of truth in the religious and moral spheres, nor had they any sympathy with the idea of an ecclesiastically inspired and controlled system of education. They aimed at promoting a philosophically based religion, existing alongside official organized religion and working with it in important ways but not subject to ecclesiastical authority and destined perhaps to take the place of Catholicism as then known. In fine, while traditionalists such as de Maistre dreamed of a return to a strong monarchy and preached ultramontanism, and while the social theorists who will be mentioned later demanded the extension of the revolution, the eclectics tried to steer a middle course between two extremes, claiming to effect a combination of the different valuable elements in conflicting positions. To what extent political attitudes influenced philosophical positions and to what extent philosophical ideas exercised an influence on political convictions is obviously open to discussion. It is not in any case a question which can be answered purely abstractly, without consideration of individual thinkers. What seems to be clear, however, is that what was described as eclecticism expressed an attitude which manifested itself outside the sphere of academic philosophy. 2 Paul Royer Collard, 1763–1845, was born at Sampuis in the department of the Marne. In 1792 he was a member of the Commune of Paris and in 1797 of the Council of the 500. Though his philosophical training was meager, he became a professor of philosophy at the Sorbonne in 18N and retained the post until 1814. He had no liking for Napoleon, but the emperor highly approved of the inaugural lecture in which Royer Collard attacked Condillac. In Napoleon's eyes, Royer Collard's thought would be an instrument for discomfiting and rooting the ideologists. After the emperor's final overthrow, Royer Collard became a deputy for the department of the Marne and a leading figure among the so-called doctrinaires, who believed that their political theories could be deduced from purely rational principles. Apart from a lecture delivered to inaugurate his course on the history of philosophy, we possess only the fragments of Royer Collard's philosophizing which were collected by Geoffroy. He is best known for his introduction into France of the philosophy of common sense of Thomas Reid. In 1768 a French translation of Reid's Inquiry had been published at Amsterdam, but it received little attention. Royer Collard introduced his hearers to the work and then went on to develop some ideas of his own, though the main object of his criticism was Condillac, whereas Reid had been concerned with attacking the scepticism of Hume. Reid's reply to Hume was not very well thought out. But one of the distinctions which he made was between Locke's simple ideas and Hume's impressions on the one hand and perception on the other. For Reid the former were not the positive data on which knowledge is grounded, but rather postulates arrived at through an analysis of what actually is given in experience, namely perception. Perception always carries with it a judgment or natural belief, about, for example, the existence of the thing perceived. If we insist on starting with subjective impressions, we remain shut up in the sphere of subjectivism. Perception, however, comprises within itself a judgment about external reality. This judgment stands in need of no proof to and is natural to all mankind, thus belonging to the principles of common sense. Royer Collard utilizes Reid's distinction in his attack on sensationalism of Condillac. Descartes started the trouble by taking a self-enclosed ego as his point of departure and then trying to prove the real existence of physical objects and other persons. But Condillac completed the development of idealism by reducing everything to fleeting sensations, which are of their nature subjective. On his premises he was unable to explain our ability to judge, an ability which shows clearly the activity of the mind. Judgment is involved in perception, inasmuch as the perceiver naturally judges both that there is a permanent and causally active self and that the object of externally directed perception really exists. By sensations Royer Collard understands feelings of pleasure and pain. These are clearly subjective experiences. But perception gives us objects existing independently of sensation. The armchair sceptic may entertain doubts about the existence of a permanent self and of physical objects, reducing everything to sensation, but he, like everyone else, acts in accordance with the primitive and natural judgments that there is a causally active permanent self and that there are really existing physical objects. Such judgments belong to the sphere of common sense, and they constitute the basis for the further work of reason, which can develop inductive science and which can argue to the existence of God as ultimate cause. There is no need for any supernatural authority to reveal to man the basic principles of religion and morality. Common sense and reason are sufficient guides. In other words, rejection of the sensationalism of Condillac does not entail recourse to traditionalism or to an authoritarian church. There is a middle way. The thought of Royer Collard has some interest as associating a middle way in philosophy with a middle way in politics. To judge, however, by the fragments of his philosophizing, his theories stand in need of a clarification which they do not receive. For example, in his view the self and its causal activity are given immediately to consciousness or to internal perception. Thus in the phenomenon of deliberate attention I am immediately aware of myself as a causal agent. We might expect therefore that Royer Collard would also claim that we enjoy intuitive knowledge of the existence of perceived objects and an immediate awareness of causal relations in the world. We are told, however, that each sensation is a natural sign, one which in some mysterious way suggests not only the idea of an external existent but also the irresistible persuasion of its reality. Royer Collard also implies that we are led irresistibly by an awareness of the self as a causal agent to find, non-voluntary, causal activity in the external world. As critics have pointed out, Hume explicitly admitted that we have a natural and, in practice, irresistible belief in the real existence of bodies independently of our impressions or perceptions. He could therefore quite well have said that this belief was a matter of common sense. But though Hume thought that the validity of the belief could not be proved, he at any rate inquired into its genesis, whereas Royer Collard finds such inquiries ungenial and leaves his hearers in some doubt about precisely what he is claiming. It is indeed clear that he rejects the reduction of the self and the external world to sensations and the attempt to reconstruct them on this basis. It is also clear that he lays emphasis on the idea of perception as distinct from sensation and as a means of overcoming subjectivism. But his treatment of the way in which perception establishes the existence of the external world is ambiguous. He seems to wish to find room for an inductive inference which leads to a conclusion which is certainly, and not simply probably, true. But the point is not developed. 3. Victor Cousin, 1792–1867, came of a family of poor artisans in Paris. It is related that in 1803, when playing in the gutter, he intervened to rescue a pupil of the Lycée Charlemagne from a gang of pursuing schoolmates, and that in gratitude the boy's mother undertook to provide for Cousin's education. One at the Lycée Charlemagne, Cousin carried off the prizes, and on leaving the school he gained entry to the École Normale. As soon as he had finished his course of studies he was appointed assistant professor of Greek, being then 20 years old. In 1815 he lectured at the Sorbonne as a substitute for Royer Collard on the Scottish philosophy of common sense. At the École Normale he had indeed attended lectures by Laromiguière too and Royer Collard, but his knowledge of philosophy was at the time pretty limited. For the matter of that, so was Royer Collard's. Cousin then applied himself to learning something about Kant, whose doctrine he soon mastered, in his own opinion at least if not in that of posterity. In 1817 he went to Germany to make the acquaintance of the post-Kantian philosophers. On this visit he met Hegel, while on a subsequent visit in 1818 he came to know Schelling and Jacobi. On a third visit to Germany in 1824 Cousin had an opportunity to widen his knowledge of German philosophy while in prison for 6 months, suspected by the Prussian police of being a conspirator. In 1820 the École Normale was closed, and Cousin lost his chair. He then set about editing the works of Descartes and of Proclus and started translating Plato. In 1828 he was restored to his chair, and with the accession to the throne of Louis Philippe his day had come at last. In 1830 he became a councillor of state, in 1832 a member of the Royal Council and director of the École Normale, in 1833 a peer of France and in 1840 minister of public instruction. In the years of his glory he was to all intents and purposes not only the official philosopher of France but also a philosophical dictator who described the French philosophers of philosophy as his regiment and excluded from the teaching staff of the Sorbonne those of whom he disapproved, such as Comte and Renouvier. The revolution of 1848 however brought Cousin's philosophical dictatorship to an end, and he retired into private life. At the accession to power of Louis Napoleon he became a professor emeritus with a pension. Cousin described the sensationalist theory of Condillac and his associates as sensualism. Hence the title of his work Sensualist Philosophy in the 18th Century, Philosophie sensualiste au XVIe siècle, 1819. Among other writings one can mention Philosophical Fragments, Fragments philosophiques, 1826. On the True, Beautiful, and the Good, Du Vrai, Du Beau et du Bien, 1837, A Course of the History of Modern Philosophy, Cours de l'Histoire de la Philosophie Moderne, 5 volumes, 1841, and Studies on Pascal, Études sur Pascal, 1842. It was Cousin's conviction that the 19th century stood in need of eclecticism. It needed it in the political sphere, in the sense that monarchy, aristocracy and democracy should function as component elements in the constitution. In the philosophical sphere the time had arrived for a systematic policy of eclecticism, for a welding together of valuable elements contained in different systems. Man himself is a composite being, and just as in man an harmonious integration of different powers and activities is a desirable goal, so in philosophy do we require an integration of different ideas, each of which is apt to be overemphasized by one or other philosophical system. According to Cousin, reflection on the history of philosophy reveals that there are 4 basic types of system, which are the fundamental elements of all philosophy. 1. In the first place there is sensualism, the philosophy which relies exclusively on the senses. 2. Then there is idealism, which finds reality in the realm of thought. Thirdly there is the philosophy of common sense. And in the fourth place there is mysticism, which turns its back on the senses and takes refuge in interiority. Each of these systems or types of system contains some truth, but no one of them contains the whole truth or is uniquely true. For example, the philosophy of sensation must obviously express some truth, as sensibility is a real aspect of man. It is not however the whole of man. In regard therefore to the basic kinds of system we have to be careful not to reject anyone, and not to be the dupe of any of them. 3. We have to combine the true elements. To do so is to practice eclecticism. Eclecticism is presented by Cousin as the culmination of an historical process. The philosophy of a century arises from all the elements of which the century is composed. In other words, philosophy is the product of the complex factors we compose a civilization, even though, once arisen, it takes on a life of its own and can exercise an influence. At the close of the Middle Ages, according to Cousin, the new spirit which arose first took the form of an attack on the dominant medieval power, the Church, and so of a religious revolution. A political revolution came second. The English Revolution is the great event of the end of the 17th century, as both revolutions expressed the spirit of freedom, which was then manifested in the science and philosophy of the 18th century. The spirit of freedom or liberty led indeed to the excesses of the French Revolution, but subsequently it was given a balanced expression in a political system combining the elements of monarchy, aristocracy and democracy, in constitutional monarchy, that is to say. It follows that the philosophy required by the 19th century is an eclecticism which combines independence of the Church with a rejection of materialism and atheism. In fine, an eclectic spiritualism is required which transcends the philosophy of sensation of the 18th century but does not fall back into subservience to ecclesiastical dogma and tutelage. It would not be fair to Cousin to suggest that LLE is blind to the fact that this sort of interpretation of the history of development presupposes a philosophy, a definite stand in regard to criteria of truth and falsehood. He may speak on occasion as though he were an impartial observer, judging philosophy from outside, but he also admits explicitly that we cannot separate truth from error in philosophical systems without criteria which are the result of previous philosophical reflection, and that for this reason eclecticism assumes a system, starts from a system. Cousin's rejection of the sensationalism of Condillac by no means entails a rejection of the method of observation and experiment in philosophy, nor, indeed, of starting with psychology. In his view, Condillac's use of observation was deficient. As was seen by Laromigeri, observation gives us phenomena such as active attention which cannot be reduced to passively received impressions. And Maine Byron threw light, by means of observation, on the active role of the self. If Condillac rightly asserted the existence and importance of human sensibility, de Byron rightly asserted the existence and importance of the human will, of voluntary activity. Observation, however, Cousin insists, will take us further than this. For it reveals to us the faculty of reason, which is reducible neither to sensation nor to will, and which sees the necessary truth of certain basic principles, such as the principle of causality, that are implicitly recognized by common sense. Psychology therefore reveals the presence of three faculties in man, namely sensibility, will and reason. And philosophical problems fall into three corresponding groups, concerned respectively with the beautiful, the good, and the true. To develop a philosophy of reality we have of course to go beyond the purely psychological sphere. It is the faculty of reason which enables us to do this. For with the aid of the principles of substance and causality it enables us to refer the interior phenomena of willed effort to the self or ego and passively received impressions to an external world or nature. These two realities, the ego and the non-ego, limit one another, as Fichte held, and cannot constitute the ultimate reality. Both must be ascribed to the creative activity of God. It is thus reason which enables us to emerge from the subjective sphere and to develop an ontology in which the self and the not-self are seen as related to the causal activity of God. The traditionalists emphasized the impotence of the human reason in the metaphysical and religious spheres, when working independently of revelation. The Catholic Church eventually took a stand against this attitude, and it may thus appear that it should have been gratified by Cousin's metaphysics. But what Cousin was driving at was a middle way between Catholicism on the one hand and 18th century atheism and agnosticism on the other. It is understandable therefore that his point of view was not altogether acceptable to those who believed that the bosom of the Church was the only viable and proper alternative to infidelity. Further, Cousin was accused of pantheism on the ground that he represented the world as a necessary actualization of the divine life. That is to say, he thought of God as necessarily manifesting himself in the physical world and in the sphere of finite selves. The world, in his opinion, was as necessary to God as God to the world, and he spoke of God as returning to himself in human consciousness. One cousin denied that such ways of speaking entailed pantheism, but little weight was attached to his denial by critics who were convinced of the inherently irreligious tendencies of philosophy. To be sure, he advised philosophers to steer clear of talking about religion, by which he meant primarily Catholicism. But he certainly talked about God, and to his religious critics his way of speaking seemed to be at variance with what they believed to be true religion and to confirm their suspicions of philosophy. As an exponent of a middle way, of a policy of compromise, Cousin was naturally faced with criticism from two sides. His metaphysics was acceptable neither to materialists and atheists nor to the traditionalists. His political theories satisfied neither the Republicans and the socialistically minded nor the authoritarian royalists. His more academic critics have objected that the transition which he makes from psychology to ontology is unjustified. In particular, Cousin gives no clear explanation how principles of universal and necessary validity, capable of grounding an ontology and a metaphysics, can be derived from inspection of the data of consciousness. He asserts that as is the method of a philosopher, so will be his system, and that the adoption of a method decides the destiny of a philosophy. Those critics who find Cousin's eclecticism incoherent may be inclined to agree, adding that in his case a clearly defined method was conspicuous by its absence. Though however Cousin's thought has been submitted to a good deal of patronizing or even contemptuous criticism, he made a considerable contribution to the development of academic philosophy in France, especially perhaps in the field of the history of philosophy. His view that there was truth in all systems naturally encouraged study of them, and he set an example by his historical writings. It is easy to write him off as a man who gave theoretical expression to the reign of Louis Philippe. The fact remains that he left his mark on university philosophy in France. 4. Among the pupils of Cousin was Theodore Simon Geoffroy, R796 R842. He entered the École Normale in R8 R4 and after his studies became a lecturer there until his appointment in R833 as professor of ancient philosophy at the Collège de France. From R833 he also served as a deputy in the chamber. His writings include two sets of philosophical essays, Mélanges philosophiques, 1833, and Nouveaux Mélanges philosophiques, R842, and two courses, one on natural law, Cours de droit naturelles, 2 volumes, R834-42, and one on aesthetics, Cours d'esthétique, R843. The second course, published posthumously, consists of notes of his lectures taken by a hearer. In regard to philosophy, or at any rate to philosophical systems, Geoffroy shows a marked skepticism. In R8 R3 he realized that he had lost his Christian faith. That is to say, he found that the answers provided by Christian dogmas to problems about human life and destiny were no longer valid for him. In his view, philosophy would or at least might one day take the place of Christian dogmas and solve the problems which could no longer be answered by the authoritative pronouncements of a religion claiming to embody divine revelation. 3. In this matter Geoffroy was more outspoken than Cousin who, whatever he may have thought, tended to emphasize the coexistence of philosophy and religion, rather than the replacement of the latter by the former. Though however Geoffroy remained convinced that each individual had in fact a vocation, a task in life, he did not believe that anyone could know with certainty what his vocation was, nor that philosophy as it existed could provide definite answers to problems of this kind. In his opinion, philosophical systems reflected the outlook, ideas, historical and social circumstances and needs of their times. Systems, in other words, express relative, not absolute truth. Like religion, they can have pragmatic value, but a final philosophical system is a remote ideal, not an actuality. Geoffroy combined this partial skepticism in regard to philosophical systems with belief in principles of common sense which are prior to explicit philosophy and express the collective wisdom of the human race. Royer Collard and Cousin aroused in him an interest in the Scottish philosophy of common sense, an interest which bore fruit in his translation into French of Dugald Stewart's two outlines of moral philosophy and of Reid's works. Reflecting on the Scottish philosophy, Geoffroy came to the conclusion that there are principles of common sense which possess a degree of truth and certainty which is not enjoyed by the philosophical theories of individuals. 3. To be sure, these theories cannot be simply the product of individuals, if philosophies express the spirit of their times. But the principles of common sense represent something more penient, the collective wisdom of mankind or the human race, to which appeal can be made against the one-sidedness of a philosophical system. One philosopher, for example, may expound a materialist system, while another regards spirit as the sole reality. Common sense, however, recognizes the existence of both matter and spirit. Presumably, therefore, any adequate or universally true philosophy would be basically an explication of common sense, of the wisdom of mankind, rather than of the ideas, outlook, circumstances, and needs of a particular society. There are of course some pretty obvious objections to any sharp division between individual opinions and theories on the one hand and the collective wisdom of mankind on the other. For example, common sense is said to express itself in self-evidently true propositions which lie at the basis of logics and ethics. But the truth of such principles is grasped by individual minds. And in his psychological reflections, where he treats of human faculties, their development and cooperation, Geoffroy certainly depicts reason as capable of apprehending truth. To a certain extent, perhaps, the tension between individualism and what we may perhaps, for want of a better word, call collectivism can be overcome by representing the fully developed human being as participating in the common mind or wisdom. But the tension in Geoffroy's thought remains. For instance, his view of common sense as expressing human solidarity might be expected, as historians have pointed out, to influence his political ideas in the direction of socialism, whereas in fact he spoke on occasion of society as a collection of individuals. Perhaps, however, Geoffroy would maintain that the integration of the common and the individual is an ideal towards which mankind moves. In the case of philosophy, at any rate, he believed that the divergence between one-sided systems and common sense would one day be overcome. And he seems also to have thought that nationalism was in process of giving way to internationalism as an expression of human fraternity. We have seen that Cousin tried to base ontology on psychology. Geoffroy did not follow him here. He insisted that psychology should be kept free from metaphysics and studied with the same scientific detachment that we find in the physicist. At the same time, he emphasized the distinction between psychology and physical science. When the physicist observes a series or set of phenomena, he is not simultaneously presented with their cause or causes. Further inquiry is required. In inner observation or perception, however, the cause, namely the self, is a datum. This may sound like an excursion into metaphysics, but Geoffroy seems to be referring, in a manner reminiscent of Maine de Byron, to the ego, which is aware of itself in consciousness or apperception rather than to a substantial soul. In his lectures on natural law, Geoffroy devoted his attention very largely to ethical themes. In a sense, good and evil are relative. For every man has his own particular vocation in life. His life task, and good actions are those which contribute to the fulfillment of this vocation, while evil actions are those which are incompatible with its fulfillment. We can say therefore that good and evil are relative to the individual's self-realization. But this is not all that can be said. Underlying all ethical codes and systems of law are the basic principles which belong to common sense. Further, Geoffroy seems to regard all individual vocations as contributing to the development of a common moral order. And if a unified moral ideal cannot be fully realized in this life, it may perhaps be the case that it will be realized in another. 1. The traditionalists, as we have seen, were concerned with what they regarded as the breakdown of social order exhibited in and consequent on the revolution itself being attributed in large measure to the thought and influence of the 18th century philosophers. To depict the traditionalists as being reactionaries to such an extent as to envisage the restoration of the pre-revolutionary regime together with all the abuses which rendered change inevitable would be to do them an injustice. but they certainly believed that social reconstruction on a firm basis demanded a reassertion of traditional principles of religion and of monarchic government. In this sense they looked backwards, though a writer such as de Maistre was, as we have noted, a strong upholder of ultramontanism and no friend of the tradition of Gallicanism. The ideologists, regarded by Napoleon as pestilential metaphysicians, were not much given to political pronouncements. But their methods had implications in the social field. For example, they insisted on careful analysis of empirical phenomena and on education through discussion. The emperor doubtless thought that the ideologists were concerned with trivialities and useless or unprofitable inquiries, but the fact of the matter is that they were opposed to the idea of molding the youth to a pattern and to the educational system as envisaged by Napoleon, as well as to his restoration of the Catholic religion in France. The eclectics favored constitutional monarchy and a compromise policy, acceptable to the bourgeoisie. They were themselves active in political life, and they can be said to have represented a class which gained in status through the revolution and which did not desire further drastic experiments, whether imperialistic conquests or socialist programs of change. It is only to be expected, however, that there should have been other thinkers who were convinced that the revolution ought to be carried further, not indeed in the sense of a renewal of bloodshed, but in the sense that the ideals of the revolution needed to be realized in a reformation of the structure of society. Liberty might have been achieved by the revolution, but the realization of equality and fraternity was by no means so conspicuous. These would-be social reformers who were convinced that the work of the revolution needed to be extended, were idealists, and their positive proposals have often been described as utopian, especially by Marx and his followers. In some cases, at any rate, the description has an obvious foundation in fact. If the traditionalists had their dreams, so had their opposite numbers. To admit this patent fact does not, however, entail the conclusion that Marxism is scientific as opposed to utopian socialism. In any case, a sharp distinction tends to conceal the fact that the ideas of the French social reformers in the first half of the 19th century contributed to the development of political theory on socialist lines. 2. It must be admitted that Karl Marx's view of Frank, OIS Marie-Charles Fourier, 1772–1837, as a well-meaning and myth-creating utopian socialist was not unjustified. For while Fourier certainly drew attention to a real problem, his solution contained elements which now and then bordered on the fantastic. His views were often eccentric, and some of his prophecies, as about the functions which animals might or would come to fulfill, amounted to highly imaginative science fiction. But he was a kindly man and was inspired by a genuine desire for the regeneration of society. A native of Besançon, where he received his schooling from the Jesuits, Fourier was the son of a merchant and gained his livelihood in the world of trade. Apart from this occupation, he devoted himself to the propagation of his views on human society. His writings include a theory of the four movements and of general destinies, T. Maury de Cotter's Movements et de Destinies Générales, 1808, a theory of universal unity, T. Maury de I Unit Universelle, 1822, and a work entitled The New Industrial and Social World. Le Nouveau Monde Industriel et Sociétaire, 1829. Except for his secondary schooling at Besançon, he was a self-taught man who possessed plenty of intelligence, a lively imagination and a smattering of knowledge on a variety of topics. Fourier was an uncompromising and outspoken critic of established society as he knew it. More accurately, he followed Rousseau in blaming civilization for the ills of mankind. Everywhere in civilized society, according to Fourier, we can see self-indulgence and self-interest masquerading as service to humanity. For example, doctors thrive on the spread of ailments among their fellow citizens, and the clergy desire the deaths of their wealthier parishioners in order to receive substantial fees for performing the funeral rites. Moreover, civilized society is afflicted with hordes of parasites. Women and children, for instance, are domestic parasites, while soldiers and traders are social parasites. Obviously, not even Fourier's eccentricity goes so far as to suggest that women and children should be eliminated. What he means is that in civilized society women and children lead unproductive lives. In his opinion, women should be emancipated and free to take part in productive work, while children, he quaintly suggests, who love playing in the gutter, might well be employed in cleaning up the streets. As things are, only a comparatively small section of the population is engaged in productive work. Armies are engaged in destruction, not production, and in times of peace they are parasites on society. As for traders and merchants, commerce is the natural enemy of the producer. One, it by no means follows, however, that the producers are either happy or free from the prevailing selfishness. Their conditions of life are often deplorable, and each worker is at war with the mass and bears ill will towards it from personal interest. Point 3. In fine, civilized society is infected throughout with selfishness, discord, and disharmony. What is the origin of the evils of civilized society? According to Fourier, it is the repression of the passions, for which civilization is responsible. The world was created by a good God who implanted in man certain passions which must therefore be good in themselves. Among the 13 passions implanted by God, Fourier includes, for example, the 5 senses, social passions such as love and family feeling, distributive passions such as that for variety, the butterfly passion, and the crowning passion for harmony which unites or synthesizes the others. Point 1. Civilization has repressed these passions in such a way as to render harmony impossible. What is required therefore is a reorganization of society which will secure the release of the passions and, consequently, both the development of individuals and the attainment of concord or harmony between them. The social organization to which Fourier pinned his hopes was what he called a phalanx, a group of men, women, and children amounting in number to between 1.5 and 2,000 people. 2. The members of a phalanx would be persons of different temperaments, abilities, and tastes. They would be grouped according to occupation or type of work, but no member would be given work for which he was unsuited or which he would find repugnant. If his tastes changed or he felt the need for other work, he could satisfy the butterfly passion. 3. Thus each member of a phalanx would have full opportunity to develop his talents and passions to the full, and he would understand the significance of his particular work in the general scheme. There would be competition between subgroups, but harmony would reign. Indeed, if only one phalanx was successfully established, the evident harmony, happiness and prosperity of its members would inevitably stimulate imitation. Relations between different phalanxes would be loose, though there would have to be provision for groups of workers to perform special temporary tasks in different phalanxes. There would not, of course, be any wars. Their place would be taken by gastronomic contests or competitions. 4. Some of Fourier's ideas strike most readers as odd or bizarre. Thus he believed that human soci-regeneration would have remarkable effects not only in the animal kingdom but even among heavenly bodies. But the oddity of some of his ideas does not alter the fact that he saw a real problem which is acute enough today, namely that of humanizing industrial society and labor and overcoming what is described as alienation. His solution obviously suffers from the defects of utopianism, such as the notion that there is only one ideal form of social organization. At the same time it had its points. To a certain extent it was a socialist solution, but Fourier did not envisage the abolition of private property, which he believed to be necessary for the development of the human personality. What he was suggesting was an experimental cooperative society with shareholders, the shares being allotted in stated proportion to labor, capital and talent, and the highest interest going to those who held the least stock. Fourier himself never succeeded in realizing his project. But after his death a disciple called Godin founded a phalanstery in France, while another disciple, Victor Considerant, experimented on Fourierist lines in Texas. Fourier's doctrines, trimmed of their more bizarre features, attracted a number of adherents both in France and America, but their effect was understandably limited and passing. He regarded himself as the Newton of social thought, the discoverer of the laws of social development and, in particular, of the transition from civilization to the harmonious and perfect society which would realize the divine plan. his own estimate of himself has not been accepted. But while it is understandable that his ideas should be regarded as being to a large extent an historical curiosity, he was by no means devoid of perspicacity. Such problems as how to organize social and industrial structures in the service of man and how to harmonize individual and collective needs are obviously still with us. 3. A more influential precursor of socialism was Claude Henry de Rouvroy, Comte de Saint-Simon, 1760–1825. Scion of a noble though by no means wealthy family, Saint-Simon received his education from private tutors, one of whom was the philosopher and scientist d'Alembert. It was doubtless d'Alembert who stimulated in Saint-Simon's mind his faith in science as the source of enlightenment. At the age of 17, Saint-Simon became an officer in the army and took part in the American War of Independence. When the revolution broke out, he supported it up to a point, though his cooperation seems to have consisted mainly in buying confiscated property cheaply. In 1793 he was arrested under the name which he had adopted for his profitable enterprises, but was subsequently released. He was politically active under the Directory but eventually gave himself entirely to the development and publicization of his social ideas, at times in a position of very considerable hardship. In 1807–8 he published his Introduction to the Scientific Works of the 19th Century, Introduction Auxiliary Travaux Scientifiques de XIXe siècle, and in 1813 his essay on the science of man and work on universal gravitation, Memoire sur une science de l'homme and travail sur une gravitation universelle. From 1814 until 1817 he worked in collaboration with Augustin Thierry, and the work entitled Reorganisation of European Society, Reorganisation de une Société Européenne, 1814, appeared under both names. From 1818 Auguste Comte acted as his secretary and collaborator until the two men quarreled in 1824, the year before Saint-Simon's death. Comte owed a considerable debt to Saint-Simon and he could on occasion acknowledge the fact, but, in general, he preferred not to. Saint-Simon described the philosophy of the 18th century as critical and revolutionary, whereas the philosophy of the 19th century was destined to be inventive and organizational. The philosophers of the 18th century made an encyclopedia to overthrow the theological and feudal system. The philosophers of the 19th century should also make an encyclopedia to bring into being the industrial and scientific system too, that is to say, the thinkers of the 18th century subjected the old regime and the beliefs on which it rested to destructive criticism. If in Saint-Simon's opinion, the last kings of France had had the good sense to ally themselves with the rising industrial class instead of with the nobility, the transition to a new system could have been effected peaceably. In point of fact, however, the old regime was swept away in a violent revolution. At the same time, a political system cannot disappear entirely, unless a new system, capable of taking its place, is waiting, so to speak, in the wings. In the case of the French Revolution, the new system, destined to take the place of the old, was not ready. It is no matter for surprise therefore if after a time the monarchy was restored. The 19th century, however, was destined to be a period of new social construction and organization. And in the fulfillment of this task the 19th century thinkers had an important role to play, the thinkers, that is to say, who, like Saint-Simon himself, could point out the lines which the process of constructive organization should take. Though however Saint-Simon emphasized the critical and destructive aspects of the philosophy of the 18th century Enlightenment, there was another aspect of it which he regarded as providing the basis for later construction. This was its exaltation of the rational and scientific spirit. In Saint-Simon's opinion, it was science which had undermined the authority of the Church and the credibility of theological dogmas. At the same time, it was the extension of the scientific approach from physics and astronomy to man himself which provided the basis for social reorganization. Knowledge of man is the one thing which can lead to the discovery of the ways of reconciling the interests of people, and knowledge of man can be attained only by treating man as a part of nature and by developing the idea, already prepared by certain writers of the Enlightenment and by Cabanis, of psychology as a department of physiology. Psychology, however, must also include study of the social organism. In other words, a new science is needed, described by Saint Simon as social physiology. Point 2 Society and politics, or, more generally, man in society, can then be studied no less scientifically than the movements of the heavenly bodies. In fine, the application of Newtonian science to man himself, his psychology, his moral behavior and his politics, is an indispensable basis for solving the social problems of Europe. The sciences of astronomy, physics, and chemistry have already been placed on a positive basis, 3, that is to say, on observation and experiment. 4. The time has now come to place the science of man on a similar basis. 5. This will bring about the unification of the sciences and the realization of the ideal which inspired the encyclopedia. It is true that a completely unified and final scientific knowledge of the world remains an ideal towards which the human mind can approximate, but which it cannot fully attain, inasmuch as advance in scientific knowledge is always possible. At the same time, Saint Simon thinks in terms of the extension of the approach and method of classical physics, considered as definitive in its main lines, to the study of man. And he believes that this extension will complete the transition from the stage of human thought in which theology and metaphysics passed as knowledge to the stage of positive or scientific knowledge. Some writers have seen a discrepancy between Saint Simon's ideal of the unification of the sciences and his later insistence on the superior dignity of the science of man. It has been argued, that is to say, that the ideal in question implies that all sciences are on the same level, whereas to ascribe a higher dignity to the science of man is to assume that there is a qualitative difference between man and other beings, and to fall back on the medieval notion that the dignity of a science depends on its subject matter or formal object. This may be the case, but it does not seem necessary to postulate any radical change in Saint Simon's position. He does indeed come to hold that social physiology has a special subject matter, namely the social organism, which is more than a collection of individuals. But he demands that society should be studied by means of the same sort of method which is employed in other sciences. And if he adds a value judgment, this does not necessarily involve him in a radical shift of position, not at any rate if we interpret him as referring to the importance of the science of man rather than as implying that man is qualitatively different from other things to an extent which precludes scientific study of human society. This implication was obviously not intended. Saint Simon does not, of course, treat society in a purely abstract manner. Social and political institutions develop and change, and Saint Simon assumes that there must be a law which governs such changes. To study human society scientifically involves therefore discovery of the law or laws of social evolution. If we take it that any such law can be discovered only inductively, by investigating and reflecting on the historical phenomena, it is obvious that a survey of the widest possible field is desirable. Or, if a preliminary statement of the law of social change is based on an inquiry into a limited field, inquiry into other fields is required in order to see whether the hypothesis is confirmed or falsified. Though, however, Saint Simon does make general remarks about historical stages in the process of social evolution, what really interests him is the transition from medieval to modern civilization, apart from what he has to say about the future. In his general views of the transition from theological beliefs and metaphysical speculation to the era of positive or scientific knowledge, of the need for a science of human society, and of historical changes as law-governed, Saint Simon obviously anticipates the positivism of Auguste Comte. The latter's disciples were inclined to belittle the former's influence, and some even tried to make out that it was Saint Simon who was influenced by Comte rather than the other way round. But this contention cannot be defended successfully. To be sure, both men had their precursors in the 18th century, writers such as Turgot and Condorcet. And during their period of collaboration Saint Simon effortless derived stimulus from Comte. The point is, however, that Saint Simon arrived at his basic ideas well before the period of his association with Comte. And whatever some of his disciples may have said, Comte could bring himself on occasion, at any rate in correspondence, to recognize his debt to Saint Simon. True, Comte worked out his ideas in his own way. but it is a question of deriving stimulus from Saint Simon and being influenced by him in important respects rather than of slavish appropriation of ideas. In view of Comte's reputation as the founder of classical positivism, it is as well to draw attention to the important role played by Saint Simon. In his account of social change, Saint Simon lays great emphasis on the basic importance of ideas. For example, the beliefs and ideas of the Middle Ages exercised a determining influence on the social and political institutions of the time too, while the development of the sciences and the transition to the stage of positive knowledge demands and leads to the creation of new social and political structures. In thus emphasizing the basic role played by ideas, he is linked with Comte rather than with Marx. At the same time, Saint Simon also stresses the importance of man's economic life by what he has to say about the rise of the class of merchants and artisans. In his opinion, the feudal society of the Middle Ages reached its culminating point in the 11th century. After this time there emerged within it two factors which were the remote augurs of its dissolution. One was the introduction of scientific ideas from the Islamic world, while the other was the emergence of the communes, representing a class of producers in a sense in which the church and the feudal nobility were not producers. Within the medieval period itself, neither factor became strong enough to constitute a real threat to existing authority. In the 16th century, however, the power of the church was weakened by the challenge of the reformers, and it allied itself with, or subordinated itself to the monarchy instead of being, as in the Middle Ages, a rival to the temporal power. Scientific knowledge grew and threatened theological beliefs, eventually leading intellectuals at any rate to question all established authority and ideas. Further, as the French monarchs foolishly associated themselves with the nobility, once it had been reduced to a condition of submission, rather with the interests of the rising class of producers, violent revolution became in the end inevitable. The French Revolution was simply the outcome of a process which had been going on for more than 6 centuries. It set the rising class free and rendered possible the transition to industrial society. Saint Simon looked on contemporary society as being in an intermediary phase, intermediate, that is to say, between the old regime and the establishment of a new society based on scientific knowledge and on industry. The conditions for a new society were already there. It would not matter if France were to lose the monarchy, the bishops and the landowners, but it would certainly matter if it lost the only really useful class, the producers, or workmen. The scientists must also be included, of course, as an indispensable element in society. It by no means follows, however, that Saint Simon demanded the development of social democracy or concerned himself with extension of the franchise to all citizens or with their participation in government. What he does look forward to is the rule of scientists and of captains of industry. In L'Organisation, 1819, he envisaged 3 chambers of experts. The first, the Chamber of Invention, consisting of engineers and artists, would draw up plans or projects which would then be examined by the second chamber, consisting of mathematicians, physicists, and physiologists. The third chamber would be responsible for putting into execution projects proposed by the first chamber and examined and approved by the second. Saint Simon called the third body the Chamber of Deputies. It would consist of elected representatives of agriculture and industry, but the electorate would consist only of producers. There is no need to lay a great deal of emphasis on these proposals. In his work on the industrial system, Du Système Industriel, 1821-22, Saint Simon more or less contented himself with demanding that finances should be put into the hands of a chamber of industry and that the Institute of France should take over the role in education which had once been played by the Church. In any case, the concrete proposals express a number of general presuppositions. For example, it is presupposed that the scientists have become the intellectual elite and that they can be trusted to make and approve plans beneficial to society. Again, it is presupposed that in contemporary society the interests which bind men together and which call for common deliberation and action are no longer theological or military but economic. Government, when understood as coercive and as associated with military adventures, is on its way to being transformed into a managerial administration concerned with promoting the real interests of society. Industrial society, according to Saint Simon, would be a peaceful society, at any rate when fully developed and given the appropriate form of government or administration. What he calls the industrial class includes not only captains of industry but also the workmen. And Saint Simon assumes that their interests coincide or harmonize with one another. Further, the industrial class in, say, France has much more in common with the parallel class in England than it has with the French nobility. The rise of the industrial class therefore provides the basis for human solidarity and for overcoming national enmities. True, governments as they actually exist represent a prolongation of the old regime, a hangover, as one might express it, from an outmoded social structure. The transition, however, to a form of administration appropriate to the new industrial society and devoted to its interests will justify confidence in international peace. This goal cannot be attained by alliance between or conferences between governments which do not properly represent the interests of the productive and naturally peaceful class. A fuller development of industrial society is first required. Karl Marx showed considerable respect for Saint Simon. But he obviously disagreed with the latter's assumption that the real or true interests of the captains of industry coincided with those of the workmen. From Marx's point of view, Saint Simon, while seeing the importance of man's economic life, had failed to understand the clash of interests between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat and the connection between bourgeois society and war. In brief, Saint Simon was a utopian. We may indeed be inclined to think that in his own way Marx himself was a utopian, and that people living in glass houses would be well advised to refrain from throwing stones. But it can hardly be denied that Saint Simon was over-optimistic in regard to the inherently peaceful nature of industrial society. To do Saint Simon justice, however, he came to see that ignorance is not the only bar to progress, and that the spread of scientific knowledge and government by experts was not sufficient to secure realization of the ideal of human brotherhood, the ideal of fraternite. There was man's self-seeking and egoism to reckon with. And selfishness could not be overcome without an appropriate morality or ethics. In his New Christianity, Nouveau Christianisme, 1824, Saint Simon found this morality in the Christian ethics of love. He was not recommending a return to the Christian system of dogmas which, in his view, had been superseded by positive scientific knowledge of the world. He was, however, convinced that the Christian ideal of fraternal love, which had been obscured by the Church's power structure and by the policy of religious intolerance and persecution, possessed permanent value and relevance. The Catholic system was outmoded, while Lutheranism had emphasized an interiority divorced from political life. What was needed was the realization of the message of the Christian gospel in the social-political sphere. As Saint Simon's insistence on ethico-religious motivation was expressed in a work which appeared in the year preceding that of his death, it has sometimes been thought that it represented a radical change in his thought and pretty well a recantation of positivism. But this view is inaccurate. Saint Simon does not appear to have ever been a complete positivist, if we understand the term as implying rejection of all belief in God. He seems to have believed in an impersonal immanent deity, pantheistically conceived, and to have thought this belief quite compatible with his positivism. Further, he always regarded Christianity with respect. To be sure, he did not accept Christian dogmas. But he looked on the theological outlook of the Middle Ages not as deplorable superstition but as an historic necessity. And though the theological stage of thought had, in his opinion, been superseded by the scientific stage, he did not think of this transition as entailing abandonment of all Christian moral values. He did indeed become convinced that the new society needed a new religion, to overcome both individual and national egoism and to recreate in a new form the organic society of the Middle Ages. But the new religion was for him the old religion, in regard, that is to say, to what he considered to be the essential and permanently valuable element in the old religion. We can say perhaps that Saint Simon envisaged a secularized Christianity. The new Christianity was Christianity as relevant to the age of the industrial society and of positive science. Saint Simon was not a systematic thinker. He advanced numerous lines of thought but tended to leave them only partly developed and did not make any prolonged effort to combine them in a systematic manner. His ideas, however, aroused widespread interest, and after his death some of his disciples founded the journal Le Producteur to propagate these ideas. In 1830 a newspaper entitled Le Globe also became an organ of Saint-Simonianism. Saint Amand Bazard, 1791–1832, one of Saint Simon's principal disciples, tried to present his master's doctrine in a systematic way, paying special attention to its religious aspects. His lectures on Saint Simon attracted a good deal of attention. Shortly before his death, however, he quarreled with the other founding father, Barthélemy Prosper Enfantin, 1796–1864, who pretty well turned Saint Simonianism into a religious sect, though not an austere one, as Enfantin advocated generous ideas in regard to love between men and women. Bazard had been much more of a logical thinker. Enfantin was both an impassioned publicist and inclined to take up one particular project or cause after another. In spite, however, of his activity, the Saint Simonian school started to decline after the split between himself and Hazard. The influence of Saint Simon was not confined to those who can be classified as disciples. Outside their ranks, the two most important thinkers who derived stimulus from his thought were doubtless Auguste Comte and Karl Marx. Both Marx and Engels admired Saint Simon. It is true that Marx criticized him, as we have already noted, for failing to understand the class antagonism between capitalists and workers and for concentrating, in Marx's opinion, on glorifying bourgeois society in comparison with feudalism. At the same time, Marx thought that in the new Christianity Saint Simon had spoken up for the emancipation of the proletariat. We know from Engels that Marx was generally accustomed to express his esteem for Saint Simon, whereas he regarded Comte as a reactionary and a thinker of little value. Fourier and Saint Simon were at one with the traditionalists in believing that after the overthrow of the old regime at the Revolution a reorganization of society was required. Obviously the two groups had different ideas about the form which such reorganization should take. The traditionalists looked dark, in the sense that they insisted on the permanent validity and value of certain traditional beliefs and institutions, whereas Fourier and Saint Simon looked forward to the creation of those new forms of social organization which they believed to be demanded by the march of history. Both groups, however, emphasized the need for social reorganization. It may appear therefore that Proudhon, as a professed anarchist, should be sharply differentiated from both traditionalists and socialists, inasmuch as the term anarchy suggests an absence, or rather a rejection, of social organization. Though however Proudhon accepted the label anarchist in 1840, he did not understand by anarchism a general social chaos, anarchy in the popular sense of the term, but rather the absence of centralized authoritarian government. What he desired was social organization without government. In Marxist terminology, he envisaged the withering away of the state. Up to a point, therefore, there was an affinity between Proudhon and Saint Simon, inasmuch as the latter looked for the transformation of government into administration. At the same time, Proudhon went further than Saint Simon. For he hoped that the form of social organization which he considered desirable would render centralized administration unnecessary. Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, 1809–1865, was born at Bessanque, on. After a short period of school education he became an apprentice in the local diocesan printing press and later a partner in a firm of printers. Though however he had to leave school for work, he continued to educate himself, and in 1838 he obtained a scholarship which enabled him to go to Paris. In 1840 he published his essay What is Property? Qu'est la propriété, in which he made his famous statement that property is theft. This was followed by two further essays on the subject, 1841 and 1842, the second of which was regarded as inflammatory propaganda by the civil authorities. 2. In 1843 Proudhon published a work on the creation of order in humanity, De la création de l'ordre dans l'humanité. In it he maintained that the human mind progresses through the two successive stages of religion and philosophy to the scientific stage. At this third stage it becomes possible for man to discover the serial laws operating in the world, both infrahuman and human. The science which shows how man should apply his knowledge of these laws in society is called by Proudhon serial dialectic. In maintaining that there are ascertainable laws governing social development, Proudhon is obviously at one with Saint-Simon and, for the matter of that, with Montesquieu. 3. For a time Proudhon worked at Lyons, with visits to Paris. At Lyons he consorted with socialists, while at Paris he made the acquaintance of Marx, Bakunin, and Herzen. Introduced to the ideas of Hegel, he undertook to apply the Hegelian dialectic in the sphere of economics. The result was his system of economic contradictions, or the philosophy of poverty, Système de contradictions économiques ou philosophie de la misère, 1846. The contradiction or antithesis between the system of equality destroying property on the one hand and independence destroying socialism, communism, on the other is resolved in mutualism, or anarchy, a society of producers united by means of free contracts. Marx, who had hailed Proudhon's first essay on poverty as representing scientific socialism, hastened to attack this new work in his Poverty of Philosophy, Misère de la Philosophie, 1847. The split between the two men is in no way surprising. For Proudhon was never a communist, and in Marx's eyes he expressed the interests of the petite bourgeoisie. When the monarchy was overthrown in February of 1848, Proudhon gave only a very qualified support to the revolution. However, he showed activity in a variety of ways, by campaigning for the establishment of a People's Bank, by making popular speeches, and by founding an anarchist paper, the Representative of the People, Le Représentant du Peuple. In June of 1848 he was elected to the National Assembly. But an attack in his paper on Louis Napoleon, then president, led to his being sentenced to imprisonment for 3 years. In 1849 he wrote Confessions of a Revolutionary, Les Confessions d'un Révolutionnaire, and in 1851 he published his general idea of revolution in the 19th century, Idée générale de la révolution au XXe siècle, in which he expounded his vision of the ideal free society. At the end of 1851 Louis Napoleon made himself emperor, and when Proudhon was released from prison in 1852, he was subjected to police supervision. In 1853 he published his Philosophy of Progress, Philosophie du Progrès, in which he denied the existence of any absolutes and of any permanence, and asserted a theory of universal movement or change both in the universe at large and in particular spheres such as morals, politics, and religion. When however he published Justice in the Revolution and the Church, De la Justice dans la Révolution et dans l'Église, 1858, he got into trouble. This was not of course because Proudhon now rejected the idea of the resolution of thesis and antithesis in a synthesis and substituted an expression of belief in continuing antinomies which produce a dynamic, though unstable, equilibrium of forces or factors. He was charged with attacking religion, morality, and the law. To escape further imprisonment he went to Belgium, remaining there even after he had been pardoned in 1860. While in Brussels he wrote several works, for example War and Peace, La Guerre et la Paix. Returning to Paris in 1862, Proudhon published his work on the federal principle, Du Principe Génératif, 1863, and wrote the Theory of Property, Théorie de la Propriété, a revision of his thoughts on this subject. This revision was published posthumously, as was also on the political capacity of the working classes, De la capacité politique des classes ouvrières, 1865. Proudhon came of a family of peasant stock, and he remained always on the side of the small producer, whether peasant or artisan. When he said that property was theft, he was not suggesting that a peasant who owned and worked a plot of land and lived by the fruit of his labors, or that a man who lived by making and selling chairs and claimed ownership of the tools of his trade was a thief. By property Proudhon really meant what he regarded as an abuse, what he called the right of escheat or aubaine. For example, the landowner who did not himself work the land but nonetheless took the profits derived from the labors of others was a thief. In Proudhon's language there could be a right of possession, of exclusive use, but there was no right of property, as this would mean a right to exploit other people. Possession means a right to make use of an object, whether it be land or tools. As property means the misuse of objects, as means to exploitation, there can be no right to it. It involves theft. It is important to understand that when Proudhon denounced property, he was not simply denouncing exploitation by individual landowners and capitalists. He believed that for the maintenance of human independence and dignity, peasants and artisans should possess the land which they worked on or the tools which they used, and that they should receive the fruit of their labors. And he was therefore opposed to any system of collective ownership which meant that the state would take the place of the non-productive landowner or capitalist. When referring later to his rejection of property in the essay of 1840, he remarks that one rejected it for both the group and the individual, the nation and the citizen, and thus I am not advocating either communism or state ownership too. If we bear this point in mind, it becomes easier to understand how in his system of economic contradictions Proudhon could retain the idea of property as theft and at the same time offer a new definition of it as liberty. There is the constant possibility of abuse, of exploitation, which spells theft. At the same time, property is a spontaneous creation of society and a bulwark against the ever-encroaching power of the state. Proudhon came to doubt whether his previous distinction between property and possession was as useful as he had once thought it. He came to the conclusion that property is the only power which can act as a counterweight to the state. It is understandable that Marx, who in his analysis of capitalism made use of Proudhon's idea of theft, later attacked the French writer as an upholder of the interests of the petite bourgeoisie. But though Proudhon may have changed his terminology, he had always been on the side of the small producer, and he was a consistent enemy of communist theories. Revolution, the product of the conflict between opposed forces or factors, obviously has a negative side, in the sense that a revolution negates or destroys or overthrows something. This, however, is only one aspect of revolution. If revolution negates, it must also affirm. The French Revolution asserted the ideals of liberty, fraternity, and equality, but on the positive side it was incomplete, a partial failure. It produced a measure of political liberty and equality, but it failed to produce liberty and equality in the economic sphere. Society should afterwards have been organized in terms of labor and not in those of politics and war, too, but this is not what happened. The task of the revolution, to establish an egalitarian industrial regime, was not fulfilled. And Proudhon's social and economic theorizing is designed to contribute to this fulfillment. For Marx, needless to say, he is a utopian. And one can see why Marx says this. It is, however, relevant to notice that Proudhon does not believe in permanent solutions to social problems. Industrial democracy, as he puts it, must succeed industrial feudalism. But no blueprint for the organization of society can be absolute and definitive truth. For oppositions of some sort are always latent in human society, and their emergence involves further change. Property, or possession, duly distributed, safeguards independence and equality. But human society obviously cannot exist without some form or forms of organization. Such organization may be imposed from above, by the authority of the state as represented by the government. But what Proudhon envisages is a transition from political to economic organization, when the economic organization or forms of association are not dictated from above but are produced by agreements or contracts freely made by producers. This is what he calls anarchy. The centralized government state will, he hopes, wither away its place, being taken by a social order arising out of associations freely entered into for economic reasons, such as the demands of production, the needs of consumption and the security of the producers. The notion of anarchy in politics is just as rational and positive as any other. It means that once industrial functions have taken over from political functions, then business transactions and exchange alone produce the social order. Writing towards the end of his life, Proudhon remarks that he has always had a particular horror of regimentation. Point 2. In his opinion, freedom can flourish only when associations and federations of associations are based on free contracts, contract being the dominant idea in politics. Point 3, as he puts it, commutative justice or rule by contract must take the place of the old systems of distributive justice, associated with the rule of law and a centralized governmental regime. Insofar as Proudhon envisages the existence and self-maintenance of a coherent and stable industrial society in the form of a loosely knit system of producers' associations, with contracts instead of laws and industrial companies instead of armies, he cannot unfairly be described as a utopian. For he sees all citizens as cooperating harmoniously, inasmuch as private and collective interests will be identical, and as behaving in the manner which he considers rational. It must be remembered, however, that Proudhon's great slogan is progress, continual change. He does not claim that any form of social organization is free from all antinomies or tensions and can be considered as the final goal, one which will be fully attained and, when attained, will represent perfection. He is quite ready to admit that what we call anarchy and others fraternity is a more or less mythical symbol, a spur to stimulate men to realize the revolutionary ideal of fraternity which, in Proudhon's opinion, can be realized only through transformation of the intermediary regime consequent on the revolution into an industrial society of the kind which he envisages. He desires a more just society, but just as humanity itself changes and develops, so is the ideal of justice changing all the time. Point 5, we cannot see beyond the antithesis which is suggested to us by the present. 6. Proudhon's utopianism and his idea of laws of social change are balanced by a conviction that there are no absolutes and that we cannot make infallible judgments about the future. Whatever we may think about the viability of the kind of industrial society envisaged by Proudhon, some of his ideas are clearly sensible enough. For example, his proposals about the education of workers, to overcome the sharp division between the literate and illiterate classes and to facilitate the profitable use of leisure, and about apprentices being taught a variety of skills in order to diminish the monotony of the slavish repetition of one particular task, were not without point. Nor indeed were his ideas about a credit system and a people's bank. As for influence, during his last years at Paris he had a considerable following among the workers, and in 1871 a large section of the Paris Commune consisted of Proudhonians. Subsequently Marxist communism came to the fore, but Proudhon's ideas, or some of them at any rate, continued to exercise an influence on the minds of a number of French socialists and syndicalists. Further, through Michael Bakunin, 1814–1876, Proudhon can be said to have influenced the anarchist movement. 5. Obviously, if we were to take Proudhon's plans for a people's bank and Fourier's proposals about the establishment of phalanxes by themselves, they would not justify our describing these two thinkers as philosophers. Both men, however, had general theories about history and historical progress. Even if Proudhon's ideas were vaguer than Fourier's, it may well be true that it is possible to consider Fourier's concrete proposals without reference to his theory of the stages through which mankind must pass. But the theory is there, and if we interpret the word philosophy in a broad sense, Fourier can be said to have outlined a philosophical anthropology and a philosophy of history. As for Proudhon, his denial of any absolutes presumably counts as a philosophical theory. To be sure, both fall short of the standards of preciseness and close argument which philosophers might be expected to aim at. The point is, however, that to classify them simply as sociologists or as political scientists or as economists would be somewhat misleading. In other words, it does not seem altogether unreasonable to include mention of them in a history of philosophy. Not at any rate if we are prepared to include political and social theory as part of philosophy. It must be admitted, however, that Saint-Simon's theory of historical and social change is more impressive than Fourier's, not to speak of Proudhon's. Further, as writers on early French socialism have noted, his view of the way in which society should be changed is connected with his conception of the law-governed movement of history. In other words, of the three writers, Saint-Simon gives the most coherent and developed general view of the pattern of historical and social change. And we naturally think of him as a predecessor of Auguste Comte and Karl Marx. Mention has been made more than once of the fact that Marx and Engels describe the early French socialists as utopians. The word utopian naturally suggests the idea of an unrealistic or unpractical reformer, someone who proposes as a solution for man's social and political problems some ideal state of affairs which seems to us an impracticable and perhaps fantastic solution. In this sense the word may well apply to Fourier and Proudhon, but it might obviously be applied also to Marx himself, even if Marx was much less inclined than Fourier to provide any detailed account of the future utopia. Though however this sort of meaning may have been part of the meaning which Marx and Engels attached to the word, it was not the element on which they laid the most emphasis. When they described the French socialists as utopians, what they had primarily in mind was the French writers' failure to understand the nature of class antagonism and the irreconcilable nature of class interests. Though the early socialists certainly believed that the ideals which had found expression in the French Revolution had only been partially and very imperfectly realized and that a further transformation of society was required, they tended to think that this transformation could be brought about in a peaceful manner, by men coming to understand the problems and needs of society and the appropriate way of solving the problems and meeting the needs. Marx and Engels however were convinced that the desired transformation of society could be achieved only by revolution, that is to say, a class war in which the proletariat, led by the enlightened, would seize power. In their view it was simply an expression of utopianism if anyone thought that the interests of the ruling class or classes and those of the exploited could be peacefully reconciled through a spread of knowledge or understanding. For the interest of the dominant class was precisely the preservation of the actual state of affairs, whereas it was in the interest of the exploited class that the actual state of affairs should be radically changed. To call for a transformation of society while failing to see that it could be achieved only through a proletarian revolution was unrealistic and utopian. For the proletarian revolution envisaged by Marx and Engels to take place it was a prerequisite that there should be men who understood the movement of history and who could turn the exploited class into a self-conscious united whole, a class not only in itself but also for itself. They thus had a considerable respect for Saint-Simon, not only because he conceived of history as law-governed, Fourier too had this concept, but also because in his case there was a much closer connection than in the case of Fourier between his theory of history and his idea of the desirable transformation of society. Moreover Saint-Simon, with his notion of social physiology, could be said to have expounded a materialist interpretation of man. At the same time, if we bear in mind the role attributed by Saint-Simon to captains of industry in the transformation of society, it is clear that he too would be guilty of utopianism in the eyes of Marx and Engels. For though captains of industry might agree to changes within the existing social framework, it would not be in their interest to contribute to the radical transformation which was required. In view of the great historical importance of Marxism, it is natural enough to think of the early French socialists in terms of their relations to Marx and Engels. But though this approach is easily understandable, it is a rather one-sided approach if we insist on looking at them simply as predecessors of Marx. In any case, they realized clearly enough that while the revolution had destroyed the old regime, it had failed to bring peace and harmony between individuals, groups, and nations. So of course did the traditionalists. But whereas the traditionalists adopted a negative attitude towards the Enlightenment and the Revolution, the socialists looked for a prolongation and more satisfactory application of the ideals which inspired these movements. Obviously, if we assume with Saint-Simon that the course of history is governed by laws, in a sense at any rate which makes historical progress inevitable and social changes predictable in principle, even if in fact only very wide or vague predictions are feasible, there arises the problem of harmonizing this view of history with the emphasis on the role of human initiative and action which we would expect to find in the writings of any social reformer. But this is a problem which arises in the case of Marx and Engels as well. If we consider simply the French socialists' ideas of desirable changes, it is clear that they disliked the idea of the centralized bureaucratic state. It is true that Saint-Simon saw the need for economic planning, but he envisaged the transformation of government into managerial administration and in this sense can be said to have anticipated the doctrine of the withering away of the state. As for Fourier and Proudhon, it is clear that they both mistrusted and disliked the increasing power of the state, the centralized political authority. In actual fact, of course, control by state bureaucracy has vastly increased in modern society. And it is ironic that it should be such a conspicuous feature of Soviet communism. In spite, however, of the rather fantastic ideas of Fourier and Proudhon, we can see in the French socialists a respect for the individual and a marked dislike of violence. Marx, of course, thought that they were over-optimistic in their conviction that radical changes could be brought about without revolutionary violence. But it is an optimism with which many people would sympathize, irrespective of the concrete proposals made by the French writers. Life and Writings: The Three Stages in Human Development, the Classification and Methodology of the Sciences, Tasks of the Philosopher in the Positive Area, the Science of Man, Social Statics and Social Dynamics, the Great Being and the Religion of Humanity. The impact of the development of natural science on philosophy was felt in the 17th century and became more marked in the 18th. As we have seen, in the 18th century the call was raised, as by Hume in England and by some of the French philosophers, for an extension of the experimental method to the study of man, his conduct, and his social life, while in the last decades of the century Kant maintained that reflection on the contrast between the solid and increasing knowledge achieved in the scientific area on the one hand and the conflicting systems of metaphysics on the other led inevitably to a radical questioning of the claim of traditional metaphysics to provide anything which could properly be described as knowledge of reality. It was of course possible for science to coexist with theological beliefs and with metaphysical speculation, as it did in the mind of Newton. But with the growth of a stronger sense of historical development, it was natural enough that the idea of successive stages in human thought should be proposed, the idea, that is to say, of a progressive development in which theological beliefs and metaphysical speculation are succeeded by scientific explanation and positive knowledge. This sort of idea had been proposed by Turgot and Condorcet in the 18th century, and in the last chapter attention was drawn to Saint Simon's theory of historical stages or epochs. It is, however, with the name of Auguste Comte, 1798 to 1857, the foremost exponent and representative of classical positivism, one that the theory of the human mind's development from a theological through a metaphysical phase to that of positive scientific knowledge has become traditionally associated. One classical in distinction from the neo-positivism or logical positivism of the 20th century. 74. Born at Montpellier, Comte was brought up as a Catholic and a Royalist. At the age of 14, however, he declared that he was no longer a Catholic, and it seems that at the same age he became a Republican. From 1814 until 1816 he was a pupil at the École Polytechnique, where he studied under the guidance of leading scientists. It was doubtless during this period that he formed the conviction that society should be organized by a scientific elite. In 1816 Comte was expelled from the École Polytechnique, which had been given a royalist reorientation. He remained in Paris, however, and continued his studies, which included the thought of the ideologists, such as Destutt de Tracy and Cabanis, and the writings both of political economists and of historians such as Hume and Condorcet. Then in the summer of 1817 he became secretary to Saint Simon. The association between the two men lasted for 7 years, and while the extent of Comte's debt to Saint Simon is a matter of dispute, there can be no doubt of the important part played by their collaboration in the formation and development of Comte's thought. It is clear that Saint Simon was the first to propose certain ideas which reappeared in Comte's philosophy. At the same time Comte developed these ideas in his own way. For example, while Saint Simon tended to think in terms of an overall scientific method and of the application of this method in the development of a new science of man, Comte regarded each science as developing its own method in the historical process of its emergence and advance. Both men, however, looked for a reorganization of society with the aid of a new science of human behavior and of man's social relations. An acrimonious quarrel, leading to the severance of relations, arose between the two men, when Comte came to the conclusion that he had good reasons for believing that Saint Simon intended to publish a paper by Comte as the concluding part of a work of his own and without proper acknowledgement on the title page. IN 1826 Koi, TE began lecturing on his positivist philosophy to a private audience. The course of lectures was however interrupted by a breakdown induced by overwork and by the strain consequent on an unfortunate marriage. Indeed, Comte made an unsuccessful attempt at suicide. In 1829 Comte was able to resume the coup.rse. And the lectures formed the basis of his course of positive philosophie, Cours de philosophie positive, 6 volumes, 1830-42. The basis had already been provided by a plan of the scientific researches necessary for reorganizing society which he wrote in 1822. The title of the sketch or outline of the positive philosophy gives clear expression to Comte's basic social concern. In the Discourse on the Positivist Outlook, Discours sur l'esprit positif, 1844, and the Discourse on Positivism as a whole, Discours sur l'ensemble du positivisme, 1848, Comte's idea of the religion of humanity made its appearance. Some biographers see in this development the influence of Comte's religious upbringing, with the difference that humanity is substituted for God as the object of devotion. Others however have seen it, perhaps rather fancifully, as an extension to the human race of the philosopher's attachment to Madame Clotilde de Vaux, whose husband had disappeared to avoid a prosecution for embezzlement and with whom Comte fell in love in 1844. Comte never occupied a university chair, and for some time he had to support himself by doing tutorial work for students of the École Polytechnique. In 1851-4 he published his 4-volume System of Positive Policy, Système de politique positive, and in 1852 his Positivist Catechism, Catéchisme positiviste. In this period he was trying to bring together the scientific and religious aspects of his thought. In 1856 he produced the first volume of a synthesis or universal system of concepts proper to the normal state of humanity, Synthèse subjective au système universel de conceptions propres to état normal de l'humanité. But this attempt at a synthesis of all the sciences in terms of their relations to normal human needs was brought to an end by Comte's death in 1867. He had been living mainly on funds provided by his own devoted followers. 2. In a preface to his course of positive philosophy, Comte remarks that the expression positive philosophy is constantly used in his lectures in a rigorously invariable sense 3 and that it is therefore superfluous to give a definition other than that contained in his uniform use of the term. He goes on however to explain that by philosophy he understands what the ancients, and in particular Aristotle, understood by the word, namely the general system of human concepts, while by positive he understands the idea of theories as having for their aim the coordination of observed facts. 2 Comte's statement, however, if taken by itself, is somewhat misleading. For in his view it is the sciences which subsume phenomena or observed facts under general laws which are descriptive and not explanatory, while philosophy examines the nature of scientific methods and effects a systematic synthesis of the various particular sciences. But his statement can stand if we take it as meaning that philosophy coordinates observed facts indirectly, inasmuch as it aims at a general synthesis of the partial coordinations achieved in the sciences. Positive knowledge is restricted by Comte to knowledge of observed facts or phenomena and to the coordinating and descriptive laws of phenomena. Use of the word phenomena does indeed express Comte's conviction that we know reality only as appearing to us, but it should not be taken to imply that for him the human mind knows only subjective impressions. On occasion he refers to Hume with respect, but Humean scepticism is really foreign to Comte's mind, except in regard to theological beliefs and to the claims of metaphysics to provide us with knowledge of what transcends the phenomenal level. He stands closer to his 18th-century French predecessors than to Humean empiricism. That is to say, Comte insists that genuine philosophy takes the form of a systematic extension of the use of what de Holbach described as good sense or natural ideas. 3 And for him this means that only what can stand up to empirical testing can count as knowledge. The formulation of general laws enables us to predict, and so to test. That this is the way to attain real knowledge is for Kant a matter of common sense or popular good sense, for it is this good sense which dismisses absurd metaphysical doubts 5 about, say, the existence of physical objects external to the mind. Kant has little patience with speculations of this kind. His positive philosophy is not a sceptical philosophy in the sense of suggesting that our knowledge is confined to sense data. The positive spirit or outlook presupposes of course the birth and advance of the natural sciences and is the result of an historical development of the human mind. In Kant's view, this process depends on man's nature and is thus necessary. In its historical development through the centuries, the human mind passes through three main stages or phases: the theological, the metaphysical and the positive. These three stages in the intellectual development of mankind have their analogues, however, in the life of the individual man as he passes from infancy through adolescence to manhood. When contemplating his own history, does not each of us recollect that he has been successively theologian in his infancy, metaphysician in his youth, and physicist in his maturity? Unless he dies prematurely, the individual normally passes from infancy to maturity by way of adolescence. And these three phases are reflected in the intellectual development of mankind as a whole. If the race continues to exist, the phases or stages of mental growth succeed one another in a certain pattern because man is what he is. In this sense it is necessary, hypothetically necessary, we might say. It is indeed obvious enough that unless a person dies or unless some factor intervenes to prevent the natural course of development, the individual passes from infancy through adolescence to adulthood. But though Kant may have seen himself as a theologian in infancy and a metaphysician in adolescence, it is by no means everyone who would interpret his or her mental development in this way. Kant's theory of stages becomes much more plausible when applied to the general intellectual development of mankind. Indeed, it is clear that reflection on human history is the chief influence which leads Kant to formulate his theory too, even if he goes on to connect the stages with phases in the life of the individual and to see these phases writ large in history. In any case, consideration of Kant's account of the three main stages in the history of mankind is a simple way of approaching his positivist philosophy. The first stage, the theological, is understood by Kant as being that phase of man's mental development in which he seeks the ultimate causes of events and finds them in the wills of personal, superhuman beings or in the will of one such being. It is, in general, the age of the gods or of God. Subdivision is however required. In the infancy of the race, man instinctively tried to explain phenomena, the real causes of which were unknown, by ascribing to objects passions and effects analogous to those of human beings. In other words, man endowed physical objects with life, passions, and will, in a vague manner. This animistic mentality represented what Kant describes as the stage of fetishism. In the course of time, however, the animating forces immanent in objects were projected externally in the form of the gods and goddesses of polytheism. Later on, the deities of polytheistic religion were fused in the concept of the one God of monotheism. These three successive sub-stages of fetishism, polytheism, and monotheism constitute together the theological stage. The second general stage is described by Kant as the metaphysical stage. The description, however, is apt to give rise to misunderstanding. For what Kant has in mind is the transformation of personal deities or of God into metaphysical abstractions, not, for instance, the theistic metaphysics of medieval thinkers such as Aquinas or, later, of Bishop Berkeley. In the metaphysical stage, that is to say, instead of explaining phenomena intellids of the activity of a divine will, the mind has recourse to such fictional ideas as ether, vital principles, and so on. The transition from the theological to the metaphysical stage takes place when the concept of a supernatural and personal deity is succeeded by the concept of all-inclusive nature, and when explanations are sought in terms of abstract entities of one kind or another, such as force, attraction, and repulsion. The third stage is the positive stage, namely that of the mature scientific outlook or mentality. Here there is no attempt to find ultimate explanatory causes or to discuss the real but unobservable inner essence of things. The mind concerns itself with phenomena or observed facts, which it subsumes under general descriptive laws, such as the law of gravitation. These coordinating descriptive laws make prediction possible. Indeed, the mark of real positive knowledge is precisely the ability to predict and so, within limits, to control. Positive knowledge is real, certain, and useful. Though however Comte describes positive knowledge as certain, he also insists that it is in a sense relative. For we do not know the whole universe. We know it only as appearing to us. Positive knowledge is knowledge of our world, and the extent of our world, the world as appearing to us, is not something fixed and determined once and for all. Positive knowledge is also relative in the sense that the search for absolutes is abandoned. Even if there are ultimate causes, we cannot know them. What we know are phenomena. Hence the mind which appreciates the nature and function of positive knowledge will not waste time in profitless theological and metaphysical speculation. The theory of the three stages as just summarized may seem to have little connection with a concern for the reorganization of society. In point of fact, however, each stage is associated by Comte with a distinct form of social organization. The theological stage is associated with belief in absolute authority and the divine right of kings and with a militaristic social order. That is to say, social order is maintained by the imposition of authority from above, and the warrior class is preeminent. In the metaphysical stage, the former regime is subjected to radical criticism, belief in abstract rights and in popular sovereignty comes to the fore, and royal and priestly authority is replaced by the reign of law. Finally, the positive stage is associated with the development of industrial society. Man's economic life becomes the center of attention, and there arises a scientific elite, whose vocation it is to organize and regulate industrial society in a rational manner. This type of society is regarded by Comte, as by some contemporaries, as naturally peaceful. But for its proper development a new science is required, namely sociology. Natural science enables man to control, within limits, his physical environment. The science of man will enable him to organize a peaceful industrial society. The emergence of the positive spirit or mentality will thus be accompanied by a reorganization of society. For Comte, the ancient world and the Middle Ages represented the theological outlook or mentality, while the Enlightenment represented the metaphysical stage. In his own world he saw the beginning of the positive stage. Further, just as he regarded adolescence as a period of transition between childhood and maturity, so did he look on the metaphysical stage as a period of transition in which the beliefs and institutions of the theological stage were subjected to criticism and the way was being prepared for the development of the positive mentality. If we confine ourselves to sweeping impressions, Comte's theory of the three stages can obviously appear plausible. That is to say, if we consider simply the dominant position of theology among the subjects studied in the Middle Ages, certain aspects of thought in the 18th century Enlightenment and the subsequent development of a conviction that science is the only reliable way of increasing our knowledge of the world, it may seem perfectly reasonable to divide up European history into the theological, metaphysical, and positive stages. When however we begin to look at European history in more detail, it at once becomes clear that if Comte's divisions are pressed in a rigid way, they cannot accommodate the facts. For instance, philosophy flourished in ancient Greece, and mathematics too underwent development. Again, natural science had made striking progress long before the end of what Comte describes as the metaphysical period. It is hardly necessary to say that Comte is aware of such facts. And he does his best to accommodate them within his general scheme. For example, he recognizes that in the Middle Ages theology was accompanied by metaphysics, but he regards this metaphysics as tailored to the theological mentality and as really forming part of it. Again, Comte does not claim that science began only with the positive stage. He is perfectly well aware that mathematics was cultivated by the Greeks. But he maintains that in the development of science there was a progression from the most abstract science, mathematics, to the most concrete science, sociology, which is the peculiar contribution of the positive stage. As for physics, it certainly started to develop well before the positive stage, but at one time it expressed the metaphysical mentality by postulating abstract entities as explanatory causes. It is only with the beginning of the positive stage that the real nature of physical science and of its concepts and laws comes to be understood. Kant is therefore quite prepared to recognize a measure of overlapping between the stages. Thus we shall have to regard, for example, the theological epoch as still existing to the extent in which moral and political ideas have retained an essentially theological character, despite the transition of other intellectual categories to the purely metaphysical stage, and even when the 82 from the Revolution to Augusta Comte genuinely positive stage has already begun in regard to the simplest of such categories. Similarly, it will be necessary to prolong the metaphysical epoch, properly speaking, into the beginning of positivism. By this manner of procedure, the essential aspect of each epoch will remain as pronounced as possible, while the spontaneous preparation of the following epoch is clearly brought out. In the case of a given individual, psychological features belonging to an earlier stage of growth may persist in the grown man and coexist with features characteristic of maturity. Analogously, expressions of the mentality of a previous historical epoch may be discernible at a later stage. Even in our days, what in reality, for a positive mind, is this cloudy pantheism in which so many profound metaphysicians, especially in Germany, take such pride, but fetishism generalized and systematized, to some of Comte's remarks, taken by themselves, are sensible enough. But the overall impression is that of a man intent on fitting facts into a general interpretative scheme, based on a certain initial vision of European history. Comte is of course perfectly entitled to approach European history with a general framework of interpretation and see how the facts fit it. But the more the adjustments which he has to make, so much the more fluid does the division into stages or epochs become. Further, if the succession of stages is understood as representing progress, in the intellectual and social spheres, a judgment of value or a set of value judgments is clearly presupposed. In other words, Comte reads European history from the point of view of a convinced positivist. This is not indeed a crime. But the result is not simply a neutral description, but rather a reconstruction from a certain point of view. In other words, the truth of positivism seems to be a presupposition of Comte's interpretation of history. He was not prepared to consider the possibility of a post-positivist stage of intellectual development. To be sure, Comte tried to support his theory of historical stages by a psychological account of the unfolding of man's mental life in the process of growth towards maturity. But it seems pretty clear that this account too presupposes the truth of positivism, in the sense that it is governed by the assumption that the mature mind and the scientific mentality as Comte understands it are one and the same thing. Before we turn to Comte's classification of the sciences, we can note 2 points. The first relates to religious belief. The natural way of understanding Comte is to interpret him as maintaining that just as man sheds belief in elves and fairies when he understands that there is no good reason for thinking that there are such beings, so does he progressively shed belief in a transcendent God, not because God's non-existence has been demonstrated, but because there is no positive reason for believing that there is a transcendent God. In other words, the spread of atheism is a feature of the mind's advance into maturity, not the result of a philosophical proof of God's non-existence. Though however this is a natural way of interpreting Comte's theory of the 3 stages, what he actually insists on as being progressively shed by the wayside is recourse to God as an hypothesis to explain phenomena. That is to say, the more man comes to look for scientific explanations of events, the less does he seek a supernatural explanation. And when the mature mind is ignorant of the scientific explanation of an event, it expects one and looks for it, instead of having recourse to God to fill a gap. At the same time, Comte does not assert atheism. In his opinion, theism and atheism are concerned with problems which cannot be solved. For no empirical test is possible. There may be an ultimate cause or ultimate causes. But whether this is the case or not, we do not and cannot know. The second point relates to the way in which Comte correlates 3 main types of social organization with the 3 main stages of man's intellectual development. he is perfectly ready to admit that man's intellectual advance can outrun his social progress, and that the positivist spirit, for example, can make its appearance before the corresponding form of social organization has developed. Apart from any other consideration, Kant's insistence on the need for social planning by a scientific elite compels him to recognize the fact that mental advance can outrun social progress. At the same time, he wishes to preserve the idea of the correlation of two aspects, cognitive and social, of one historical movement. He therefore insists that even when man's intellectual progress outruns his social progress, we can nonetheless discern the preparatory stages of the emergence of a new form of social organization. Further, once the transition to a properly organized industrial society has taken place, this will strengthen and consolidate the positivist outlook. 3. Progress in knowledge is for Kant progress in scientific knowledge. Science, however, takes the form of the particular sciences. They are all concerned with the coordination of phenomena, but they treat either of different classes of phenomena or of different aspects of things, having, as the scholastics would say, different formal objects. Further, they have their characteristic procedures one or ethods. There is thus a certain fragmentation of science. And it is one of the philosopher's main tasks to achieve a synthesis, not by obliterating differences by means of a systematic classification. If such a classification is to be made, the first requirement is to ascertain the basic or fundamental sciences. To do so, we ought to consider only scientific theories and in no way their application to. That is to say, the use made of scientific theory in the field of technology should be left out of account. Further, attention should be paid to the more general or abstract sciences rather than to those which really constitute branches or particular applications of the former. For example, the general laws of physics belong to abstract physics, whereas study of the earth in particular is a concrete science and involves consideration of factors other than the abstract laws of physics. Similarly, it pertains to abstract science to formulate the general laws of life, whereas a science such as botany is concerned with a particular kind or level of life. In his course of positive philosophy, Kant discovers 6 basic sciences, namely mathematics, astronomy, physics, chemistry, physiology, and biology, and social physics or sociology. It will be noted that psychology does not appear in the list. The explanation is that on the one hand Kant rejects introspective psychology, while on the other he is writing before the period in which empirical psychology underwent real development. Psychology as he understands it is therefore divided between physiology and sociology. In assigning to physiology, or biology, the study of man as an individual, Kant is walking in the footsteps of Condillac and Cabanis. The study of human nature and behavior as social phenomena is assigned to social physiology, as Saint Simon called it, or sociology. In later writings Kant found room for ethics as an additional science, ethics however meant for him not a normative science concerned with determining values and moral rules but rather social psychology, a study of man's overt social behavior with a view to the formulation of laws enabling us to predict and to pursue social planning. For the purpose of systematic classification, Kant insists, we should start with what is simplest and most general or abstract and proceed according to the logical order of dependence to the more complex and less general. Mathematics, for example, is more abstract than astronomy, and astronomy depends on mathematics in the sense that the former presupposes the latter. Similarly, physiology or biology, dealing with the general laws of life, is more abstract than sociology, which treats specifically of man in society. If we proceed on these lines, we end with the hierarchy of basic sciences mentioned above, arranged in an order in which the mind starts with what is most abstract and most removed from specifically human phenomena, with mathematics that is to say, and ends with sociology, which is concerned with such phenomena to a greater degree than any of the other sciences. Mention has already been made of the fact that whereas Saint Simon tended to think in terms of one overall scientific method, Kant regarded each science as developing its own method. This statement, however, stands in need of qualification. If we have in mind Kant's use of the word method, he recognizes only one scientific method. For every science consists in the coordination of facts. If the different observations were entirely isolated, there would be no science. If therefore we mean by method the observation of facts or phenomena and their coordination through the formulation of laws, there is one method common to all the sciences. If however we have in mind what Comte calls procedures, it is true to say, in his view, that in the process of its development each science perfects its own procedure or technique, its own way of coping with the data. There are indeed procedures which are not restricted to any one particular science. The use of hypothesis, deduction, and testing is a case in point. At the same time experiment plays a role in, say, chemistry which it cannot play in astronomy, while in sociology use has to be made of an historical approach. A further qualification is required to the statement that Comte recognizes a plurality of methods. When classifying the basic sciences, Comte insists on a logical order being followed, each successive science in the hierarchy logically presupposing its predecessor. At the same time he is convinced that one does not know a science completely as long as one does not know its history. 1. A science, that is to say, reveals its real nature in proportion as it is developed or perfected rather than in its origins. 2. For example, mathematics has as its original data phenomena considered under their quantitative aspects, and it sets out to determine the relations between given quantities. But in its development mathematics becomes progressively more abstract until it is completely independent of the nature of the objects examined and bears only on the numerical relations which they present. 3. As it becomes purely logical, rational, 4. Consisting of a more or less prolonged series of rational deductions. 5. It is transformed into what Comte describes as the science of the calculus. And in this form it constitutes the true rational basis of the entire system of our positive knowledge. 6. In this purely abstract form mathematics enables us to coordinate phenomena in other sciences in a way which would not otherwise be possible. It is true of course that we cannot convert biology, for example, into pure mathematics. But biology becomes a real science in proportion as the relations between biological phenomena are mathematically determined. Further, in its developed or perfected state mathematics is a purely deductive science and Comte regards it as the model of scientific method. 7. Physics, for instance, grows in perfection in proportion as the deductive method preponderates. If therefore we look at the sciences from this particular point of view, we might say that there is one model scientific method, exemplified at its purest in mathematics. Comte does not claim however that every basic science can be transformed into a purely deductive science. The further we move away from pure mathematics in the hierarchy of the sciences, the less possible does such a transformation become. For one thing, the phenomena become even more complex. In practice therefore each science, as it advances, develops its own procedure, though it makes use, when possible, of mathematics with a view to obtaining greater precision. Sociology cannot be simply converted into mathematics. Nor can it proceed purely deductively. But it will make use of mathematics when it can. Philosophy is to achieve a unification or synthesis of the sciences. Part of this task is fulfilled in the systematic classification of the sciences treated of in the last section. But Comte also speaks of a doctrinal synthesis or of a unification of scientific knowledge. And the question arises, how is this doctrinal synthesis to be understood? The aim of a science is to coordinate phenomena of a given type through the formulation of descriptive laws, such as the law of gravitation in Newtonian physics. At first sight therefore it may seem to follow that the aim of philosophy in the positive stage of its development must be to coordinate all phenomena in terms of one single law. That is to say, it may seem to follow that positive philosophy should aim at exhibiting the most general laws of the particular sciences as derivable from or as presupposing one all-embracing law. Comte however explicitly rejects this concept of the function of philosophy. According to my profound personal conviction, I consider these attempts to achieve the universal explanation of all phenomena by one unique law as eminently chimerical, even when they are made by the most competent minds. I believe that the means at the disposal of the human mind are too feeble and the universe too complex for such a scientific perfection to be ever open to us. 1. We can unify the sciences in the sense that we can find a method which lies at the basis of their different procedures, but we cannot achieve a doctrinal unification in the sense just mentioned. This means in effect that we cannot achieve a doctrinal synthesis by following an objective method, by extending the process of coordinating phenomena, which is common to all the sciences, to the point of reducing all laws to one law. We can however achieve a doctrinal synthesis by means of a subjective method, by viewing the sciences, that is to say, in their relations to humanity, to the needs of man as a social being. This means that the synthesizing principle must be looked for in sociology. Once the science of man has arisen, we can look back and see the development of science as a progress from consideration of non-human to consideration of human phenomena, as a movement from the external world to man himself. We can then unify the sciences from the point of view of the subject, when the subject is humanity in general rather than the individual subject of epistemology. Comte is not of course suggesting that sociology should or could absorb all the other sciences. He is suggesting that sociology, having as its subject matter man in society, offers the organizing principle for the unification of scientific knowledge, namely the idea of humanity and its needs. From the historical point of view, sociology was the last science to appear on the scene. Once however sociological theory has been freed from theological beliefs and ethical assumptions and has reached the positive stage of its development, we are entitled to invert, as it were, the historical order and give supremacy to the human or subjective point of view. If objective scientific knowledge was to be attained, the subjective point of view had to be disregarded. But when the basic sciences, sociology included, have been firmly established as scientific disciplines, we can follow the policy of unifying them in terms of their several relations to human needs without impairing their scientific objectivity, whereas at an earlier stage this policy would have been detrimental to the advance of the sciences. The positive philosophy however does not aim simply at effecting a theoretical unification of the sciences. It has also a practical aim. Comte refers to the immense society revolution in the midst of which we are living and to which the totality of preceding revolutions has really contributed. Only a necessary preliminary reorganization of society is called for. This task cannot however be performed without a knowledge of the laws of society as formulated in sociology. Without knowledge of the laws which coordinate the phenomena of nature, man cannot effectively control or mold his external natural environment. Similarly, without knowledge of the laws relating to man in society, we cannot effectively promote and achieve social renovation and progress. It is this social reorganization which is the practical goal of the subjective synthesis of the sciences, their unification in terms of their relations to humanity and its needs. As sociology or social physics is regarded by Comte as presupposing the other basic sciences, as the culmination of the development of science and as the special contribution of the positive stage to man's intellectual advance. It is divided by him into social statics and social dynamics. Social statics studies the general laws of existence common to human societies, the essential conditions, that is to say, of social solidarity. Social dynamics studies the laws of the movement or development of societies, the laws of social progress. In Comte's view, social statics forms the direct link between the final science and the totality of the preliminary sciences, above all biology, from which it appears to be inseparable. It is itself presupposed by and looks forward to social dynamics, the laws of which are said to apply above all to politics, whereas those of social statics belong rather to morals. To sociology as a whole, comprising, that is to say, both social statics and social dynamics, conceives progress as the gradual development of order 3, while it also represents order as manifested by progress. 4 Social statics finds the basis of society in man's nature as a social being and shows how in any society there must be both division of labor and coordination of human effort with a view to realizing a common purpose. It also exhibits the necessity and basic nature of government. Social statics is thus primarily concerned with the element of order which is essential to any society, and in this field Aristotle made a notable contribution to thought. Though however order is essential to any society, the result of canonizing a given form of social organization is petrifaction. It was the great fault of utopians such as Plato that they represented one possible form of social organization as the one ideal form of order. Indeed, even the most powerful mind of all antiquity, the great Aristotle, was so dominated by his century that he was unable even to conceive a society which was not necessarily founded on slavery. 5. The idea of order is thus insufficient. The idea of progress is also required. And this is studied in social dynamics. Comte insists however on the intimate connection between social statics and social dynamics. Order without progress or development results in petrifaction or in decay, but change without order would spell anarchy. We have to see in progress the actualization of the inherent dynamic tendency of social order. Progress remains always the simple development of order. 6. And this means that social order assumes successively different forms. Progress is oscillatory. 7. In the sense that it covers cases of retardation or even of retrogression as moments in a general movement of advance. We have noted that Comte praises Aristotle's contribution to social statics. In the field of social dynamics he pays tribute to Montesquieu. It is to Montesquieu that we must attribute the first great direct effort to treat politics as a science of facts and not of dogmas. But just as Aristotle had his shortcomings, so had Montesquieu. The latter did not succeed in freeing his thought from metaphysics. He did not properly understand the necessary succession of different political organizations, and he ascribed an exaggerated importance to forms of government. To find a real advance we must turn to Condorcet, who was the first to see clearly that civilization is subject to a progressive advance, the stages of which are rigorously linked to one another by natural laws which philosophical observation of the past can reveal. Not even Condorcet however understood properly the natures of the successive stages or epochs. It was Comte himself who contributed this understanding. 3. According to Comte, the fundamental characteristic of the positive philosophy is to regard all phenomena as subject to invariable natural laws, for the phrase all phenomena includes of course human phenomena. Comte does not claim that the coordination of human phenomena by the formulation of laws has reached the same degree of development in sociology which it has reached in some other sciences. Nonetheless he maintains that the philosopher should regard human phenomena as capable of being subsumed under laws. This means in effect that the successive forms of social political organization must be correlated with the successive stages of man's intellectual development. As we have seen, Comte's view is that in the theological epoch society was necessarily a military society, organized for conquest, industry being simply such as was required for the maintenance of human life. In the metaphysical stage, which was a period of transition, society was also in a state of transition, no longer frankly military, and not yet frankly industrial. 5. In the positive stage society is organized with a view to production, and it is by nature a peaceful society, aiming at the common good. In fine, the three successive modes of human activity, conquest, defense, and labor, 6, correspond exactly with the three states of intelligence, fiction, abstraction, and demonstration. From this basic correlation there results at once the general explanation of the three natural ages of humanity. Man is not however simply an intellectual and active being. He is also characterized by feeling. In every normal existence affection constantly dominates speculation and action, though their intervention is indispensable for it to be able to undergo and modify external impressions. Man has, for example, a social instinct or sentiment. In antiquity it was directed to the city, the polis, while in the Middle Ages it found expression in corporations of various kinds. In the positive or industrial epoch the social instinct tends, under the influence of the unifying factors of science and industry, to take the form of love of humanity in general. This idea provides Comte with a ground for claiming that the third basic form of social organization is inherently peaceful. It is hardly necessary to say that just as Comte tries to reconcile his theory of the three stages of man's intellectual development with facts which seem to tell against the theory, So does he attempt to reconcile with his account of the correlated forms of social organization those historical facts which might be cited as evidence against the truth of this account. For example, if evidence is cited to show that even the more highly industrialized nations can indulge in aggressive military action, Comte replies that the process of industrialization begins and develops while ways of thought and feeling characteristic of earlier epochs are still influential. He does not claim that no society in which industrialization is developing ever manifests an aggressive spirit or goes to war. What he claims is that as industrial society grows to maturity, the unification of mankind, promoted by common scientific knowledge and by industrialization, will result, under the guidance of a scientific elite, in a peaceful society in which differences will be settled by rational discussion. There is of course no reason why Comte should not try to accommodate facts within the framework of an hypothesis, provided that he is ready to revise or even abandon the hypothesis if it proves to be incompatible with the facts. But it is none too clear why an increase in scientific knowledge must lead to the moral improvement of mankind or why an industrial society must be more peaceful than a non-industrialized society. After all, Comte is not simply saying what, in his opinion, ought to happen, from an ethical point of view. He is saying what will happen, in virtue of the law or laws governing man's development. And it is difficult to avoid the impression that the law of the three stages tends to become for Comte not so much a falsifiable hypothesis as the expression of a faith or of a teleological philosophy of history in the light of which the historical data have to be interpreted. If the historical process is governed by law and the future is predictable, at any rate in principle, the question arises whether any room is left for social planning. What, for example, can a scientific elite do to influence society and the course of history? From one point of view perhaps there is no particular problem. As we have seen, Comte insists that while all science coordinates phenomena by subsuming them under laws, these laws are purely descriptive. If we found that man could produce effects in the physical world which were incompatible with hitherto accepted physical laws, we would obviously revise the laws in question. The laws, as descriptive generalizations, are revisable in principle. Similarly, as far as his professed theory of scientific laws is concerned, Comte could perfectly well maintain that the laws of sociology are subject to falsification and so revisable in principle. A law might be falsified by human action. When however it is a question of the law of the three stages, Comte tends to speak as though it were inviolable, and as though society will develop in the way indicated by this law whatever man may do. The question therefore inevitably arises whether it makes any sense to call for social planning by a scientific elite. Comte is quite well aware of the need to answer this question. And he argues that there is no incompatibility between the idea of all phenomena being subject to laws and the idea of human planning and control. On the contrary, man's power to modify phenomena of any sort can be exercised only if there is a real knowledge of their respective natural laws. Point 1. To take an example from the modern world, a knowledge of the relevant physical laws is an essential condition of successful space exploration. Similarly, a knowledge of the laws of human behavior is an essential condition of intelligent and effective social planning. According to Comte, social phenomena are more complex than physical phenomena, and this means that the laws formulated in sociology are less precise than physical laws, less amenable than physical laws to mathematical formulation. Nonetheless, the formulation of laws in sociology permits prediction. For social phenomena are as susceptible of prediction as all the other kinds of phenomena, within the limits of precision which are compatible with their greater complexity. 1. And so far from being incompatible with social planning, this predictability is an essential condition of it. This may seem sensible enough. But it does not quite answer the question, to what extent can human action affect the course of history? Comte replies by making a distinction. Man cannot change the order of the successive stages of historical development. But human action or inaction can accelerate or retard this development. The emergence of the positive stage of thought and of the correlated form of society is necessary, man being what he is. but the development of industrial society can be accelerated by intelligent planning. For social phenomena are by their nature at the same time the most modifiable of all and the ones which have the most need of being usefully modified according to the rational indications of science too. This modifiability of social phenomena permits effective planning, but what can be actually achieved is limited by what is evidently taken to be the working out of an unalterable law. Social development is modifiable in its speed, within certain limits, by a number of physical and moral causes. Political combinations belong to the number of these causes. This is the sole sense in which it is given to man to influence the march of his own civilization. 3. Kant certainly wishes to allow room for human initiative and action. But the space allowed is limited by his interpretation of human history as governed by a law which man can no more alter than he can alter physical laws. And Kant is quite sure that he knows the law governing the development of human history. 6. It was Kant's firm conviction that society should be organized by those who possessed real knowledge. On this matter he agreed with Plato. Kant had little use for democracy. If this is taken to imply that the will of the people, whatever it may happen to be, should prevail, he favored paternalist government for the common good. Just as in the Middle Ages men were expected to accept the teaching of the Church whether or not they understood the doctrines and the reasons for them, so would the citizens of the positive polity be expected to accept the principles laid down by the positivist elite, namely the scientists and positivist philosophers. In Kant's society of the future this elite would control education and form public opinion. It would be in fact the modern equivalent of the medieval spiritual power, while the government, drawn from the managerial class, would be the modern equivalent of the medieval temporal power. In the exercise of its functions the government would, or rather will, given the law of the 3 stages, consult the positivist elite, the high priests of science. Though he thought of the medieval period as succeeded by the metaphysical and then the positivist eras, Kant was by no means a despiser of the Middle Ages. The scientists and positivist philosophers would take the place of the Pope and bishops, while members of the managerial class would exercise the functions of medieval monarchs and nobles. Kant saw of course the French Revolution as dissolving an outdated regime which would have been quite unable to meet the needs of the nascent society. But he had scant sympathy with liberal insistence on the alleged natural rights of individuals. The notion that individuals had natural rights independently of, and even against society, was foreign to his mind. In his view this notion was based on a failure to understand the fact that the basic reality is humanity rather than the individual. Man as an individual is an abstraction. And the regeneration of society consists above all in substituting duties for rights, in order better to subordinate personality to sociability. The word right should be as much erased from the true language of politics as the word cause from the true language of philosophy. In other words, nobody possesses any other right than that of always doing his duty. It is only in this way that politics can at last be subordinated to morals, in accordance with the admirable program of the Middle Ages too. In the positive epoch society will indeed guarantee certain rights to the individual, as this is required for the common good. But these rights do not exist independently of society. Kant is not of course suggesting that the positive society will be characterized by governmental oppression of individuals. His contention is that as the new society develops, the idea of performing one's duties to society and of serving the interests of humanity will prevail over the concept of society as existing to serve the interests of individuals. In other words, he is confident that the development of industrial society, when properly organized, will be accompanied by a moral regeneration involving the substitution of concern with the welfare of humanity for concern with the individual's private interests. We may well think that he is somewhat over-optimistic. But the trouble is not that he hopes for moral regeneration but rather his confidence that this regeneration will inevitably accompany the development of a society based on science and industry. It is difficult to see why this should be the case. However this may be, the highest form of the moral life consists for Kant in the love and service of humanity. In the positive phase of thought humanity takes the place occupied by God in theological thought, and the object of positivist worship is the great being, i.e. grand être, humanity with a capital letter. To be sure, humanity does not possess all the attributes once predicated of God. Whereas, for example, the world was conceived as God's creation and as dependent on Him, humanity is always subject to the totality of the natural order, of which it constitutes only the noblest element. The great being's necessary dependence does not however affect its relative superiority. And Comte works out a religious system based on the Catholicism in which he was brought up. Positivism will have its saints, the great benefactors of mankind, its temples, its statues, its commination of the principal enemies of mankind, its commemoration of the dead, its social sacraments, and so on. John Stuart Mill, who sympathized with Comte's general positivist attitude, criticized sharply the way in which Comte aspired to subject people to the straitjacket of a dogmatic religion expounded by positivist philosophers. 2. Mill also maintained that Comte's positivist religion had no organic connection with his genuinely philosophical thought but was a superfluous, and indeed repugnant, addition. These two contentions are of course separable. That is to say, we can quite well regard as repugnant what T.H. Huxley described as Comte's Catholicism without Christianity without necessarily subscribing to Mill's view that it had no organic connection with positivism. And this view has in fact been challenged. In spite of what Mill's critics say, there is an important sense in which his contention seems to be fully justified. For the idea that theology and metaphysics have been succeeded by science, which alone gives us genuine and useful knowledge, does not entail the elevation of humanity into an object of religious worship, nor the establishment of an elaborate religious cult. Comte's positivist religion, which influenced a number of his disciples and led to the establishment of a positivist church, is not a logical consequence of a positivist theory of knowledge. At the same time, it is certainly arguable that there is a psychological connection between Comte's positivist philosophy and his religion of humanity. It seems true to say that Comte was at one with the traditionalists in believing that a moral and religious regeneration of society was required. Believing, however, that God was a fiction, he had to look elsewhere for an object of devotion. And thinking, as he did, that the basic social reality was humanity rather than separate individuals and that individuals could transcend egoism only by devoting themselves to the service of humanity, it is understandable that in his great being he found a substitute for the focus of devotion and worship in the Middle Ages. An emphasis on the service of humanity does not indeed entail the establishment of a religious cult. But Comte evidently thought that in modern society the unifying and elevating function once performed by belief in God could be fulfilled only by a religious devotion to humanity. While therefore Mill is undoubtedly right in maintaining that a positivist theory of knowledge does not entail the religion of humanity, it is relevant to remember that Comte was concerned not only with the theory of knowledge but also with social regeneration, and that his positivist religion, bizarre though it may seem, was for him an integral part of this regeneration. A pertinent question, however, is whether in his talk about the great being Comte does not relapse into the metaphysical stage of thought as he conceived it. To be sure, he is ready to admit that the great being acts only through individuals. But it seems clear that to be considered as a proper object of worship by individuals, humanity has to be hypostatized, to be conceived as a totality, which is more than the succession of individual human beings. Indeed, Comte refers to one immense and eternal being, humanity. Perhaps such statements should not be taken too seriously. They might be understood as expressing a hope that humanity will not in fact be destroyed by the cosmological fatalities too which might extinguish it. At the same time, it is clear that humanity as an object of common worship becomes an hypostatized abstraction and thus an example of the metaphysical stage of thought as described by Comte. This aspect of the matter is illustrated by what Comte has to say about immortality. Sometimes he speaks of continued existence in the heart and mind of others 3, but when he speaks of our nature needing to be purified by death 4 and of man becoming an organ of humanity's in the second life, he seems to be regarding humanity as a persistent entity which is irreducible to the succession of human beings living in the world. The matter can be put in this way. In the classical positivism of Comte, as distinct from the logical positivism of the 20th century, the notion of meaninglessness does not function prominently. As we have seen, Comte was anxious to defend positivism against the charge of atheism. He did not assert dogmatically that there was no God. The thesis which he generally adopted was that the idea of God has become more and more of an unverified hypothesis, in proportion, that is to say, as man has substituted scientific for theological explanations of phenomena. At the same time, it might be inferred from some of the things which he says that an unverifiable hypothesis would lack any clear meaning. And occasionally this view is explicitly stated. Comte asserts, for example, that any proposition which is not ultimately reducible to the simple enunciation of a fact, whether particular or general, would not present, any sorite offerer, any real intelligible sense. 6. If such utterances were pressed, it would seem difficult to maintain that the concept of the great being, humanity, considered as an object of worship and religious devotion, had any clearly intelligible meaning. For if the great being is reducible to phenomena and the relations between them, the religion of humanity becomes an extremely odd affair. Auguste Comte, the most famous French positivist of the 19th century, had his faithful disciples who accepted the master's thought as a whole, including his religion of humanity. Foremost among them was Pierre Lafitte, 1825-19°3, who became a professor of the Collège de France in 1892 and who was recognized as their leader by the London Positivist Committee, which was founded in 1881 with J. H. Bridges, 1832-1906, as its president. There were however philosophers who accepted positivism as an epistemological theory but who had little use for it as a religious cult, and who regarded Comte's political ideas and his teleological interpretation of human history as constituting a departure from the genuine spirit of positivism. An eminent representative of this line of thought was Émile Littre, 1801-1881. Littre studied medicine for a time too, but he is best known for his Dictionary of the French language. In 1863 his candidature for election to the French Academy was vehemently opposed by Bishop Tupenlup of Orleans, who was himself a member of the Academy, but in 1871 Littre was at last elected. In the same year he became a deputy, and in 1875 he was made a senator for life. It is with his philosophical thought that we are concerned here. When Littre came to read Comte's course of positive philosophy, he had already shed theological beliefs and rejected metaphysics. The course provided him with something positive and, from Auguste Comte to Henry Bergson, definite to hold on to. It was in R840 that I came to know M. Comte. A common friend lent me his system of positive philosophy. M. Comte, on learning that I was reading the book, sent me a copy of it. His book conquered me. I became Fr.om then on a disciple of the positive philosophy, and such I have remained, without other changes than those imposed on me by the increasing effort to carry out, in the midst of other obligatory labors, the corrections and enlargements which it allows of. In R845 Littre reprinted a number of articles. As a book with the title On the Positive Philosophy, De la Philosophie Positive. In R852 Littre broke with Comte, but his disagreements with the high priest of positivism did not affect his adherence to the philosophical outlook expounded in the course. And in R863 he published Auguste Comte and the Positive Philosophy, Auguste Comte et la Philosophie Positive, in which he warmly defended what he regarded as the main and valuable ideas of Comte, while also expressing some criticism of points on which he disagreed. Further, in R864 he wrote a preface for the second edition of Comte's course, while in R866 he tried to defend Comte against J.S. Mill. In R873 Littre published Science from the Philosophical Point of View, La Science au point de vue philosophique, which included a number of articles which had appeared in the Revue de Philosophie Positive. In R879 he brought out a second edition of his Conservation, Revolution and Positivisme, Conservation, Revolution et Positivisme, in which he revised some of the ideas expressed in the first edition of the work, R852. In Littre's opinion, Comte filled a vacuum. On the one hand the mind seeks a general or overall view, and this was just what metaphysics provided. The trouble was, however, that the metaphysician developed his theories a priori, and that these theories lacked a solid empirical basis. On the other hand, the particular sciences, while proposing empirically testable hypotheses, inevitably lacked the generality which was characteristic of metaphysics. In other words, the discrediting of metaphysics left a gap which could be filled only by the creation of a new philosophy. And it was Kant who met this need. Kant is the founder of the positive philosophy, as Saint Simon did not possess the necessary scientific knowledge. Further, by trying to reduce the forces of nature to one ultimate force, namely gravitation, he relapsed into the metaphysical mentality. Kant, however, has constructed what nobody before him had constructed, the philosophy of the six fundamental sciences too, and has exhibited the relations between them. By discussing the interconnection of the sciences and their hierarchic system, Kant discovered at the same time the positive philosophy. Kant also showed how and why the sciences developed historically in a certain order from mathematics to sociology. Metaphysicians may reproach other philosophers with neglecting consideration of man, the subject of knowledge, but this reproach does not affect Kant, who established the science of man, namely sociology, on a sound basis. Moreover, by excluding all absolute questions and by giving philosophy a firm scientific basis, Kant at last made philosophy capable of directing minds in research, men in their conduct and societies in their development. 5. Theology and metaphysics tried to do this, but as they treated of questions which transcended human knowledge, they were necessarily ineffective. The positive philosophy, Litera asserts, regards the world as consisting of matter and the forces immanent in matter. Beyond these two terms, matter and force, positive science knows nothing. We do not know either the origin of matter or its essence. The positive philosophy is not concerned with absolutes or with knowledge of things in themselves. It is concerned simply with reality as accessible to human knowledge. If therefore it is claimed that phenomena can be accounted for in terms of matter and its immanent forces, this is not equivalent to a dogmatic materialism, which professes, for example, to tell us what matter is in itself or to explain the development of life or thought. The positive philosophy shows, for instance, how psychology presupposes biology, and biology other sciences, but it steers clear of questions about the ultimate cause of life or about what thought is in itself, apart from our scientific knowledge of it. Though however Litera is keen on differentiating between positivism and materialism, it is not at all clear that he is successful in this attempt. As mentioned above, he maintains that the positive philosophy recognizes nothing beyond matter and the forces immanent in matter. It is true, of course, that this thesis is expressed in terms of an assertion about scientific knowledge, and not as an assertion about ultimate reality or about what is really really. At the same time, Litera finds fault with J.S. Mill for leaving the existence of a supernatural reality an open question, and he criticizes Herbert Spencer's attempt to reconcile science and religion by means of his doctrine of the unknowable. Perhaps we can say that two lines of thought are discernible in Litera's mind. On the one hand, there is the tendency to insist that the positive philosophy simply abstains from questions relating to realities the existence of which cannot be verified by sense experience. In this case, there is no reason why such questions should not be left open, even if they are considered unanswerable. On the other hand, there is a tendency to regard assertions about alleged realities which transcend the sphere of the scientifically verifiable as nonsensical. In this case, of course, it makes no sense to ask whether or not such realities exist. The questions cannot then be regarded as open questions, and Litera's criticism of Mill be misunderstandable. Though however Litera was and remained in substantial agreement with the ideas expressed by Kant in his course of positive philosophy, he believed that in later writings Kant had pretty well betrayed the positivist outlook. For example, Litera had no use for the subjective method, in which human needs constitute the synthesizing principle, as advocated by Kant in his system of positive polity and the one completed volume of the subjective synthesis. By the subjective method, Litera understood a process of reasoning which set out from premises asserted a priori and arrived at conclusions which were warranted only by their formal logical connections with the premises. In his opinion, This was the method followed in metaphysics, and it had no place in positive philosophy. What Comte did was to introduce a confusion between the subjective method as followed by metaphysicians and the deductive method as developed in the scientific era. The deductive method in the second sense is subject to the twofold condition of having experimentally acquired points of departure and experimentally verified conclusions. By reintroducing the subjective method, which deals with the logical connection between ideas or propositions without any real attention being paid to empirical verification, Comte let himself be conquered by the Middle Ages. Point 2. Among the particular points criticized by Littre are Comte's identification of mathematics with logic and his subordination of the mind to the heart or to the affective aspect of man. It is one thing to emphasize the cooperating role of feeling in human activity, and it is quite another thing to suggest, as Comte does, that the heart should dominate the intelligence or dictate to it. This suggestion, Littre insists, is quite incompatible with the positivist mentality. As for the religion of humanity, to a very limited extent Littre is prepared to agree with Comte on the need for religion, as distinct from theology. In my opinion, Comte followed a legitimate deduction by investing the positive philosophy of which he is the author with a role equivalent to that of religions. 3. That is to say, if we mean by religion a general worldview, the positivist conception of the world can be described as a religion. Comte, however, goes very much further than this. For he postulates a collective being, humanity, and proposes it as an object of cult. Love of humanity is indeed a noble and admirable sentiment, but there is no justification for selecting for adoration either humanity or any other fraction of the whole or the great whole itself. What Comte does in effect is to relapse into the theological mentality. And for all this the subjective method is responsible. As for ethics or morals, Littre blames Comte for having added morals to the list of sciences as a seventh member. This was a mistake, for morals does not at all belong, as do the 6 sciences, to the objective order. 6. Rather oddly, Littre goes on to say, practically immediately, that there is need of a science of morals. 7. The apparent contradiction would indeed be eliminated if we were justified in interpreting Littre as finding fault with Comte for thinking that a normative ethics could be a science or have an integral place in positive philosophy, and as himself maintaining that a purely descriptive study of ethical phenomena or of man's moral behavior was needed. And he does indeed speak elsewhere about the observation of the phenomena of the moral order as revealed whether by psychology or by history and political economy, as serving as a foundation for the scientific knowledge of human nature. But he also refers to human progress, conceived in positivist terms, as the source of profound convictions, obligatory for conscience. We can reasonably conclude that Littre did not work out his ideas on ethics in a clear and consistent manner. It is however evident enough that his general quarrel with Comte's later writings is that they show serious departures from the positivist conviction that the only genuine knowledge of the world or of man is empirically verified knowledge. Or perhaps it might be better to say that in Littre's opinion Comte came to introduce into the positive philosophy ideas which had no legitimate place there and thus created a state of confusion. It was therefore necessary to return to the pure positivism of which Comte himself had been the great expounder. 3. The conviction that experimental science alone is the source of knowledge about the world was shared by the famous French physiologist, Claude Bernard, 1813–78, professor of physiology at the Sorbonne and of medicine at the Collège de France. His best-known work is his Introduction to the Study of Experimental Medicine, Introduction à l'étude de la médecine expérimentale, which he published in 1865. 3 years later he was elected to the French Academy, and in 1869 he became a senator. To include mention of Claude Bernard in a chapter devoted to positivism may seem to be quite inappropriate. For not only did he say that the best philosophical system is not to have one, but he also explicitly condemned the positivist philosophy for being a system. 3. He wished to make medicine more scientific, and the better to promote this cause he undertook an investigation into the nature of scientific method. He was not concerned with creating a philosophical system, nor with defending an already existing one. At the same time, Bernard insisted that the experimental method was the only one which could yield objective knowledge of reality. He did indeed speak of subjective truths as absolute truths, but he was referring to mathematics, the truths of which are formal, independent, that is to say, of what is the case in the world. By the experimental method, Bernard meant the construction and empirical testing of verifiable hypotheses. An objective method which eliminated, as far as possible, the influence of subjective factors such as the desire that X rather than Y should be the case. Theologians and metaphysicians claimed that their unverified ideal constructions represented absolute or definitive truth. Unverifiable hypotheses, however, do not represent knowledge. Positive knowledge of the world, which is knowledge of the laws of phenomena, can be obtained only through the use of scientific method. And this yields results which are provisional, revisable in principle, that is to say. It is true that Bernard asserts that there is an absolute principle of science, the principle of determinism, which states that a given set of conditions, together constituting a cause, infallibly produce a certain phenomenon or effect. Bernard's contention, however, is that this principle is absolute simply in the sense that it is a necessary working assumption of science. The scientist necessarily assumes a regular causal order in the world. The principle is not absolute in the sense of being an a priori metaphysical truth or a philosophical dogma. It is not equivalent, Bernard maintains, to fatalism. He does indeed sometimes write as though the principle of determinism were in fact an absolute truth which is known a priori. But though a measure of inconsistency may be discernible in his various utterances, his official position, so to speak, is that the determinism in question is methodological, involved, that is to say, in the scientific approach to the world, rather than a philosophical doctrine. We have seen that Bernard refuses to recognize theology and metaphysics as sources of knowledge about reality. In this matter his attitude is clearly positivistic. At the same time he also refuses to rule out what are sometimes described as ultimate questions on the ground that they are meaningless or that they should not be asked. And though he was not himself a religious believer, he insisted on leaving a place for belief as well as knowledge. The two should not be confused, but belief of some sort is natural to man, and religious belief is quite compatible with scientific integrity, provided that it is recognized that articles of belief are not empirically verified hypotheses. Bernard is therefore critical of Comte's doctrine of the three stages. Theological beliefs and metaphysics cannot legitimately be regarded simply as past stages of human thought. There are questions of importance to man which transcend the scope of science, and so the field in which knowledge is possible, but belief in certain answers is legitimate, provided that they are not proposed as assured truths about reality, and that there is no attempt to impose them on others. If therefore the question is raised whether Bernard was or was not a positivist, we have to make a distinction. His idea of what constituted positive knowledge of reality was in line with the ideas of Comte. We can quite well speak of Bernard's positivist outlook. At the same time he rejected positivism as a dogmatic philosophical system, though he had no wish to substitute for it any other philosophical system. To be sure, anyone who writes, as Bernard did, on human knowledge, its scope and limits, is bound to make philosophical statements or statements which have philosophical implications. But Bernard tried to avoid the temptation to expound a philosophy in the name of science. Hence his insistence that his principle of determinism should not be regarded as a philosophical dogma. Again, while he was prepared to speak of the organism which functions in virtue of its physico-chemical elements, he also admitted that the physiologist must look on the living organism as an individual unity, the development of which is directed by a creative idea or vital force. This may sound like a contradiction. But Bernard tried, whether successfully or not, to steer clear of any philosophical assertion either that there is or is not a sixtile principle in the organism. His point was that though physicists and chemists must describe the organism in physico-chemical terms, the physiologist cannot help recognizing the fact that the organism functions as a living unity and not simply as a collection of distinct chemical elements. Bernard tried at any rate to distinguish between thinking of the organism in a certain way and making a metaphysical assertion about entelechies. 4. Joseph Ernest Renan, 1823–92, is best known for his Life of Jesus, La Vie de Jesus, 1863. In 1862 he was appointed professor of Hebrew at the Collège de France II, and his two main publications were his History of the Origins of Christianity, Histoire de Origines du Christianisme 1863–83, and his History of the People of Israel, Histoire du Peuple d'Israël, 1887–3. He also wrote on the Semitic languages and published French versions, with critical introductions, of certain books of the Old Testament. It may seem therefore that he is a most unsuitable person for mention in a history of philosophy. Though however he was not a professional philosopher and was far from being a consistent thinker, he published some philosophical writings, such as The Future of Science, L'Avenir de la Science, written in 1848–49, though not published until 1890, Essays on Morals and Criticism, Essays de morale et de critique, 1859, and Philosophical Dialogues and Fragments, Dialogues et Fragments Philosophiques, 1876. His philosophical thought was a curious amalgam of positivism and religiosity, ending in scepticism. It is with his relation to positivism that we are concerned here. When Renan left the seminary of Saint-Sulpice in 1845, he became a friend of Marcellin Pierre-Eugène Berthelot, 1827–1907, who was to become professor of organic chemistry at the Collège de France and subsequently Minister of Education. Like Comte, Berthelot believed in the triumph of scientific knowledge over theology and metaphysics. And Renan, who had lost his faith in the supernatural, that is to say, the existence of a transcendent and personal God, shared this belief up to a point. In his Memoirs of Childhood and Youth he remarked that from the first months of 1846 the clear scientific vision of a universe in which there is no perceptible action of a free will superior to that of man too became for Berthelot and himself an immovable anchor. Similarly, in the preface to the 13th edition, 1866, of the Life of Jesus, Renan asserted that he had rejected the supernatural for the very same reason for which he rejected belief in centaurs, namely that they had never been seen. In other words, knowledge of reality is obtained through observation and the verification of empirical hypotheses. This was the view expressed in The Future of Science. The scientific view of the world did not indeed mean for Renan simply the natural scientist's view. He emphasized, naturally enough, given his own intellectual interests, the importance and role of history and philology. But positive knowledge of reality, he insisted, must have an experimental basis. This is why the enlightened man cannot believe in God. A being who does not reveal himself by any act is for science a being which does not exist. If this were all, we would know where we were. But it is far from being all that Renan has to say. He rejects the idea of a personal God who intervenes in history. The occurrence of divine interventions has never been proved. And events which seem to past generations to be divine acts have been explained in other ways. But to reject the personal transcendent deity is not to embrace atheism. From one point of view God is the developing totality of existence, the divine being which becomes God in fieri. From another point of view God, considered as perfect and eternal, exists only in the ideal order, as the ideal end of the whole process of development. What reveals the true God, is the moral sentiment. If humanity were simply intelligent, it would be atheist, but the great races have found in themselves a divine instinct. Duty, devotion, sacrifice, all of them things of which history is full, are inexplicable without God. Too true, all statements about God are simply symbolic. But the divine nonetheless reveals itself to the moral consciousness. To love God, to know God, is to love what is beautiful and good, to know what is true. 3. To give a precise account of Renan's concept of God is probably something which exceeds human capacity. We can discern the general influence, to a certain extent, of German idealism. More basic, however, is Renaud's own religiosity or religious feeling, which expresses itself in a variety of ways, not always mutually consistent, and which makes him quite incapable of being a positivist in the style of Littre. Obviously, there is no reason why a positivist should not have moral ideals. And if he wishes to interpret religion as a matter of sentiment or of the heart and religious belief as the expression of feeling, not of knowledge, he can combine religion with a positivist theory of knowledge. But if he introduces the idea of the absolute, as Renaud does in his letter to Berthelot of August 1863,6, he clearly goes beyond the limits of what can reasonably be described as positivism without the term being deprived of definite meaning. In view of what has been said above, it is hardly surprising to find that Renaud's attitude to metaphysics is complex. In an essay on metaphysics and its future, which he wrote in reply to a work entitled Metaphysics and Science, La Métaphysique et la Science, 2 volumes, 1858, by Étienne Vacherat, he insisted that man had both the power and the right to rise above facts too, and to pursue speculation about the universe. He also made it clear, however, that he regarded such speculation as akin to poetry or even to dreaming. What he denied was not the right to indulge in metaphysical speculation, but the view of metaphysics as the first and fundamental science containing the principles of all the others, a science which can by itself alone, and by abstract reasonings, lead us to the truth about God, the world, and man. 3 For all that we know by the study of nature or of history. 4 Provided that positivism is not understood as entailing the claim that all metaphysical questions are nonsensical or meaningless. This view of metaphysics is doubtless compatible with the positivist thesis that all knowledge of reality comes through the sciences. So perhaps is Renaud's assertion that while he denies that metaphysics is a progressive science, in the sense that it can increase our knowledge, he does not reject it if it is considered as a science of the eternal. 6 For he is referring not to an eternal reality but rather to an analysis of concepts. In his view, logic, pure mathematics, and metaphysics do not tell us anything about reality, about what is the case, but analyze what one already knows. To be sure, an equation of metaphysics with conceptual analysis is not the same as an assimilation of it to poetry or dreams. For in the first case it can reasonably be described as scientific, while in the second it cannot be so described. But Renaud might of course reply that the word metaphysics can bear both senses, and that he rejects neither of them. In other words, metaphysics can be a science provided that it is regarded simply as conceptual analysis. But if it professes to treat of existing realities, such as God, which transcend the spheres of natural science and of history, it is not and cannot be a science. One is entitled to speculate, but such speculation no more increases our knowledge of reality than do poetry and dreaming. Given these two views of metaphysics, it is rather disconcerting to find Renaud saying that philosophy is the general result of all the sciences. Taken by itself, this statement might be understood in a Kantian sense. But Renaud adds that to philosophize is to know the universe and that the study of nature and of humanity is then the whole of philosophy. 3 It is true that he uses the word philosophy, not the word metaphysics. But philosophy considered as the science of the whole is, one would have thought, one of the meanings not uncommonly ascribed to metaphysics. In other words, philosophy as the general result of all the sciences tends to mean metaphysics, though the precise status attributed by Renaud to philosophy in this sense is by no means clear. Renaud was obviously a man who believed that positive knowledge about the world could be obtained only through the natural sciences and through historical and philological inquiries. In other words, science, in a broad sense of the word, 6, had taken the place of theology, and metaphysics American Samoa a science of information about existing reality. In Renaud's view, belief in the transcendent personal God of Jewish and Christian faith had been deprived of any rational ground by the development of science. That is to say, such belief was incapable of being confirmed experimentally. As for metaphysics, whether it was regarded as speculation about problems which were scientifically unanswerable or as some form of conceptual analysis, it could not increase man's knowledge of what is the case in the world. In one aspect of his thought therefore Renan was clearly on the side of the positivists. At the same time he was unable to rid himself of the conviction that through his moral consciousness and his recognition of ideals man entered, in some real sense, into a sphere transcending that of empirical science. Nor could he rid himself of the conviction that there was in fact a divine reality, even if all attempts at definite description were symbolic and open to criticism. 8. It is evident that he wished to combine a religious outlook with the positivist elements in his thought. But he was not enough of a systematic thinker to achieve a coherent and consistent synthesis. Further, it was hardly possible in any case to harmonize all his various beliefs, not at any rate in the forms in which he expressed them. How? For example, could one reconcile the view that experimental or empirical verification is required to justify the assertion that something exists with the following claim? Nature is only an appearance, man is only a phenomenon. There is the eternal ground, fond, there is the infinite substance, the absolute, the ideal, there is, he who is. Empirical verification, in any ordinary sense, of the existence of the absolute seems to be excluded. It is therefore not altogether surprising if in the last years of his life Renan showed a marked tendency to scepticism in the religious sphere. We cannot know the infinite or even that there is an infinite, nor can we establish that there are absolute objective values. True, we can act as if there were objective values and as if there were a God. But such matters lie outside the range of any positive knowledge. To claim therefore that Renan abandoned positivism would be inaccurate, though it is evident that it did not satisfy him. As if Renan's thought contains different elements, so does that of Hippolyte Adolphe Taine, 1828–93. Neither of the two thinkers can be adequately described by labeling him as a positivist. But whereas with Renan the obvious feature of his thought as a whole is his attempt to revise religion in such a way that it can be combined with his positivist ideas, in the case of Taine the salient characteristic of his thought is his attempt to combine positivist convictions with a marked inclination to metaphysics, an inclination stimulated by study of Spinoza and Hegel. Further, while the interests of neither Renan nor Taine are confined to the area of philosophy, their main extra-philosophical activities are somewhat different. Renan, as we have noted, is well known for his works on the history of the people of Israel and on the origins of Christianity, whereas Taine is celebrated for his work in psychology. He also wrote on art, literary history, and the development of modern French society. Both men, however, were influenced by the positivist outlook. Taine was attracted to philosophy at an early age, but at the time when he was studying at the École Normale at Paris, philosophical studies were more or less dominated by the thought of Victor Cousin, with which Taine had little sympathy. For a time he turned to teaching in schools and to literature. In 1853 he published his essay on the fables of La Fontaine, Essai sur les fables de La Fontaine, and in 1856 an essay on Livy, Essai sur Tite-Live. These writings were followed by essays in criticism and history, Essays de critique et d'histoire, 1858, and the 4-volume History oj English literature, Histoire de la littérature anglaise. In the philosophical field Taine published the French philosophers oj the 19th century, Les philosophies françaises du XIXe siècle, in 1857. But philosophical ideas also found expressions in the prefaces to Taine's other writings. In 1864 Taine obtained a chair at the École des Beaux-Arts, and his philosophy oj art too was the result of his lectures on aesthetics. In 1870 Taine published his De l'intelligence in 2 volumes. 3. He planned to write another work on the will, but he was too occupied with his 5-volume work on the origins oj contemporary France, Les origines de la France contemporaine, 1875–93, in which he treated of the old regime, the revolution, and the later development of French society. Another volume of essays on criticism and history appeared in 1894. Taine also published some travel books. Taine was brought up a Christian but lost his faith at the age of 15. Doubt and skepticism were not, however, to his taste. He looked for knowledge that was certain, and he hankered after comprehensive knowledge, knowledge of the totality. Science, developed through the empirical verification of hypotheses, seemed to be the only road to secure knowledge of the world. At the same time, Taine believed that the continuation of a metaphysical worldview, a view of the totality as a necessary system, was not only a legitimate but also a necessary enterprise. And his persistent problem was that of combining his conviction that there was nothing in the world but events or phenomena and the relations between them with his conviction that a metaphysics was possible which would go beyond the results of the particular sciences and achieve a synthesis. From the chronological point of view, the attraction which he felt for the philosophies of Spinoza and Hegel preceded the development of his positivist ideas. But it was not a case of positivism arriving on the scene and driving out metaphysics. Taine reasserted his belief in metaphysics and endeavored to reconcile the two tendencies in his thought. Whether he was successful, and indeed whether he could have been successful, is disputable. But there can be no doubt about what he was trying to do. The general nature of this attempt is made clear by Taine himself in his work on the French philosophers of the 19th century, in his study of John Stuart Mill, Le Positivisme Anglais. Études sur Stuart Mill, 1864, and in his History of English Literature. The English empiricists, in Taine's opinion, regard the world as a collection of facts. To be sure, they concern themselves with the relations between phenomena or facts, but these relations are for them purely contingent. For Mill, who represents the culmination of a line of thought starting with Francis Bacon, the causal relation is simply one of factually regular sequence. Indeed, the law which attributes a cause to every event has for him no other basis, no other value and no other bearing than an experience. It simply gathers together a sum of observations. By confining himself simply to experience and its immediate data, Mill has described the English mind while believing that he was describing the human mind. For the genuine metaphysical idealists, however, have had the vision of the totality. They have seen the universe as the expression of ultimate causes and laws, as a necessary system, not as a collection of facts or of phenomena which are related in a purely contingent manner. At the same time, in their enthusiasm for the vision of the totality, they have neglected the limitations of the human mind and have tried to proceed in a purely a priori manner. They have tried to reconstruct the world of experience by pure thought. 5. In point of fact, they have constructed imposing edifices which presently collapse in ruins. There is thus room for a middle way, a combination of what is true and valuable in both English empiricism and genuine metaphysics. The achievement of this synthesis is reserved for the French mind. If there is a place between the two nations, it is ours. 1. It is the French mind which is called to correct the faults of both English positivism and German metaphysics, to synthesize the corrected outlooks, to express them in a style which everyone understands and thus to make of them the universal mind. 2. The English excel in the discovery of facts, the Germans in the construction of theories. Fact and theory need to be brought together by the French, if possible by Taine. One's mind may well boggle at the thought of combining English empiricism with German idealism, Mill with Hegel. But Taine is not concerned simply with stating an ideal which doubtless seems to many minds unrealizable and perhaps even silly. He indicates what he considers to be the ground on which a synthesis can be constructed, namely man's power of abstraction. Taine's use of the word abstraction stands, however, in need of some explanation. In the first place, Taine does not mean to imply that we are entitled to assume that abstract terms refer to corresponding abstract entities. On the contrary, he attacks not only Cousin and the eclectics but also Spinoza and Hegel for making precisely this assumption. Words such as substance, force, and power are convenient ways of grouping similar phenomena, but to think, for example, that the word force signifies an abstract entity is to be misled by language. We believe that there are no substances, but only systems of facts. We regard the idea of substance as a psychological illusion. We consider substances, force, and all the metaphysical beings of the moderns as a relic of scholastic entities. We think that there is nothing in the world but facts and laws, that is to say events and their relations, and like you we recognize that all knowledge consists in the first instance in linking or in adding facts. 3. In his work on intelligence, Taine insists that there are no entities corresponding to words such as faculty, power, self. Psychology is the study of facts, and in the self or ego we find no facts except the series of events, for which are all reducible to sensations. Even positivists have been guilty of the reification of abstract terms. A signal example of this is provided by Herbert Spencer's theory of the unknowable, considered as absolute force. In this line of thought, considered by itself, Taine goes as far as any empiricist could wish. We think that there are neither minds nor bodies, but simply groups of movements present or possible, and groups of thoughts present or possible. Point 1. And it is interesting to observe Taine's insistence on the bewitching power of language, which induces philosophers to postulate unreal entities that vanish when one scrupulously examines the meaning of the words. Point 2. His empiricism also shows itself in his rejection of the a priori method of Spinoza, a method which can do more than reveal ideal possibilities. Any knowledge of existing reality must be based on and result from experience. By abstraction, therefore, Taine does not mean the formation of abstract terms or concepts which are then mistakenly thought to stand for abstract entities. But what does he mean by it? He describes it as the power of isolating the elements of facts and considering them separately. Point 3. The assumption is that what is given in experience is complex and that it is analyzable into constituent elements which can be considered separately or in abstraction. The natural way of understanding this is in terms of reductive analysis as practiced by Condillac in the 18th century or by Bertrand Russell in the 20th. Analysis, decomposition, is said to give us the nature or essence of what is analyzed. But Taine takes it that among the constituent elements which form the interior of a being there can be found causes, forces, and laws. They are not a new fact added to the first, they are a portion of it, an extract, they are contained in them, they are nothing else but the facts themselves. 15. For example, proof of the statement that Tom is mortal does not consist in arguing from the premise that all men die, which, as Mill maintained, begs the question, nor in appealing to the fact that we do not know of any human being who has not eventually died, but rather by showing that mortality is joined to the quality of being a man. 2. Inasmuch as the human body is an unstable chemical compound. To find out whether Tom will die or not, there is no need to multiply examples of men who have died. What is required is abstraction, which enables us to formulate a law. Every single example contains the cause of human mortality, but it has of course to be isolated by the mind, picked out or extracted from complex phenomena, and formulated in an abstract manner. To prove a fact, as Aristotle said, is to show its cause. This cause is comprised within the fact. And when we have abstracted it, we can argue from the abstract to the concrete, that is to say from cause to effect. We can however go further than this. We can practice the operation of analysis on groups or sets of laws and, in principle at any rate, arrive at the most primitive and basic elements of the universe. There are simple elements from which derive the most general laws, and from these the particular laws, and from these laws the facts which we observe. Point 2. If these simple or unanalyzable elements can be known, metaphysics is possible. For metaphysics is the search for first causes. And, according to Taine, the first causes are knowable, inasmuch as they are everywhere exemplified, in all facts. It is not as though we had to transcend the world in order to know its first cause or causes. They are everywhere present and operative, and all that the human mind has to do is to extract or abstract them. Given his insistence that the ultimate causes of empirical facts are contained within the facts themselves and so within experience, Taine can think of himself as correcting and enlarging British empiricism, not as contradicting it flatly. As far as he is concerned, metaphysics is really continuous with science, though it has a higher degree of generality. It is however evident that he starts with the assumption that the universe is one rational or law-ordered system. The notion that laws are convenient or practically useful fictions of the mind is quite alien to his thought. He assumes that there is a reason for everything, that every fact has its law, that every composite is reducible to simple elements, that every product implies causes, factors, that every quality and every existence must be deducible from some superior and anterior term. Point 3 Taine assumes too that cause and effect are really the same thing under two appearances. These assumptions are obviously derived not from empiricism but from the influence on his mind of Spinoza and Hegel. When he envisages one ultimate cause, one eternal axiom and creative formula, he is clearly speaking under the influence of a metaphysical vision of the totality as a necessary system which exhibits in innumerable ways the creative activity of an ultimate, though purely immanent, cause. As we have noted, Taine criticizes the German idealists for having tried to deduce a priori such particular cases as the planetary system and the laws of physics and chemistry. But he appears to be objecting not to the idea of deducibility as such, deducibility in principle that is to say, but rather to the assumption that the human mind is able to perform the deduction, even when it has ascertained the primitive laws or ultimate causes. Between, so to speak, the primitive laws and a particular exemplification in the world as given in experience, there is an infinite series, crisscrossed, so to speak, by innumerable cooperating or counterbalancing causal influences. And the human mind is too limited to be able to take in the whole pattern of the universe. But if Taine admits, as he seems to do, deducibility in principle, this admission obviously expresses a general vision of the universe which he has derived not from empiricism but from Spinoza and Hegel. This vision includes in its scope not only the physical universe but also human history. In his view, history cannot become a science in the proper sense until causes and laws have been abstracted from the facts or historical data. One talk about a metaphysical vision may seem to be simply a case of employing the philosophical jargon which was fashionable some years ago among those who rejected the claim of metaphysics to be able to increase our positive knowledge of reality but who were not prepared to write off metaphysical systems as sheer nonsense. The term vision, however, has a special appositeness in Taine's case. For he never developed a metaphysical system. He is best known for his contribution to empirical psychology. In psychopathology he tried to show how the constituent elements of what is prima facie a simple state or phenomenon can be dissociated, and he also made use of neural physiology to exhibit the mechanism which underlies mental phenomena. In general, he gave a powerful impetus to that development of psychology in France which is associated with such names as Théodule Armand Ribot, R. 859-1916, Alfred Binet, 1857-1902, and Pierre Janet, 1859-1947. In the fields of literary, artistic, and social political history, Taine is known for his hypothesis of the formative influence on human nature of the three factors of race, environment and time, and for his insistence, when dealing with the origins of contemporary France, on the effects of excessive centralization as manifested in different ways in the old regime, in the Republic and under the Empire. Throughout his work, however, Taine had, as he put it, a certain idea of causes. An idea which was not that of the empiricists. In his view, the eclectic spiritualists, such as Cousin, located causes outside the effects, and the ultimate cause outside the world. But the positivists banished causality from science. Taine's idea of causality was obviously inspired by a general view of the universe as a rational and deterministic system. This vision remained a vision, in the sense that while he looked on his idea of causality as demanding and making possible a metaphysics, he did not himself attempt to develop a metaphysical system which would exhibit the first causes and their operation in the universe. What he insisted on was the possibility of and the need for such a system. And while he could and did speak in an empiricist way of the scientific method of abstraction, hypothesis, verification 3 for the ascertaining of causes, it is pretty clear that he meant more by cause than would be meant by the empiricist or positivist. 6. Auguste Comte gave a powerful impetus to the development of sociology, an impetus which bore fruit in the later decades of the 19th century. To say this is certainly not to claim that French sociologists such as Durkheim were devoted disciples of the high priest of positivism. but by insisting on the irreducibility of each of his basic sciences to the particular science or sciences which it presupposed in the hierarchy, and by emphasizing the nature of sociology as the scientific study of social phenomena, Comte put sociology on the map. To be sure, the beginnings of sociology can be traced back well beyond Comte to Montesquieu, for example, and to Condorcet, not to speak of Saint Simon, Comte's immediate predecessor. But Comte's clear recognition of sociology as a particular science, with a character of its own, justified Durkheim in regarding him as the father or founder of this science, for in spite of the fact that Durkheim did not accept the law of the three stages and criticized Comte's approach to sociology, Émile Durkheim, 1858–1917, studied in Paris at the École Normale Supérieure and then taught philosophy in various schools. In 1887 he started to lecture in the University of Bordeaux, where he was appointed to the chair of social science in 1896. 2 years later he founded L'Année Sociologique, a periodical of which he became editor. In 1902 he moved to Paris, where he was appointed professor of education in 1906 and then, in 1913, of education and sociology. In 1893 he published De la division du travail social, and in 1895 Les règles de la méthode sociologique. Two further writings included Le suicide 3 and Les formes élémentaires de la vie religieuse, for which appeared respectively in 1897 and 1912. Posthumously published writings, representing ideas expressed in lecture courses, include Sociologie et Philosophie, 5 L'éducation morale 6 and Les fonds de sociologie, physique de mœurs et de droit. 7 These works appeared respectively in 1924, 1925, and 1950. Sociology was for Durkheim the empirically based study of what he described as social phenomena or social facts. A social fact meant for him a general feature of a given society at a given stage of its development, a feature or general way of acting which could be regarded as exercising a constraint on individuals. 8 A condition of the possibility of sociology as a science is that there should be in any given society phenomena which would not exist if this society did not exist, and which are what they are only because this society is constituted in the way it is. 9 And it is the business of the sociologist to study these social phenomena in the same objective manner in which the physical scientist studies physical phenomena. Generalization must result from a clear perception of social phenomena or facts and their interrelations. It should not precede such perception or constitute an a priori framework of interpretation in such a way that the sociologist is studying not the social facts themselves but his ideas of them. From a philosophical point of view, it is difficult to make a clear distinction between a fact and one's idea of it. For one cannot study anything at all without conceiving it. But there is no great difficulty in understanding the sort of procedure to which Durkheim objects. For example, while he gives credit to Auguste Comte for seeing that social phenomena are objective realities which fall within the natural world and can be studied scientifically, he finds fault with Comte for approaching sociology with a preconceived philosophical theory of history as a continual process of the perfecting of human nature. In his sociology, Comte finds what he wants to find, namely what will fit into his philosophical theory. It is thus not so much the facts as his idea of the facts which Comte studies. Similarly, Herbert Spencer was concerned not so much with studying social facts in and for themselves as with showing how they verify his general evolutionary hypothesis. In Durkheim's opinion, Spencer pursued sociology as a philosopher, to prove a theory, rather than by letting the social facts speak for themselves. We have seen above that Durkheim relates a social fact to a given society. And he laid great emphasis on the plurality of human societies, each of which has to be studied first of all in itself. On this matter he saw a difference between Comte and Spencer. Comte assumed that there was one human society which developed through successive stages, each of which was correlated with and in a sense dependent on the corresponding stage of man's intellectual advance. His philosophy of history made him myopic in regard to the particular questions which arise out of the careful study of given different societies. Further, by incorporating sociology into a philosophical system, Kant really ensured that his sociology would make no progress in the hands of his disciples. For development to be possible, the law of the three stages had to be jettisoned. In the case of Herbert Spencer, however, the situation is rather different. For he recognized the plurality of societies and tried to classify them according to their types. Further, he discerned the operation of obscure forces beneath the level of thought and reason and avoided the exaggerated emphasis placed by Kant on man's scientific advance. At the same time, in his Principles of Sociology, Spencer started out with a definition of society which was an expression of his own a priori concept rather than the result of meticulous study of the relevant data or facts. These social facts are for Durkheim sui generis. It is the business of the sociologist to study these facts as he finds them and not to reduce them to some other kind of fact. When a new science is beginning to develop, one has to take models from already existing developed sciences. But a new science becomes a science only insofar as it attains independence. And this involves having its own subject matter and its own set of concepts formed through reflection on this subject matter. Durkheim is thus no reductionist. At the same time, he believes that for sociology to make real progress it must, like previously developed sciences, emancipate itself from philosophy. This does not mean simply liberating itself from subordination to a philosophical system such as that of Kant. It also means that the sociologist should not allow himself to become entangled in philosophical disputes, such as the dispute between determinists and upholders of free will. All that sociology requires is that the principle of causality should be applied to social phenomena, and then only as an empirical postulate, not as a necessary a priori truth. Whether it is in fact possible to avoid all philosophical presuppositions, as Durkheim supposes, is debatable. But he is not, of course, saying that philosophers should not discuss such topics as freedom of the will, if they wish to do so. He is saying that there is no need for the sociologist to do so, and that the development of sociology requires that he should in fact abstain from such discussion. The subject matter of sociology is provided by what Durkheim calls social phenomena or social facts. And reference has been made above to his idea of social facts as exercising constraint on the individual. Social facts in this sense include, for example, the morality and the religion of a given society. Use of the term constraint need not therefore imply coercion in the sense of the use of force. In the process of upbringing, a child is initiated into a set of valuations which come from the society to which he belongs rather than from himself, and his mind can be said to be constrained by his society's moral code. Even if he rebels against the code, it is there, so to speak, as that against which he rebels and so as governing his reaction. There is no great difficulty in understanding this sort of idea. But Durkheim speaks of social phenomena such as morality and religion as expressions of the social or collective consciousness or of the common spirit or mind. And something has to be said about this topic, as use of a term such as collective consciousness can easily be misunderstood. In his essay on individual and collective representations, Durkheim blames individualistic sociology for trying to explain the whole by reducing it to its parts. And elsewhere he says that it is the whole that, in a large measure, produces the part too. If such passages were isolated and considered simply by themselves, it would be natural to conclude that according to Durkheim the collective consciousness was a kind of universal substance from which individualistic consciousnesses proceed in a manner analogous to that in which plurality was said to emanate from the Neoplatonist one. It would then be somewhat disconcerting to find Durkheim stating that the parts cannot be derived from the whole. For the whole is nothing without the parts which form it. The term collective consciousness is apt to mislead and is therefore unfortunate. What Durkheim is trying to say, however, is reasonably clear. When he speaks of a collective consciousness or of a common spirit or mind, he is not postulating a substance existing apart from individual minds. A society does not exist apart from the individuals which compose it, and the system of a society's beliefs and value judgments is born, as it were, by individual minds. but it is borne by them in so far as they have come to participate in something which is not confined to any given set of individuals but persists as a social reality. Individuals have their own sensory experiences, their own tastes, and so on. But when the individual learns to speak, he comes to participate, through language, in a whole system of categories, beliefs, and value judgments, in what Durkheim describes as a social consciousness. We can thus distinguish between individual and collective representations, between what is peculiar to an individual as such and what he owes to or derives from the society to which he belongs. In so far as these collective representations affect the individual consciousness, we can speak of the parts as derived from or explained by the whole. That is to say, it makes sense to speak of the social mind as causally affecting the individual mind, as affecting it, as it were, from without. According to Durkheim, it is by participating in civilization, the totality of intellectual and moral goods that man becomes specifically human. In this sense the part depends on the whole. At the same time civilization could not exist without individual human beings. And in this sense the whole is nothing without the parts which constitute it. The social facts or phenomena, which for Durkheim constitute the data of the sociologist's reflection, are social institutions of one kind or another which are the products of man in society and which, when once constituted, causally affect the individual consciousness. For instance, the outlook of a Hindu is formed not only by his private sensory experience but also by the religion of his society and by the institutions connected with it. The religion, however, could not exist as a social reality without any Hindus. The constraint exercised by collective representations or by the collective consciousness can be seen clearly, according to Durkheim, in the field of morals. There are indeed moral facts, but they exist only in a social context. Let all social life disappear, and moral life will disappear with it. Morality, in all its forms, is never met with except in society. It never varies except in relation to social conditions to morality. In other words, does not originate in the individual considered precisely as such. It originates in society and is a social phenomenon, and it bears upon the individual. In the sense of obligation, for example, it is the voice of society which speaks. It is society which imposes obligatory rules of conduct, their obligatory character being marked by the attachment of sanctions to the infringement of such rules. For the individual as such the voice of society, speaking through the sense of obligation, comes, as it were, from without. And it is this relationship of externality, of the whole functioning as a social reality in regard to the part, which makes it possible to regard the voice of conscience as the voice of God. For Durkheim, however, religion is basically the expression of a collective ideal, and God is an hypostatization of the collective consciousness. It is quite true that in relation to the individual consciousness moral precepts and the sense of obligation to obey them possess an a priori character, imposing themselves, as it were, from without. But the religiously minded person's voice of God speaking through conscience and Kant's practical reason are really simply the voice of society, and the sense of obligation is due to the participation of the individual in the collective consciousness. If we are thinking simply of the individual consciousness considered purely as such, society speaks from without. But it also speaks from within, inasmuch as the individual is a member of society and participates in the common consciousness or spirit. It is obviously true that society is constantly exercising pressure on individuals in a variety of ways. But even if it is an incontestable rule of conduct, emanating from the social consciousness, that we should realize in ourselves the essential traits of the collective type, many people are likely to think that there is a middle way between thoroughly antisocial behavior and conformity to a common type, and that society is enriched by the development of the individual personality. Further, many people would be prepared to envisage cases in which the individual could justifiably protest against the voice of society in the name of a higher ideal. Indeed, how else can moral progress be realized? While Durkheim insists that morality is a social phenomenon, he does not of course see this theory as entailing social conformism in a sense which would exclude the development of individual personality. His view is that with the development of civilization the collective type of ideal becomes more abstract and so admits of a much greater degree of variety within the framework of what is demanded by society. In a primitive society the essential traits of the collective type are defined in a very concrete manner. The man is expected to act according to a definite traditional pattern of behavior, and so is the woman. In more advanced societies, however, the likenesses which are demanded between members of the society are less than in the more homogeneous primitive tribe or class. And if the collective type or ideal becomes that of humanity in general, it is so abstract and general that there is plenty of room for the development of the individual personality. The area of personal freedom thus tends to grow as society becomes more advanced. At the same time, if a modern industrial society does not impose all the obligations imposed by a primitive tribe, this does not alter the fact that in every case it is society which imposes the obligation. A point which needs to be mentioned is that society for Durkheim does not necessarily mean simply the state or political society, at any rate not as a completely adequate source of an ethical code. For example, in modern society a large part of human life is passed in the industrial and commercial world where ethical rules are lacking. In economically advanced societies therefore, with their highly developed specialization or division of labor, there is need for what Durkheim calls occupational ethics. Functional diversity induces a moral diversity that nothing can prevent. In all cases, however, the individual as such is subject to social pressure to act or not to act in certain ways. It is hardly necessary to say that Durkheim is trying to turn ethics into an empirical science, treating of social facts or phenomena of a particular kind. In his view, both the utilitarians and the Kantians reconstruct morality as they think it ought to be or as they would wish it to be, instead of observing carefully what it is. According to Durkheim, if we look closely at the facts, we see that social pressure or constraint exercised by the collective consciousness in regard to the individual is the chief constituent of morality. Though however he insists that the approach of the utilitarians and the Kantians is wrong, the attempt, that is to say, to find a basic principle of morality and then to proceed deductively, he also makes an effort to show that his own ethical theory comprises in itself the elements of truth contained in the theories which he attacks. For example, morality does as a matter of fact serve useful purposes within the framework of society. And its utility can be examined and ascertained. At the same time, the chief characteristic of the moral consciousness is the sense of obligation which is felt as a categorical imperative. The rule, imposed by society, has to be obeyed simply because it is a rule. 2. We can thus find a place for Kant's idea of duty for duty's sake, though we can also find a place for the utilitarian's concept of usefulness to society. Morality exists because society needs it, but it takes the form of the voice of society demanding obedience because it is the voice of society. One obvious comment is that whereas Kant's idea of the categorical imperative as issuing from the practical reason provides a basis for criticizing existing moral codes, Durkheim's theory provides no such basis. If moral rules are relative to given societies, expressing the collective consciousness of a particular society, and if moral obligation means that the individual is obliged to obey the voice of society, how can the individual ever be justified in questioning the moral code or the value judgments of the society to which he belongs? Does it not follow that moral reformers must be condemned as subversive elements? If this is not the case, how can we reasonably equate morality with the moral codes of particular societies? For the reformer appeals against such a code to something which seems to him higher or more universal. Durkheim is not of course blind to this line of objection. He sees that he can be accused of holding that the individual must accept passively the dictates of society, whatever they may be, without ever having the right to rebel, and as he has no wish to push the demand for social conformism to this point, he looks to the idea of utility to provide him with a reply. No fact relating to life, and this applies to moral facts, can endure if it is not of some use, if it does not answer some need. To a rule which once fulfilled a useful social function may lose its usefulness as society changes and develops. Individuals who are aware of this are justified in drawing general attention to the fact. Indeed, it may not be simply a question of a particular rule of conduct. Social changes may be taking place on such a scale that what amounts to a new morality is demanded by these changes and begins to make its appearance. If then society as a whole persists in clinging to the traditional and outmoded order of morality, those who understand the process of development and its needs are justified in challenging the old dictates of society. THIRD are not therefore obliged to bow to the force of moral opinion. In certain cases we are justified even in rebelling against it. The best way of doing so may appear to be to oppose these ideas not only theoretically but also in action. 3. This line of reply may be ingenious, but it is hardly adequate. If it is society which imposes obligation, obedience to the actual dictates of any given society is presumably obligatory. If however, as Durkheim allows, there can be situations in which individuals are justified in questioning, or even in rebelling against, the dictates of society, some moral criterion other than the voice of society is required. The moral reformer, it may be said, appeals from the actual voice of society, as embodied in traditional formulas, to the real voice of society. But what is the criterion for assessing the real voice of society, what society ought to demand as distinct from what it does demand? If it is utility, a society's real interests, one should presumably adopt utilitarianism. One is then faced however with the task of supplying a criterion for assessing a society's real interests. Referring to the possibility that a modern society might lose sight of the rights of the individual, Durkheim suggests that the society could be reminded that the denial of rights to the individual would be to deny the most essential interests of society itself. 1. He might claim that this refers simply to the interests of modern European society as it has in fact developed, and not, for instance, to a closely knit primitive clan. But even in this case one would be appealing from the actual voice of society to what one believed ought to be its voice. And it is difficult to see how normative judgments of this kind can be included in a purely descriptive study of moral phenomena. Like morality, religion is for Durkheim essentially a social phenomenon. In one place he asserts that a religion is a unified system of beliefs and practices relative to sacred things, that is to say, things set apart and forbidden, beliefs and practices which unite into one single moral community, called a church, all those who adhere to them. 2. When Durkheim insists that we do not find a single religion without a church. 3. And that religion is inseparable from the idea of a church, for he does not mean simply a Christian church. He means a community of persons who represent the sacred and its relation to the profane in the same way, and who translate these beliefs and ideas into common practice. Obviously, there are different beliefs and different symbols in different religions. But one must know how to go underneath the symbol to the reality which it represents and which gives it its meaning. 5. We then find that religion is the primary form of the collective consciousness. 6. Indeed, I see in the divinity only society transfigured and symbolically expressed. 7. In primitive or undeveloped societies, according to Durkheim, morality was essentially religious, in the sense that man's most important and numerous duties were those towards his gods. In the course of time morality has become progressively separated from religious belief. Partly through the influence of Christianity with its insistence on love between human beings. The area of the sacred has diminished, and the process of secularization has advanced. Religion tends to embrace a smaller and smaller sector of social life. 2. At the same time there is a sense in which religion will always persist. For society always needs to represent to itself the collective sentiments and the collective ideas which make its unity and its personality. 3. If however a new faith arises, we cannot foresee the symbols which will be used to express it. It is of course in the light of his theory of the essential nature of religion that we have to understand Durkheim's assertion that in reality there are no religions which are false. All are true in their own fashion, all answer, though in different ways, to the given conditions of human existence. 4. Obviously, Durkheim does not mean to imply that all religious beliefs, if considered as statements about reality, are equally true. He is thinking of different religions as all expressing, each in its own way, a social reality. One religion can be described as superior to another if, for example, it is richer in ideas and sentiments and contains more concepts with fewer sensations and images. 5 But no religion can properly be described as being simply false. For even the most barbarous rites and the most fantastic myths translate some human need, some aspect of life, either individual or social. 6 This is not to say that a religion is true insofar as it proves useful. It is true insofar as it expresses or represents, in its own fashion, a social reality. Durkheim obviously considers religion from a purely sociological and external point of view. Moreover, he assumes that if we wish to ascertain the essential features of religion, we have to examine primitive or elementary religion. And this assumption is open to criticism, quite apart from the fact that some of Durkheim's theories about the origins of religion are highly disputable. For unless we assume from the start that religion is essentially a primitive phenomenon, why should not its nature be better manifested in the course of its development than in its origins? Durkheim could of course argue that in primitive society religion played a much greater part in social life than it does today, and that as it is a receding phenomenon, it is only reasonable to look for its essential features at a period when it was most notably a living force. But this line of argument, though reasonable up to a point, seems to presuppose a certain idea of religion, Durkheim's idea, which represents it as the expression of the collective consciousness. Further, just as in his treatment of morality Durkheim concentrates on what Bergson describes as closed morality, so in his treatment of religion does he concentrate on what Bergson describes as static religion. But this is a theme which is best left to the relevant chapter on the philosophy of Bergson. 7 Though Durkheim recognized successive distinguishable mentalities and outlooks, he did not make such a sharp dichotomy between the primitive and later mentalities as to exclude a theory of the development of the former into the latter. He saw the category of causality, for example, as being first developed and employed in an essentially religious context and outlook, and then as being later detached from the framework. It was Lucien Levy-Bruhl, 1857–1939, who expounded the theory that the mentality of primitive peoples was pre-logical in character. He maintained, for example, that the primitive mind did not recognize the principle of non-contradiction but operated according to an implicit idea of participation which allowed a thing to be itself and at the same time something other than itself. Primitive mentality considers and at the same time feels all beings and objects to be homogeneous, that is, it regards them all as participating in the same essential nature, or in the same ensemble of qualities. 2 Again, the primitive mind was indifferent to empirical verification. It credited things with qualities and powers when the presence in things of these qualities and powers was in no way verified by experience. In fine, Levy-Bruhl found a sharp distinction between the primitive mentality, which for him was essentially religious and even mystical, and the logical and scientific mentality. If considered in its pure state at any rate, in primitive man that is to say, and not as surviving in co-existence with a different emerging outlook, the former was different in kind from the latter. Nowadays it would be generally agreed that Durkheim was justified in criticizing this dichotomy and Levy-Bruhl's characterization of primitive mentality as pre-logical. In many ways the world of primitive man was doubtless very different from ours, and he had many beliefs which we do not share. But it does not follow that his natural logic was entirely heterogeneous from ours, as Levy-Bruhl at first asserted. In 1903 Levy-Bruhl published La morale et la science de moeurs. Like Durkheim, he aimed at contributing to the development of a science of morals, something which had to be carefully distinguished from morals itself. Morality is a social fact and needs no philosopher to bring it into being. But the philosopher can examine this social fact. He then finds that it is a case of facts rather than of a fact. That is to say, in every society there is a set of moral rules, an ethical code, relative to that society. A theoretical and abstract system, elaborated by a philosopher, bears as little resemblance to the actual ethical phenomena as does an abstract philosophical religion to the historic religions of mankind. If a philosopher works out an abstract ethical system and describes it as natural ethics, the ethics of man as such, This is a misnomer. The idea of a natural ethics ought to give way to the idea that all existing ethics are natural too. What we need to do first is to ascertain the historical data in the field of morals. It should then be possible, on the basis of positive knowledge so gained, to develop some guidelines for the future. But the result would be an empirically based art rather than an abstract or ideal system of ethics as conceived by some philosophers in the past. The task of collecting historical data is hardly the business of the philosopher as such. And it is arguable that the task of seeing what practical use can be made of the knowledge obtained in this way can perfectly well be performed by the sociologist. It might therefore be suggested that if Levi-Bruhl rejected, as he did, the idea of elaborating an abstract ethical system, he might have done well, if he wished to act as a philosopher, to concentrate on the analysis of ethical concepts and language. To a certain extent both he and Durkheim provided such analyses. But the analyses really consisted in giving a naturalistic interpretation of ethical terms. Levi-Bruhl occupied a chair of philosophy, but he was primarily an anthropologist and a sociologist. Antoine Augustin Cournot, 1801–77, was a distinguished mathematician and economist who was also a philosopher. After preliminary studies, partly at a school in his native town of Gray near Dijon and partly alone, he entered the École Normale Sous Saint-Roure at Paris with a view to continuing his studies in mathematics. In 1823 he became secretary to Marshal Sa.J.Nt. and tutor to the latter's son. After the marshal's death Cournot held a post at Paris until he was appointed professor of analysis and mechanics at Lyon. Shortly afterwards however he was appointed head of the academy at Grenoble, a post which he combined with that of Inspector General of Public Education, until confirmation in this second post led to his taking up his abode in Paris in R838. His published writings were in the fields of mathematics, mechanics, economics, education, and philosophy. He contributed to the application of mathematics to economics. In the philosophical area he published in 1843 an Exposition de la théorie de chances et de probabilités, exposition of the theory of chance and of probability. This was followed in 1851 by his essay sur les fondements de nos connaissances et sur les caractères de la critique philosophique. In 1861 Cournot published a Traité de l'enchaînement des idées fondamentales dans les sciences et dans l'histoire, treatise on the connection between the fundamental ideas of the sciences and of history. In 1872 there appeared his Considerations sur la marche des idées et de événements dans les temps modernes, Reflections on the movement of ideas and events in modern times, and in 1875 Mau Realisme, Vitalisme, Rationalisme, Études sur l'emploi des dons de la science and philosophie, Materialism, Vitalism, Rationalism, Studies on the use of the data of science in philosophy. Cournot was not at all the man to think that philosophy could profitably pursue an isolated path of its own, without reference to the development of the sciences. Philosophy without science soon loses sight of our real relations with the universe too. Philosophy needs to feed, so to speak, on science. At the same time Cournot resolutely refused to regard philosophy either as a particular science or as a synthesis of the sciences. In his view science and philosophy were interrelated in a variety of ways, they were none the less distinguishable. And because they were distinct lines of inquiry, there was no good reason for thinking that the progress of science entailed the gradual disappearance of philosophy. While recognizing that innumerable meanings have been given to the term philosophy in popular usage and by philosophers themselves, Cournot regards philosophy as having two essential functions, on the one hand the study and investigation of the reason of things and, on the other hand, the study of the forms of thought and of the general laws and processes of the human mind. By the reason of things Cournot means, in general, rational or intelligible interconnection, and he makes a distinction between reason and cause. Consider, for example, the Russian Revolution. Obviously, a multitude of causal actions were involved. But to understand the Russian Revolution we have to find an intelligible structure connecting all these causes and events. and if we decide that the reason for the revolution was the unyielding autocratic constitution or regime, we are not talking about an efficient cause in the sense in which, for instance, a certain action by one man is the efficient cause of injury to another. The reason explains the series of causes. It answers the question, why did these events take place? The reason of things is thus akin to Leibniz's sufficient reason, though Commot, who greatly admired Leibniz, remarks that the word sufficient is superfluous. An insufficient reason would not be the reason of things. When Commot says that the search for the explanation and the reason of things is what characterizes philosophical curiosity, no matter what the order of facts to which it is applied, he is thinking of an objective reason, of something which is there to be discovered. But it is of course the human reason, subjective reason, which seeks to grasp the objective reason. And subjective reason can reflect on its own activity. It can be concerned with the evaluation of certain regulative and fundamental ideas or with criticism of their representative value. Critical inquiry of this sort is the second function of philosophy. But the two functions are closely interrelated. For example, the human reason, according to Commot, is regulated by the idea of order, in the sense that order is what reason seeks to find and what it can recognize when found. In fact, reason is guided by the idea of the perfection of order, inasmuch as it compares possible arrangements of phenomena and prefers that which best satisfies its idea of what constitutes order. At the same time, the mind does not simply impose order on phenomena, it discovers it. And it is in the light of such discovery that reason can evaluate its own regulative idea. Commot likes to quote Bossuet to the effect that only reason can introduce order into things, and that order can be understood only by reason. When the two sides, the subjective and the objective, are in accord, there is knowledge. Commot is therefore not prepared to accept the theory that the mind simply imposes order on what is in itself without order, or that it simply projects into things their reasons. Point 3. There is a marked element 6f realism in his thought. He insists, for example, that whatever Kant may have said, Newtonian physics implies the existence of time, space, and geometrical relations outside the mind. At the same time, he maintains both that what we know are the relations between phenomena, and that our knowledge of these relations is never absolute but always revisable in principle. When the astronomer, for example, tries to determine the movements of the heavenly bodies, he is certainly concerned with objective knowledge, but the knowledge which he obtains is relative in several ways. For instance, the movements which he establishes are relative to a certain system, and he cannot determine absolute points of reference in space. The astronomer's knowledge is real and relative at the same time. It is subject to revision. Our hypotheses can possess varying degrees of probability, but they do not amount to absolute knowledge, even when they produce the subjective feeling of certainty. The concept of probability is, like that of order, one of the basic ideas discussed by Cournot. He makes a distinction between mathematical probability and probability in a general sense, or what he calls philosophical probability. The former is concerned with objective possibility and is described as the limit of physical possibility, whereas in the case of the latter the grounds of our preference are not amenable to precise mathematical formulation. Suppose that we are confronted with three prima facie explanations of a phenomenon or set of phenomena. It may be that we can rule out one of them as mathematically impossible. In deciding, however, between the other two, we introduce criteria which are not amenable to exact mathematical treatment. Moreover, even if we succeed in falsifying empirically one of the hypotheses and therefore feel subjectively certain about the truth of the other, it may be that further developments in scientific knowledge will demand revision. Apart from matters of purely logical or mathematical demonstration, we have to rely on variable, subjective probability. Point 3. In formulating a law of phenomena, for example, reason refers to certain criteria, such as simplicity, and the mind may feel certain that it has found the law. But this feeling of certainty does not alter the fact that what we judge to be more probable depends on the limited extent of our present knowledge and thus on a variable factor. According to Cournot, therefore, reason seeks and finds order in the world, even if its knowledge of the order or reason of things is not absolute. Comat's world, however, also contains fortuitous events, the result of the operation of chance. And this idea needs some explanation. By a chance event, Comat does not mean a rare or surprising event. It might of course be rare or surprising, but these characteristics are not included in the meaning of the term. Nor does Comat mean a causeless event. Everything that we call an event must have a cause. A chance event is one which is brought about by the conjunction of other events which belong to independent series. A simple example given by Comat himself is that of a Parisian who takes a train to a destination in the country. There is a railway accident, and the Parisian is among the victims. The accident has of course its cause or causes, but the operation of these causes has nothing to do with the presence of the particular Parisian on the train. The accident would have occurred even if he had decided at the last moment to stay in the city instead of going to the country. In this sense, his being killed or injured is a fortuitous event, resulting from the conjunction of two series of causes which were originally independent of each other. Chance in this sense is for Comat an objective or real feature of the world. That is to say, it is not something which is simply dependent on and relative to the limitations of our knowledge. It is not accurate to say, as Hume does, that chance is only our ignorance of real causes. In principle, the mind, by using the calculus of probabilities, could foretell possible conjunctions of independent series of causes. And a superhuman intelligence could do so to a greater extent than we can. This does not show, however, that chance events are logarithmed, or that it would be possible to foretell with certainty actual events due to the conjunction of independent series of causes. In other words, for Comat, as for Baudrou after him, contingency is a metaphysical reality, in the sense that there is in the universe an irreducible element of indeterminacy. Not even in principle could estimation of the probability of possible events in the future be converted into complete objective certitude. Though Cournot argues that there are certain basic concepts, such as order, which are common to the sciences, he also insists that actual examination of and reflection on the sciences shows us that different sciences have to introduce different basic concepts. It is therefore impossible to reduce all sciences to one science, such as physics. For example, I use the behavior of the living organism, which excludes the possibility of accounting for it simply in terms of the physico-chemical elements of the constituent parts, or elements, and which forces us to introduce the idea of a vital energy or plastic force. This concept and its implications are not indeed altogether clear. We cannot suppose that life precedes organic structure and produces it. But neither can we suppose that organic structure precedes life. We have to assume that in organic and living beings, organic structure and life play simultaneously the roles of cause and effect through a reciprocity of relations, one which is sui generis. And though a term such as vital or plastic force does not give the mind an idea which can be clearly defined, it expresses a recognition of the irreducibility of the living to the non-living. This irreducibility implies, of course, that in the process of evolution there is emergence of what is new, of what cannot be described simply in terms of that out of which it emerges. It does not follow, however, that evolution is for Comat a continuous process, in the sense that it takes the form of a linear series of ascending levels of perfection. In Comat's view, evolution takes the form of distinct creative impulses or movements, in accordance with a kind of rhythm of relative activity and rest, and in his trait he anticipates Bergson's idea of divergent paths or directions of development. As however he is sharply opposed, like Bergson after him, to any purely mechanistic interpretation of evolution, he regards it as legitimate for the philosopher to think in terms of finality and of a creative divine intelligence. This does not mean that after asserting the reality of chance as a factor in the universe, Cournot then goes on to reject this idea and to represent the universe as rational through and through. We have seen that for him the concept of order which regulates the mind's inquiries is not simply a subjective form of thought which reason imposes on phenomena, but also represents what the mind discovers. Both order and chance are real factors in the universe. And reason is justified in extending the concept of order into the sphere of trans-rationalism, provided that it is not used in such a way as to be incompatible with the idea of chance. In Cournot's view, the reality of chance is not in conflict with the generally accepted idea of a supreme and providential direction. Not at any rate if we avoid implying that all events are caused by God. Cournot's positive contribution to philosophical thought consists primarily in his critical inquiry into basic concepts, whether those which he regards as common to the sciences or those which particular sciences find it necessary to introduce if they are to develop and to handle their subject matter satisfactorily. It is this aspect of his thought which justifies treatment of it under the general heading of critical philosophy or neo-criticism. But though he approaches this theme through an inquiry into the sciences, we have seen that he insists on the distinction between science and philosophy. For one thing, the intuitions of the philosophers precede the organization of positive science. Two, for another thing, the mind can let itself be guided by the presentiment of a perfection and harmony in the works of nature. 3, which is superior to anything discovered by the sciences. The mind can thus pass into the field of speculative philosophy, a field in which it crosses the boundaries of formal demonstration and of scientific testing, and in which it has to rely on philosophica one probability which is not amenable to mathematical treatment. This field of trans-rationalism is not excluded by science, and though it goes beyond science, we have to remember that scientific hypotheses themselves cannot be more than probably true. 2. In comparison with his contribution in the field of economics, Cournot's philosophical writing was at first largely neglected. He worked patiently at a number of problems, avoiding extreme positions and not allowing himself to be distracted by temporarily fashionable lines of thought. Moreover, though he rejected the positivist exclusion of metaphysics, he did not himself present any striking metaphysical vision of the universe. He hinted, it is true, at possible lines of thought, but it was left to other philosophers, such as Bergson, to develop them in a manner which aroused general interest. Nowadays Cournot is respected for his careful critical analysis, but it is easy to understand how Renouvier, who was influenced to a certain extent by Cournot, came to make a greater impression on his contemporaries. Charles Bernard Renouvier, I8I5I903, was born at Montpellier, the birthplace of Auguste Comte, and when he entered the École Polytechnique at Paris he found Comte there acting as instructor in mathematics. Renouvier never occupied an academic position, but he was a prolific writer. He began by publishing several manuals, on modern and ancient philosophy in I842 and I844 respectively, and in I848 a Republican Handbook on Man and the Citizen. 2. At this time Renouvier was strongly influenced by the ideas of Saint-Simon and other French socialists, and the last named work was intended for school teachers. His Republican convictions suffered a severe blow when Napoleon III made himself emperor, and he gave himself to philosophical reflection and writing. In 1872, however, Renouvier started a periodical entitled Critique philosophique, and in its first years it included a good many articles of a political nature, aimed at supporting the restored republic. Later this periodical became L'Année philosophique, edited in collaboration with F. Pilion. Renouvier's first major philosophical publication was his 4-volume Essays de critique générale, 1854-64. This work impressed William James, who remained an admirer of Renouvier and contributed a number of philosophical articles to his periodical. In I869 Renouvier wrote a 2-volume work on the science of morals, La science de la morale, and in 1876 a sketch of what might have been, but was not, the historical development of European civilization, to which he gave the title Uchrony. 3. In 1866 there appeared a 2-volume Esquisse d'une classification systématique de doctrines philosophiques, outline of a systematic classification of philosophical doctrines, and in 1901 2 works on metaphysics, Les Dilemmats de la métaphysique pure and Histoire et solution de problèmes métaphysiques. 4. Renouviers' book on personalism 5 was published in 1903, and his well-known work on Kant, Critique de la doctrine de Kant, was brought out in 1906 by his friend Louis Prato in the preface to his Essays de critique générale. Renouvier announced his acceptance of one basic principle of positivism, namely the restriction of knowledge to the laws of phenomena. Though however he was prepared to assert his agreement with Kant on this point, the philosophy which he developed was certainly not positivism. As has already been mentioned, Renouvier liked to describe it as neocriticism. But while he clearly derived stimulus from Kant, in the introduction to his work on the German philosopher he roundly stated that he was concerned primarily not with exposition but with a critique of the Kantian critique. The fact of the matter is that he used Kant's thought in developing his own personalist philosophy. In Renouvier's eyes, one of the most objectionable features of Kant's philosophy was the theory of the thing in itself. Kant assumed that the phenomenon was the appearance of something other than itself. But as this something other was on Kant's own view unknowable, it was simply a superfluous fiction, like Locke's substance. 2. It does not follow, however, that because phenomena are not appearances of unknowable things in themselves, they are for Renouvier simply subjective impressions. They are all that we can perceive and all about which we can make judgments. In other words, the phenomenal and the real are the same. 3. Another feature of the Kantian philosophy attacked by Renouvier is the theory of antimonies. For Kant believed, for example, that it could be both proved and disproved that the world had a beginning in time and that space is limited or finite. Renouvier saw in this thesis a flagrant disregard of the principle of non-contradiction. This verdict rather misses the point. For Kant was not concerned with denying the principle of non-contradiction. He was concerned with arguing that if the human mind pursued the path of dogmatic metaphysics and claimed to know the world as a whole, it became involved in antimonies which showed that the claim was bogus and that metaphysics of the traditional kind was a pseudoscience. Renouvier, however, was not prepared to accept Kant's dismissal of metaphysics. And in regard to the particular points at issue, he maintained that it could be proved that an infinite series of phenomena was impossible, on the ground that it involved the contradictory idea of an infinite number. 5. That space must be limited or finite, and that the contrary theses could be decisively disproved. In other words, no antimony arose, as only one of the opposed theses could be proved, not both as Kant thought. Though however Renouvier criticizes Kant pretty sharply in regard to important features of the latter's philosophy, he associates his own doctrine of categories with Kant's, at any rate to the extent that he offers his own doctrine as an improvement on that of the German philosopher. For Renouvier, the basic and most general or abstract of all categories is that of relation, inasmuch as nothing at all can be known except as related. Renouvier then proceeds to add the categories of number, position, succession, quality, becoming, causality, finality or purposiveness and personality, the movement being from the most abstract to the most concrete. It is evident that Renouvier's list of categories differs from Kant's. Further, no attempt is made to deduce the categories a priori by a transcendental method. As with Cournot, Renouvier's categories are based on or derived from experience. The connection with Kant is thus pretty loose. But this does not alter the fact that Renouvier derived some stimulus from Kant and liked to think of himself as Kant's true successor. Similarly, we can see a connection between Kant's theory of faith as based on the practical reason or moral will and Renouvier's idea of the role played by the will in belief, an idea which appealed to William James. Here again, however, the connection is a loose one, being a matter of stimulus rather than of Renouvier actually adopting a Kantian doctrine. Kant made a sharp distinction between the sphere of theoretical knowledge and that of practical or moral faith, and this distinction presupposed that between the phenomenon and the noumenon. As Renouvier rejected this second distinction, it is not surprising that he refused to admit any sharp division between knowledge and belief. The Kantian separation between the speculative reason and the practical reason is an illusion. In the second essay, Renouvier insisted that certitude always involves an element of belief, and that belief involves the will to believe. This is applicable even to the cogito, ergo sum of Descartes. For an act of the will is required to unite the I subject and the me object in the assertion of personal existence. What Renouvier does is to extend the scope of Kant's account of practical faith beyond the sphere to which Kant confines it. The objection then arises that nothing much is being said. For example, suppose that I maintain that the will to believe enters even into science. and suppose that I then go on to explain that what I mean is that the scientist's activity rests on an act of choice, that he wills to embrace the hypothesis which seems to him most probable or most likely to prove fruitful in a scientific context, and that the actual decision to adopt an hypothesis which is in principle revisable involves an act of the will. The comment might be made that what I say is true, but that it has little to do with the will to believe in the sense in which this idea has given rise to objections. When however Renouvier rejects Kant's sharp division between the theoretical and practical uses of reason, he is claiming that in all knowledge there is a personal element, an intervention of the will. In other words, he is developing a theory of knowledge in the light of a personalist philosophy. We have seen that for him personality is the most concrete of the basic categories. And he insists that in the activity of the human person no absolute dichotomy between reason and will can legitimately be made, though in this or that sphere of activity there may be of course a predominance of reason or of will or of feeling. In the ethical field this personalist approach shows itself in Renouvier's disapproval of Kant's tendency to think that an action has moral worth in proportion as it is performed simply and solely out of a sense of obligation and without regard to inclination and feeling. As moral action is the expression of the whole person, duty and feeling, for Renouvier, should ideally accompany one another. Sometimes Renouvier refers to phenomena in a quite general way, as when he maintains that phenomena and the relations between them constitute the objects of human knowledge. At the same time he insists that there are irreducible levels of reality, culminating in the level of personality. Man can of course try to interpret himself exclusively in terms of categories or concepts which are applicable at a non-human level. This attempt is possible because, while the mind cannot conceive any phenomenon except in terms of the basic category of relation, there is room for choice in the selection of more determinate categories. Though possible, however, attempts at reductionism are bound to fail. For example, freedom is a datum of consciousness. While rejecting Kant's notion of man as noumenally free and phenomenally determined and insisting that man is free as a phenomenon, one Renouvier agrees with Kant in associating awareness of freedom with the moral consciousness. The possibilities of choice and action are of course limited in various ways. The moral agent, capable of contraries, does not cease from being circumscribed within a static or dynamic order of relations too, but though the area of freedom should not be exaggerated, morality cannot be understood unless we conceive freedom as an attribute of the human person. Freedom is indeed a datum of the moral consciousness rather than something which can be demonstrated. For Renouvier, however, determinism cannot be held without the determinist involving himself in the absurdity of claiming that the man who asserts freedom is determined to assert that he sees himself to be free. When Renouvier talks about the free moral agent, it is of course the individual person of whom he is speaking. Point 3. In the philosophical area he has no use for Spinozism or for theories of the absolute as found in post-Kantian German idealism or, in general, for any philosophical theory which represents individuals as moments in the life of the one. His dislike for such theories extends to any form of positivism which represents history as a necessary process subject to a law or laws and, in the theological sphere, to beliefs which seem to him to make human beings puppets of a divine universal causality. In the political field, Renouvier is vehemently opposed to any political theory which depicts the state as a subsistent entity over and above its members. He is not indeed an anarchist. But the desirable society is for him one which is founded on respect for the individual person as a free agent. The state is not itself a person or a moral agent, it is a name for individuals organized in certain ways and acting collectively. In his work on the science of morals, Renouvier lays emphasis on the fictional character of such concepts as the nation and he insists that if the state is regarded as a subsistent entity, the conclusion will be drawn either that there is one morality for the state and another for the individual, or that the state stands above the ethical sphere. The moral order can be built up only by persons acting together or in concert, but it is by individual persons that it is constructed and maintained, not by a fictional super-person. As the title of his work La Science de la Morale clearly implies, Renouvier believes that there can be a science of ethics. For this to be possible there must of course be moral phenomena. And inasmuch as science is concerned with relations between phenomena, we might perhaps expect that he would confine the sphere of morality to relations between different persons. But this is not in fact the case. In Renouviè's opinion, the concept of rights has meaning only within a social context. Rights as a moral phenomenon arise only in society. But though a man has rights only in relation to his fellows, and though in a social context rights and duties are correlative, the concept of duty is for Renouviè more fundamental than that of rights. It would be absurd to speak of an entirely isolated individual as possessing rights, but he would have moral duties. For in every individual there is a relation between what he is and his higher or ideal self, and he is under an obligation to realize this higher self in his character and conduct. Renouviè thus agrees with Kant that obligation is the basic moral phenomenon, but he distinguishes various aspects of obligation. There is obligation on the part of the will to be in conformity with the ideal, devoir. There is obligation on the part of persons to perform their duty, devoir être, and one can also say that certain things ought to be, devoir-and through human agency, that is to say. In society the concept of justice arises and becomes effective, and justice demands respect for the value and rights of other persons who, as Kant maintained, should not be used simply as means to the attainment of one's own ends. As Renouviè insisted on personality as the highest category and on the value of the human person, it is natural that he should be opposed not only to any exaltation of the state but also to dogmatism and authoritarianism in the religious sphere. He was a strong anti-clerical and a supporter of secular education, and for a time he published an anti-Catholic supplement, La Critique religieuse, to his philosophical periodical. Renouviè was not, however, an atheist. He regarded reflection on the moral consciousness as opening the way to and as rendering legitimate, thought not as logically entailing, belief in God. And he insisted that God must be conceived in terms of man's highest category, and so as personal. At the same time, Renouviè's conviction that recognition of the existence of evil was incompatible with belief in an infinitely good, omnipotent, and omniscient deity led him to conceive of God as finite or limited. It was only this concept, he believed, which could allow for man's creative freedom and responsibility. It has been said of Renouviè that he was the philosopher of radicalism and that he combined the outlook of the Enlightenment and the Revolution's ideal of liberty with themes which reappeared in the spiritualist movement in French thought, while employing the Kantian philosophy to sever the link between these themes and traditional metaphysics, and there is doubtless truth in this view. It is significant, however, that the last work which he himself published was entitled Personalism. As has already been noted, Renouviè described his philosophy as neocriticism. And in the posthumously published Last Conversations he is recorded as referring to a study of the categories as being the key to everything. But it is arguable that what most attracted Renouviè in Kant's thought were its personalist elements. And it was his own personalism which determined his attitude to German metaphysical idealism, to Kant's idea of history as governed by a law, to determinism, to traditional theology, to the Catholic Church as he saw it, to deification of the state on the one hand and to communist ideas and projects on the other. 3. It is customary to describe Octave Hélène, R. 856-1907, as a disciple of Renouviè. Indeed, this was the way in which he described himself. He dedicated his main work, an essay on the principal elements of representation, Essai sur les éléments principaux de la représentation, 1907, to Renouviè, and in his posthumously published book The System of Renouviè he asserted that this system had been for him the object of long meditations. 3. Though however Renouviè's neocriticism certainly exercised a considerable influence on Hamelin, the latter, who became a professor at the Sorbonne, used Renouviè's thought as a point of departure for his own thinking. He was not a disciple in the sense of someone who simply adopts, continues, and defends the master's system. For the matter of that, Hamelin was influenced by other thinkers too, such as Jules Lachelier, 1832-1918, whose philosophy will be considered in connection with the so-called spiritualist movement in French thought. It would be untrue to say that in his theory of categories Renouviè simply juxtaposed a number of basic concepts without any serious attempt to exhibit their mutual relations. For he tried to show that the other categories, culminating in that of personality, were progressively more concrete specifications of the most abstract and universal category, namely relation. Further, he represented each category as a synthesis between a thesis and an antithesis. Number, for example, was said to be a synthesis of unity and plurality. In other words, Renouvier attempted a dialectical deduction of the categories. In Hamelin's opinion, however, Renouvier's procedure was insufficiently systematic. What was needed was to develop a systematic dialectical construction of the categories in such a way that they would together constitute a complete system. In this way Renouvier's table of categories would develop into a completely rational system. The more systematic thought becomes, the more complete it is. Like Renouvier, Hamelin begins with the category of relation, which he tries to establish in this way. It is a primitive fact of thought that everything posited excludes an opposite, that every thesis leaves outside itself an antithesis, and that the two opposed factors have meaning only in so far as they are mutually exclusive. To this primitive fact, however, we must add another which completes it. As the opposed factors receive their meaning precisely through their mutual opposition, they form two parts of one whole. This synthesis is a relation. Thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, here is the simplest law of things in its three phases. We shall call it by the single word relation. 3. Having established, to his satisfaction, the basic category of relation, Hamelin proceeds to deduce that of number. In what he describes as relation, the two opposed factors, the thesis and antithesis, exist in mutual opposition. It can therefore be said that the one needs the other in order to exist. At the same time, the inability of the one to exist without the other implies that in some way, en quelque façon, the one must exist without the other, in the manner, that is to say, which is compatible with, or indeed necessitated by, their mutual opposition. And number is the relation in which one posits that the one is without the other. 1. We cannot follow Hamelin through his whole deduction of the categories. Nor indeed would it be very profitable to do so. The list or table differs somewhat from Renouvier's. For example, the category of time is deduced before that of space. Both men, however, begin with relation and end with personality. According to Hamelin, the category of personality is the synthesis of causality, efficient causality that is to say, and of finality, the synthesis taking the form of being existing for itself. To exist for oneself is to be conscious. The for itself or consciousness, such is the synthesis to which we aspired to, inasmuch as all the other categories are progressively more concrete specifications of the most abstract category of relation. The final category must be itself a relation. Further, as final, it must be a relation which does not give rise to or demand any further category. These conditions are fulfilled in consciousness, which is the synthesis of the ego and the non-ego, the reality outside which the one and the other possess existence only in an abstract sense. 3. Hamelin's approach to the deduction of the categories is, as he intended, much more a priori and rationalistic than Renouvier's. And the influence of German idealism is clear. Hamelin presents us with a series of categories which are supposed to constitute a complete and self-contained system in which, in a real sense, beginning and end coincide. The two extremes of the hierarchy are doubtless demonstrated the one by the other, but not in the same manner. The more simple derives from the more complex by a series of analyses, the more complex superimposes itself necessarily on the more simple by a series of syntheses. In other words, it is possible to start with self-consciousness or personality and proceed backwards, so to speak, by a process of analysis from the more complex and concrete to the more simple and abstract. And it is also possible to start with the most abstract and simple category and let the system develop itself towards the more complex and concrete through the dialectical process of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. The question arises whether Hamelin regards himself as concerned simply with the deduction of human forms of representation, with human ways of conceiving things in themselves which are independent of consciousness. The answer is in the negative. The thing in itself can only be a fiction, because the idea of it is self-contradictory. The non-ego exists only in relation to the ego, for consciousness, that is to say. If it seems to follow from this view that the world consists of relations, this does not deter Hamelin. The world is a hierarchy of relations. 2. It is constituted not of things but of relations. 3. Representation is not a mirror. It does not reflect an object and a subject which would exist without it. It is object and subject, it is reality itself. Representation is being, and being is representation, for in other words, mind or spirit is the absolute. This last term would indeed be inappropriate, if it were understood as referring to an ultimate reality beyond all relations. But if by absolute one understands that which contains in itself all relations, we must say that mind is the absolute. 5. Hamelin does not of course intend to assert that the whole world is the content of my consciousness, in the sense that it exists solely in relation to myself as this particular subject. Some might wish to argue that from a logical point of view idealism of this kind cannot avoid solipsism. For him the subject-object relation falls within the absolute. What he is claiming is that reality is the dialectical unfolding of thought or consciousness through a hierarchy of grades. And his insistence that the dialectical advance from the more simple and abstract to the more complex and concrete is synthetic rather than purely analytic leaves room for a theory of creative emergent evolution, provided that the process is interpreted in an idealist sense, as the development of consciousness. Hamelin therefore denies that consciousness must always mean clear consciousness, that of which the psychologists ordinarily speak. 6. We must allow for an indefinite extension of consciousness. 7. As Leibniz maintained, every being perceives or mirrors the whole, and this sort of consciousness suffices. 6. Reflective consciousness represents a level which is reached only through the progressive development of mind or spirit. 9. This may sound as though Hamelin is simply claiming that we can look on reality as a unified process whereby potential consciousness is progressively actualized. In point of fact, however, he tries to combine his idealism with theism. God, it goes without saying, is the spirit in which we have not hesitated to recognize the absolute. In other words, the absolute is personal. In Leibnizian language, the existence of God, as absolute spirit, is a truth of reason, but the divine goodness, according to Hamelin, is a truth of fact. That is to say, it could not be necessary that the absolute spirit should become absolute goodness. In the field of possibility there was offered to the spirit, besides absolute goodness, the vista, perspective, of some erroneous perversity such as that which pessimism torments itself by imagining too. Like Schelling, Hamelin thinks of God as willing goodness freely, and of the divine freedom being reflected in man's capacity to choose good or evil. 3. In some respects Hamelin's idealism has an obvious affinity with that of Hegel. But he does not seem to have made any prolonged study of Hegel's philosophy, and he appears to have regarded the Hegelian absolute in much the same way as Hegel himself had regarded Schelling's theory of the absolute in his so-called system of identity. That is to say, Hamelin interpreted Hegel as maintaining that no positive terms could be predicated of the absolute, with the result that, as far as our knowledge was concerned, the absolute would be a void, the night in which all cows are black, as Hegel sarcastically remarked with reference to Schelling's theory of the absolute as the vanishing point of all differences. Hamelin's interpretation of Hegel is clearly disputable. But it is understandable that Hamelin insists on the personal character of the absolute. For he follows Renouvier in regarding personality as the highest category and as the developed form of the abstract category of relation. On Hamelin's premises, if the absolute is the totality, the all-embracing relation, it must be personal. At any rate, this description is entailed by his premises, even if it is difficult to see what precisely is meant by it. For one thing, if we start with the human subject or ego as standing to the non-ego in a reciprocal relationship, it is none too easy to see how we can detach the world, considered as object for a subject, from the human subject and attach it to a divine subject. Indeed, it is difficult to see how solipsism can be successfully evaded, except by recourse to the demands of common sense. For another thing, while identification of God with reality as a whole has the advantage of making unnecessary any proof of God's existence, it is none too clear that this identification can be properly described as the ism. In other words, Hamelin's idealist metaphysics seems to stand in need of a good deal of rethinking. But the philosopher was only 51 years old when he died in an attempt to save two persons from drowning. And it is obviously impossible to know what modifications, if any, he would have made in his system, had he lived longer. 4. To treat here of Leon Brunswick, I-86G-I-944, is open to objection on the ground that reference should be made to him after discussion of Bergson and not before. But though the objection is doubtless valid on chronological grounds, it is convenient to include him in the chapter devoted to the critical philosophy in France. Brunswick was first and foremost a philosopher who reflected on the nature of mind or spirit as it reveals itself historically in its activity in various fields. And his reflections on mathematics and science have to be seen in this light. Born at Paris, Brunswick studied first at the Lycée Condorcet and then at the École Normale, where in I-89 he received the licentiate in both letters and science. In I-897 he published his doctoral thesis on the modality of judgment. In I-909 he was appointed to a chair of philosophy at the Sorbonne. In I-940 he retired to the south of France. His publications included Les Étapes de la philosophie de mathématiques, I-9I2, Stages in the Philosophy of Mathematics, L'expérience humaine et la causalité physique, I-922, Human Experience and Physical Causality, Les Progrès de la Conscience dans la Philosophie Occidentale, I-927, The Progress of Consciousness in Western Philosophy, and La Philosophie de l'Esprit, I-949, The Philosophy of Mind. Brunswick also wrote on Spinoza and Pascal, besides publishing a well-known edition of the latter's Pensées in I-897. In his work on the modality of judgment, Brunswick asserts his idealist standpoint clearly enough. From the properly philosophical point of view, knowledge is no longer an accident which is added from without to being. Without altering it, knowledge constitutes a world which is for us the world. Beyond it there is nothing. A thing which was beyond knowledge would be by definition inaccessible, non-determinable. That is to say, for us it would be equivalent to nothing. In philosophy the mind seeks to grasp itself in its movement, in its activity. Intellectual activity coming to consciousness of itself, this is the integral study of integral knowledge, this is philosophy too. In other words, from the point of view of naive common sense, the object of knowledge is something external and fixed, something which, in itself, lies outside knowledge but which comes to be known. We make the transition to the philosophical point of view when we see that the distinction between subject and object arises within the sphere of reason, of the mind's activity. According to Brunswick, therefore, his own, or contemporary, idealism should not be confused with a subjective idealism which is opposed to a metaphysical realism. Critical or rational idealism 3 does not entail a denial of any distinction between subject and object or between man and his environment. What it entails is the assertion that this distinction arises within consciousness, and that something beyond consciousness and knowledge would be for us nothing at all. Brunswick's idea of philosophy as the mind's activity in coming to reflective consciousness of itself naturally recalls the transcendental philosophy of Kant. Though however Brunswick is perfectly well aware of Kant's influence on the development of idealism, he insists that the philosophy which he has in mind does not consist in an a priori deduction of supposedly unchangeable categories. He sees the mind as coming to know itself through reflection on its activity as manifested historically in, for example, the development of science. And through this reflection the mind sees that its categories change, it sees its own inventiveness and creativity and is open to new categories and ways of thought. The Kantian attitude leads to a sterile idealism. Genuine idealism is a doctrine of the living mind. All progress in the knowledge and determination of the mind is linked to the progress of science. It is not, however, simply a question of science. In the sphere of morals too, genuine idealism remains open to a fresh understanding of moral principles in the light of social progress. As has been mentioned, Brunswick published a work on the progress of consciousness in Western philosophy. The word conscience can mean conscience as well as consciousness. And just as Brunswick rejects an a priori deduction of categories which would exclude any radical changes in scientific theory, so does he reject any a priori deduction of moral principles which would exclude advances in moral insight. The mind or spirit comes to know itself in its activity, but its activity has not ceased at any given point at which it reflects on itself. Science is capable of change and progress, so is society, and so is man's moral life. The mind may aspire to a comprehensive and final synthesis, but it cannot attain it. For the mind or spirit remains inventive and creative. It creates new forms and comes to know itself in and through its own creations. Metaphysics, for Brunswick, is reducible to the theory of knowledge. The constitutive act of knowledge is the judgment, and judgment is characterized by the affirmation of being. But what is affirmed or posited as being can be affirmed in two ways. In the first place, it can be affirmed simply in the sphere of intelligibility, under the form of interiority. That is to say, the being which is posited is constituted simply by an intelligible relation. An arithmetical judgment is of this type. The being of the copula is purely logical. In the second place, the being affirmed can be that of existence, the judgment being the expression of the mind's recognition of a shock, of its being constrained or limited, as it were, by something external to itself and of its own activity in giving content to this experience of constraint. 2. We are not, however, faced with an irreducible dualism between purely formal judgments on the one hand and discrete judgments of perception on the other. For the mind or intellect seeks intelligibility, unity, that is to say. The judgments which in the first instance belong to the purely intelligible sphere of interiority are applied, and the relations affirmed in the sphere of exteriority are subjected to the conditions or demands of intelligibility. In brief, the world of mathematical physics is constructed. This creation of the mind's activity cannot, however, be given the form of pure mathematics, an exclusively deductive form. There is a constant tension between interiority and exteriority. The scientist deduces, but he must also test empirically, having recourse to experience. In the area of pure mathematics, necessity rules; in that of science, probability holds sway. The world of science is the creation of the human spirit, but it is a creation which never reaches a final and absolutely irreformable state. In his treatment of the moral sphere, that of the practical judgment, Brunswick again emphasizes the human spirit's movement towards unification. He sees human beings as moving towards assimilation through participation in the activity of consciousness as it creates values which transcend Se1F-centeredness. In the theoretical sphere, reason creates a network of coherent relations, as it moves towards the ideal limit of an all-encompassing coherent system. In the sphere of the moral life too, the human spirit moves towards the interrelations of justice and love. As for religion, there is no question with Brunswick of a personal God transcending the sphere of human consciousness. He uses the word God, it is true, but with him it signifies reason as transcending the individual as such, though immanent in him, and as moving towards unification. Man participates in the divinity inasmuch as he is perceps rationis too, and human life has a religious dimension in so far as it overcomes the barriers between man and man. Brunswick is better described as an idealist than as a philosopher of science. It would not, however, be fair to him, if one were to represent him simply as forcing science into an idealist framework of thought. He does indeed start with idealist presuppositions, and it is undeniable that they influence his interpretation of science. At the same time, he insists that the nature of mind or spirit can be seen only by studying its activity. And though his idealism influences his interpretation of science, his reflection on science in its actual development influences his idealist philosophy. For example, he sees clearly enough that science militates against the idea that the process of arriving at knowledge can be represented as a purely deductive process. He also sees, however, that the scientist's inventiveness and creativity rules out pure empiricism. And it is perhaps worth noting that in Einstein's relativity theory he saw a confirmation of his view of science as revealing the mutual interdependence of reason and experience. He also saw in it of course a justification of his rejection of fixed categories and of space and time as realities which are antecedent to and independent of the activity of the mind. In all domains, from the analysis of Cauchy or of George Cantor to the physics of M. Planck or of M. Einstein, the decisive discoveries have been made in the opposite direction to the schema which was predetermined by the doctrine of forms and categories. Instead of applying unchangeable principles to new matter, progress has consisted on the one hand in looking back to the classical principles in order to question their apodictic truth, and on the other hand in bringing to birth novel and unforeseeable relations. Whatever we may think of the Fichtean elements in Brunswick's thought, his attempt, for example, to derive externality from the activity of reason, he certainly did not try to canonize certain scientific theories in the name of philosophy. For it was precisely changes in scientific theory which he saw as revealing the inventiveness and creativity of the mind, a creativity which he also saw in the ethical sphere. It hardly needs saying that when the term spiritualism is used as a philosophical label in the context of 19th century thought in France, it has nothing to do with the belief that the living can communicate with departed spirits by means of practices which are thought appropriate for the purpose. To give to the term a precise positive definition is however none too easy. Victor Cousin used it to refer to his own eclecticism. And in his letter on apologetics Maurice Blondel remarked that the label should be relegated to the lumber room, inasmuch as it shared the discredit into which eclecticism had fallen. In spite of Blondel, however, Cousin's philosophy is still sometimes referred to as eclectic spiritualism or spiritualist eclecticism. And if by spiritualism we mean a rejection of materialism and determinism and an assertion of the ontological priority of spirit to matter, this description of Cousin's philosophy is doubtless justified. But if the term is understood in this wide sense, it covers all theistic philosophies and the various forms of absolute idealism, such as the thought of Hamelin. It would then lack any specific reference to modern French philosophy and could be used to describe the philosophies of, say, Aquinas, Descartes, Berkeley, Schelling, Hegel, Rosmini and Berdyaev. Perhaps the best policy is to abandon any attempt to give a precise abstract definition and to say simply that in the present context the word spiritualism is used to signify the current of thought which recognizes Maine de Biron as a fountainhead and which runs from Ravizon through Lachelier, Fouillée and others to Bergson. In other words, the term is used to signify a movement in which Maine de Biron's insistence on the spontaneity of the human will and his reflection on the human spirit's activity as a key to the nature of reality are seen as a counterblast to the materialism and determinism of some of the thinkers of the Enlightenment and as a return to what are regarded as the genuine traditions of French philosophy. Cousin's thought then qualifies for being described as spiritualist to the extent in which he derives stimulus from Maine de Biron or from ideas similar to those of de Biron. It must be added however that as the movement develops, Maine de Biron's psychological approach and his emphasis on the spontaneity and freedom of the will come to take the form of a general philosophy of life. This is obvious enough in the case of Bergson. Indeed, though Bergson acknowledged an indebtedness to Maine de Biron and Ravizon, it is arguable that in some respects Blondel stands closer than Bergson to de Biron, in spite of Blondel's recommendation that use of the term spiritualism should be abandoned. 2. Jean-Gaspard Félix Ravizon-Malien, 1813–1900, commonly known simply as Ravizon, was born at Namur and after studies at Paris attended Schelling's lectures at Munich. In 1835 he presented to the Academy of Moral and Political Sciences a prize essay on the metaphysics of Aristotle, which was published in a revised form in 1837 under the title Essai sur la métaphysique d'Aristote. A second volume was added in 1846. In 1838 Ravizon presented two theses for the doctorate at Paris, a Latin thesis on Speusippus and a French thesis on habit, de l'habitude. He taught philosophy for a short while at Rennes, but differences with Victor Cousin, who was then pretty well dictator of philosophical studies in the universities, stood in the way of his pursuing an academic career at Paris. In 1840 he was appointed Inspector General of Libraries, and in 1859 he became Inspector General of Higher Education. Ravizon was interested not only in philosophy but also in art, especially painting, and in classical antiquities. he was elected to membership both of the Academy of Moral and Political Sciences and of the Academy of Inscriptions and Fine Arts. In 1870 he was appointed curator of classical antiquities at the Louvre. In 1867 Ravizon published, at the request of the government, a report on philosophy in France in the 19th century, Rapport sur la philosophie en France au XIXe siècle, in which he provided both a source of information about a large number of philosophers and a programmatic defense of the metaphysical tradition of spiritualist realism, which he saw as going back beyond the 19th century and as having been reasserted by Maine de Byron. Ravizon took the opportunity of attacking not only positivism but also the eclecticism of Cousin, of which he took a dim view, regarding it as a pitiable mixture of the Scottish philosophy of common sense with some misunderstood ideas derived from Maine de Byron. In effect it was made pretty clear that de Byron's true successor was Ravizon himself. His Philosophical Testament and Fragments was published posthumously in I-90 in the Revue des Deux Mondes. 1. As the title indicates, Ravizon's De l'Habitude is devoted to a special topic, but his treatment of the theme exhibits a general philosophical outlook. Reflection on our habit forming, according to the author, shows that in habit voluntary movement, which encounters resistance and is accompanied by the feeling of effort, is transformed into instinctive movement, the conscious tending to become unconscious. In habit the spontaneous activity of life submits, as it were, to its material conditions, to the sphere of mechanism, and in so doing provides a basal for the further activity of will, of the voluntary movement and effort of which, as Maine de Byron argued, we are conscious in ourselves. This can be seen in the formation of physical habits, which form the foundation and background of purposeful action. To take a simple example, if I decide to walk to a friend's house to visit him, the carrying out of my purpose presupposes the formation of physical habits such as those of walking. And we can see an analogous situation in the ethical sphere, where, according to Ravizon, virtuous activity is at first achieved only by deliberate effort but can become habitual, thus forming a second nature and providing a basis for the further pursuit of ideals. More generally, Ravizon sees in the world two basic factors, space as the condition of permanence or stability, time as the condition of change. To these two factors there correspond respectively matter and life. The former is the sphere of necessity and mechanism, the latter of the spontaneous activity which is manifested in living organisms and which in man rises to the level of freedom of the understanding. The point of intersection between the two spheres is habit, which combines in itself the mechanism of matter and the dynamic finality of life. If however habit presupposes voluntary movement and effort and is, so to speak, intelligence which has gone to sleep or has entered an infraconscious state, and if it provides the basis for further activity by the will, this shows the priority, from the finalistic point of view, of the upward movement of life. Between the lowest limit of nature and the highest point of reflective freedom there is an infinity of degrees which measure the development of one and the same power. 2. Habit redescends the line of descent and can be described as an intuition in which the real and the ideal are one. In the emphasis which Ravizon places on voluntary movement and effort and in his tendency to look within man for the key to the secret of the world we see of course the inspiration of Maine de Byron. In his theory of habit we can also see evidence of the influence of Schelling, for example in talk about the unity of the ideal and the REA1. 3. Looking forward, we can see a clear anticipation of Bergsonian themes. In the commemorative discourse which Bergson delivered on succeeding Ravizon as a member of the Academy of Moral and Political Sciences he referred to De l'Habitude and made the following comment. Thus habit gives us the living demonstration of this truth, that mechanism is not self-sufficient, it would be only, so to speak, the fossilized residue of a spiritual activity for in other words, Bergson sees in Ravizon's thought an anticipation of his own theory of the élan vital and of nature as obscured consciousness or dormant volition. Ravizon's theory of habit expresses his conviction that the lower has to be explained through reference to the higher. And this is indeed a basic element in his general philosophical outlook. Thus in his report he finds fault with those philosophers who attempt to explain mental activity either in terms of physico-chemical processes or, as in phenomenalism, by reduction to impressions or in terms of abstract categories. The analytic intelligence or understanding tends by its very nature to explain phenomena by reduction to ultimate constituent elements. But though this procedure certainly has its legitimate role in natural science, Ravizon insists that we cannot understand spiritual phenomena in this way. They have to be viewed in the light of their finality, of the goal-directed upward movement of life, both at the infraconscious and conscious levels. This movement is grasped by a kind of intuition which apprehends it first of all in our inner experience of goal-directed effort. It is in inner experience that we can see the will as seeking the good, which manifests itself in art as beauty. The good and beauty, the ideal goals of the will, are God, or at any rate symbols of God. And in the light of this truth we can interpret the material world, considered as the sphere of necessity and mechanism, as the effect of the self-diffusion of the divine good and as the setting for the upward movement of light. It has been said of Ravizon 1 that he combines the psychology of Maine de Byron with the metaphysics of Schelling, whereas in the discourse to which reference has been made above Bergson remarks that Schelling's influence on Ravizon should not be exaggerated too, and that the vision of the universe as the manifestation of an ultimate reality which gives of itself in liberality was to be found among the Greek philosophers. 3. Bergson prefers to emphasize the influence of the development of biological studies in 19th-century science. 4. Though however there is doubtless a good deal of truth in what Bergson says, the influence of Schelling cannot be discounted. Ravizon's view of nature clearly has some affinity with Schelling's picture of nature as slumbering spirit, even if in his report he refers more to contemporary psychological ideas and theories. Further, Ravizon's tendency to regard creation as a kind of cosmic fall and his emphasis on the idea of a return to God justifies reference to the influence of the German philosopher. In any case, we can see in Ravizon's distinction between the activity of the analytic intelligence on the one hand and, on the other, an intuitive grasp of the movement of life and anticipation of central themes in the philosophy of Bergson. 3. Though Ravizon was never a professor at Paris, he nonetheless exercised a considerable influence. It was he who divined the philosophical capacity of Jules Lachelier, 1832–1918, when the latter was a student of the École Normale, and who did his best to promote Lachelier's career. In his years as a professor at the École Normale, 1864–1875, Lachelier was himself to have a powerful stimulative effect on the minds of students of philosophy. He was not, however, a prolific writer. In I-87 he published a work on induction, Du fondement des induction, which was his French thesis for the doctorate, the Latin thesis being on the syllogism. He also published a number of essays, the best known of which deal with psychology and metaphysics, Psychologie et Métaphysique, 1885, and with Pascal's wager, Notes sur les paris de Pascal, 1901. But his works, which include interventions during discussions at the French Society of Philosophy and annotations on draft entries for Lalande's vocabulaire, form only 2 modest volumes. 2. When Lachelier retired from the École Normale in 1875, he was appointed inspector of the Academy of Paris, and in 1879 he became Inspector General of Public Education. In 1896 he was elected a member of the Academy of Moral and Political Sciences. There would be ample justification for considering the thought of Lachelier in the chapter on neocriticism and idealism. For in his main work, that on induction, he approaches his theme in a Kantian manner, by inquiring into the necessary conditions of our experience of the world. And on this basis he outlines an idealist philosophy which makes him a predecessor of Hamelin. At the same time there are elements in his thought which exercised an influence on the spiritualist movement, and though Bergson was not actually a pupil of Lachelier, as a student he read the work on induction and regarded its author as his teacher. Further, Lachelier referred to his own thought as a form of spiritualism. By induction Lachelier understands the operation by which we pass from the knowledge of facts to that of the laws which govern them. 3. Nobody doubts that this process actually takes place in science. But it gives rise to a problem. On the one hand, experience gives us only a certain number of observed cases of practical connections between phenomena, but it does not tell us that they must be always so connected. On the other hand, in inductive reasoning we do not hesitate to draw a universal conclusion, applying to unobserved and future connections, and, according to Latchelier, this implies that we are confident of the reign of necessity in nature. He does not intend to assert that induction is in practice always correct. In fact, induction is always subject to error, but the revisibility of scientific laws does not alter the fact that our attempts to formulate them rest on and express a confidence that there are necessary connections to be found. And the question arises, can this confidence be theoretically justified? Or, as Latchelier puts it, what is the principle in virtue of which we add to the data of experience the elements of universality and necessity? In the first place, induction implies that phenomena are organized in series of mechanically related members. To put the matter in another way, phenomena are intelligible only if they are subject to the law of efficient causality. But the principle of causality does not by itself provide a sufficient basis for induction, for inductive reasoning presupposes not only mechanically related series of phenomena but also complex and recurring groups of phenomena, functioning as wholes, each whole being of such a kind that it determines the existence of its parts. A whole of this kind is what we call a final cause. The concept of laws of nature, with the exception of a small number of elementary laws, seems therefore to be based on two distinct principles, the one in virtue of which phenomena form series in which the existence of the preceding member determines that of the following, the other in virtue of which these series form in their term systems, in which the idea of the whole determines the existence of the parts. In a nutshell, the possibility of induction rests on the double principle of efficient causes and of final causes too. It is one thing, however, to claim that inductive reasoning rests on a certain principle, or, more accurately, on two principles, and it is another thing to validate or justify this principle. Latchelier is not prepared to follow the Scottish school and Royer Collard in appealing to common sense. Nor does he wish to claim simply that the principle is a self-evident indemonstrable truth. But though he commends S. Mill for trying to justify induction, he does not believe that the attempt was, or indeed could be successful, given Mill's empiricist premises. Further, he sees that if a solution is offered simply in terms of the human mind's imposing its a priori categories or concepts, necessitated by its own nature or structure, on phenomena which are appearances of things in themselves, the question can be raised whether the result of this imposition can properly be described as knowledge. In other words, Latchelier wishes to show that the principles of efficient causality and of final causes are not a priori simply and solely in a subjective sense, but that they govern both thought and the object of thought. This involves showing not only that, in general, the conditions of the existence of phenomena are the very conditions of the possibility of thought, but also, in particular, that the two principles on which induction rests are conditions of the possibility of thought. In regard to the first principle, that of efficient causality, Latchelier tries to show that the serial linking of phenomena through causal relations is necessarily involved by the unity of the world, which is itself a condition of the possibility of thought. His line of argument is somewhat difficult to follow, but it proceeds on these lines. Thought would not be possible without the existence of a subject which distinguishes itself from each sensation and which remains one despite the diversity of sensations, simultaneous and successive. Here, however, there arises a problem. On the one hand, knowledge does not consist in the activity of a subject shut up in itself and cut off from or external to its sensations. Latchelier tries to solve this problem by seeking the required unity in relations between the sensations, the subject or self being regarded not as something over and above and cut off from its sensations but rather as the form of diverse sensations. But natural relations between our sensations cannot be different from ryotutions between the corresponding phenomena. The question of knowing how all our sensations are united in one single thought is then precisely the same as that of knowing how all phenomena compose one single universe. For Latchelier, at any rate, a condition of phenomena constituting one world is that they should be causally related. Mere succession would locate phenomena in space and time, but for a real link between phenomena the causal relation is necessary. As therefore things exist for us only in so far as they are objects of thought, the condition of phenomena forming one world and the condition of the unity of thought are one and the same, namely the principle of efficient causality. This point of view gives us only what Latchellier describes as a sort of idealist materialism. 3. The world which it presents is a world in relation to thought, but it is a world of mechanical causality, of the reign of necessity. To complete the picture we have to consider the second principle of induction, namely final causality. Induction, according to Latchellier, presupposes something more than mechanically related series of discrete phenomena. It also presupposes complex and recurring groups of phenomena, functioning as wholes. And we cannot account for these wholes, existing at various levels, without introducing the regulative idea of immanent finality. The most obvious example of the sort of thing which Latchellier has in mind is obviously the living organism, in the case of which the reason of the whole complex phenomenon is found in itself, in an immanent final cause which governs the behavior of the parts. But it is not only of living organisms that Latchellier is thinking. He has in mind all complex groups of phenomena which function as unities. Indeed, he sees every phenomenon as the manifestation of a force which expresses a spontaneous tendency towards an end. Further, it is this idea of force which explains the varying intensity of our sensations and which lies at the basis of our conviction that the world is not reducible to our sensations considered as purely subjective. Final causality may be a regulative idea, but it is required for induction which presupposes an intelligible world, one that is penetrable by thought and so reveals in itself the functioning of unconscious thought as seen in the development of recurrent unities functioning as wholes. It is not a question of final causality simply replacing or annulling mechanical causality. The latter forms a basis for the former. But once we introduce the idea of final causality as penetrating the world of mechanical causality and subordinating the latter to itself, our concept of the world changes. Materialist idealism, or idealist materialism, as Latchellier also describes it, is transformed into a spiritualist realism, in the eyes of which every being is a force, and every force a thought which tends to a more and more complete consciousness of itself. The concept of spiritualist realism is developed in the essay on psychology and metaphysics. Psychology is said to have as its domain sensible consciousness, la conscience sensible, whereas metaphysics is described as the science of thought in itself, of the light at its source point. 2. The statement may give the impression that for Latchellier metaphysics is really part of psychology. For how can we exclude from psychology the study of thought? Latchellier does not mean, however, that the psychologist's attention must be confined to the study of sensation and perception and feeling without any reference at all to thought or will. 3. What he insists on is that psychology is concerned with thought in so far as thought becomes a datum of consciousness, an objectifiable factor in, for example, perception. Similarly, psychology is concerned with will in so far as it is manifested in man's perceptive and affective life. Philosophy or metaphysics is concerned with thought itself, pure thought, which is also pure liberty or freedom, the thought which works unconsciously in nature, at successive levels, and which comes to think itself in and through man. Metaphysics is thus equivalent to what Latchellier elsewhere describes as the profounder spiritual realism. In the comments which he makes on the entry Spiritualism for Lalande's vocabulary, he remarks that every doctrine that recognizes the independence and primacy of spirit, in the sense of conscious thought, or that regards spirit as above nature and irreducible to physical pressures, can be described as spiritualist. He then goes on to claim that there is a profounder spiritualism which consists in seeking in spirit the explanation of nature and in believing that the thought which operates unconsciously in nature is the same as the thought which becomes conscious in man. It is this second spiritualism which was, as it seems to me, that of M. Ravizan. Evidently, this second spiritualism is metaphysics as Latchellier understands the term. The thought which Latchellier has in mind is clearly absolute thought, the thought which posits a priori the conditions of all existence. 2. And we might well feel inclined to comment that idealism would be a more appropriate word than realism. But by idealism Latchellier tends to mean subjective idealism, in the sense of the theory that the world consists of my representations, actual and possible. A philosophy which recognizes a plurality of subjects and for which my world has become the world can be described as realism. At the same time, Latchelier insists that insofar as different subjects attain universal truth, this thought is to be considered as one, as the manifestation of the thought which operates unconsciously in nature and consciously in man. And this point of view is generally described as objective idealism. Latchelier does indeed assert that the object of thought is other than thought itself, and that thought could not produce it, the object, out of itself. But he adds that this is because thought is not what it ought to be, namely intuitive in a sense which would make the object immanent to thought, so that the two would be one. He is presumably saying that human thinking cannot coincide entirely with absolute thought and so retains a realist outlook, even if it recognizes that the whole world is the self-manifestation of absolute thought or spirit. Latchelier does indeed endorse Aristotle's definition of first philosophy or metaphysics as the science of being as being, but he interprets this in the sense of the science of thought in itself and in things. As this thought is the one ultimate reality or being, which, as we have seen, operates unconsciously in nature and comes to self-awareness in and through man, Latchelier is quite prepared to admit that pure philosophy is essentially pantheistic. He goes on however to say that one can believe in a divine reality transcending the world. And at the close of his notes on Pascal's wager he remarks that the sublimest question of philosophy, but perhaps more religious than philosophical, is the transition from the formal absolute to the real and living absolute, from the idea of God to God. This transition is the transition from philosophy to religion. At the end of the essay on induction, Latchelier asserts that spiritual realism, so far as he has presented it, is independent of all religion, though the subordination of mechanism to finality prepares the way for an act of moral faith which transcends the limits of nature and of thought. By thought in this context he doubtless means philosophy. Religion goes beyond not only science but also philosophy. And though Brunswick tells us that Latchelier was a practicing Catholic, the latter's discussion with Durkheim makes it clear that for him religion has no intrinsic relation to a group but is an interior effort and consequently solitary. 5 From the historical point of view, Durkheim is justified in protesting against this rather narrow concept of religion. But Latchelier is evidently convinced that religion is essentially the individual's act of faith by which the abstract absolute of philosophy becomes the living God. 4. Among Latchelier's pupils at the École Normale was Émile Boutroux, 1845–1921. After finishing his studies at Paris, Boutroux taught for a while in a lycée at Caen, but after he had received the doctorate he was given a university post, first at Montpellier, then at Nancy. From 1877 until 1886 he lectured at the École Normale at Paris, and from 1886 until 1902 he occupied a chair of philosophy at the Sorbonne. His best-known work is his doctorate thesis La Conscience de l'Ois de la Naturelle, which appeared in 1874, 3 years after the publication of Latchelier's work on induction. The ideas which Boutroux had expressed in his thesis were developed in a work which he published in 1895, De l'élite de l'oinaturel dans la science et la philosophie contemporaines. Two other writings include La science et la religion dans la philosophie contemporaine 3, which appeared in 1908, and, in the historical field, Études d'histoire de la philosophie. The posthumously published collection of essays La nature et l'esprit, 1926, includes the program for Boutroux's Gifford Lectures on Nature and Spirit, which were delivered at Glasgow in 1903-04 and 1904-05. In his preface to the English translation of De la Conscience de l'Ois de la Nature, Boutroux remarks that philosophical systems seem to him to belong to three main types: the idealist, the materialist, and the dualist or parallelist types. 5 All three have a common feature, namely that they represent the laws of nature as necessary. In rationalist systems of philosophy, the mind tries to reconstruct reality by means of a logical deduction of its structure from what it takes to be self-evidently true propositions. When the mind abandons this dream and turns to phenomena known through sense perception in order to ascertain their laws, it imports the idea of logical necessity into that of natural law and depicts the world as an endless variety of facts, linked together by necessary and immutable bonds. Point 6. The question arises, however, whether the concept of a necessary relation is actually exemplified in the relations between phenomena, and Boutroux proposes to argue that natural laws are contingent and that they are bases which enable us constantly to rise towards a higher life. 7. Boutroux starts, very properly, by inquiring what is meant in this context by a necessary relation. Absolute necessity, the necessity, that is to say, which eliminates all conditions and is reducible to the principle of identity, A equals A, can be left out of account. For the laws of nature are not simply tautologies. What we are concerned with is not absolute but relative necessity, the existence of a necessary relation between two things. In other words, when we inquire into the alleged necessity of the laws of nature, we are looking not for purely analytic truth, but for necessarily true synthetic propositions. But here again we must make a distinction. If the laws of nature are necessarily true synthetic propositions, they cannot be a posteriori propositions. For while experience can reveal to us constant relations, it does not by itself reveal necessity. Nor can it do so. Hence the aim of our inquiry is to discover whether the laws of nature can properly be described as a priori synthetic propositions. If they can, then they must assert necessary causal relations. 2. The question therefore comes down to this. Are there a priori causal syntheses? It will be noted that Boutroux's use of terminology is based on that of Kant. Moreover, he does not deny that the principle of causality can be stated in such a form that it is necessarily true. At the same time he maintains that this is not the sense in which the principle is actually used in the sciences. In reality, the word cause, when used scientifically, means immediate condition. 3. For scientific purposes it is quite sufficient, for the formulation of laws, that relatively invariable relations exist between the phenomena. The idea of necessity is not required. In other words, the principle of causality, as actually employed in science, is derived from experience, not imposed a priori by the mind. It is a very general and abstract expression of observed relations, and we do not observe necessity, though we can of course observe regular sequences. True, if we restrict our attention simply and solely to quantity, to the measurable aspects of phenomena, it may be in conformity with experience to assert an absolute equivalence between cause and effect. In point of fact, however, we find qualitative changes, a qualitative heterogeneity, which excludes the possibility of showing that the cause, immediate condition, must contain all that is required to produce the effect. And if the effect can be disproportionate to the cause from the qualitative point of view, it follows that nowhere in the real concrete world can the principle of causality be rigidly applied. Point 5. To be sure, it can serve as a practical maxim for the scientist. But the development of the sciences themselves suggests that the laws of nature do not express objectively necessary relations and that they are not irreformable or unrevisable in principle. Our scientific laws enable us to deal successfully with a changing reality. It would be absurd to question their utility. But they are not definitive. In his later work, De l'idée de loi naturelle, Boutroux carried the matter further. In pure mathematics there are of course necessary relations, depending on certain postulates. But pure mathematics is a formal science. It is obviously true that a natural science such as astronomy makes use of mathematics and could not have advanced without it. Indeed, in certain sciences we can see clearly enough the attempt to fit nature, as it were, to mathematics and to formulate the relations between phenomena in a mathematical manner. But there always remains a gap between nature as it exists and mathematics, and this gap becomes more manifest as we shift our attention from the inorganic sphere to that of life. The scientist is justified in emphasizing the connection between biological and even mental phenomena on the one hand and physico-chemical processes on the other. But if we assume the reducibility of the laws governing biological evolution to the more general laws of physics and chemistry, it becomes impossible to explain the appearance of novelty. Despite their admitted utility, all natural laws are of the nature of compromises, approximations to an equation between reality and mathematics, and the more we proceed from the very general laws of physics to the spheres of biology, psychology, and sociology, the clearer does this characteristic of approximation become. For we have to allow for creativeness and the emergence of novelty. For the matter of that, it is not certain that even on the purely physical level there is no variability, no breach in determinism. Nowadays the idea that the structure of reality can be deduced a priori from basic propositions which are indemonstrable but self-evidently true can hardly be described as fashionable. And while we could not reasonably claim that there is universal agreement about the proper use of the term law of nature or about the logical status of scientific laws, it is at any rate a common enough view that scientific laws are descriptive generalizations with predictive force and that they are synthetic propositions and therefore contingent. Further, we are all aware of the claim, based on Heisenberg's principle of uncertainty, that universal determinism has been disproved on the subatomic level. To be sure, it is not everyone who would admit that all propositions which are informative about reality are contingent. Nor would everyone agree that universal determinism has in fact been disproved. The relevant point, however, is that a good deal of what Boutroux says about the contingency of the laws of nature represents lines of thought which are common enough today. For the matter of that, his anti-reductionism and his claim that there are qualitatively different kinds or levels of being do not appear startling. Obviously, talk about lower and higher levels of being is likely to elicit the comment that judgments of value are being made. But when Boutroux maintains that science takes the form of the sciences and that we cannot reduce all the other sciences to mathematical physics, most people would agree with him. Boutroux is not, however, concerned simply with philosophy of science for its own sake. When, for example, he insists on the contingent character of the laws of nature and maintains that they cannot be reduced to and derived from an absolutely necessary truth, he is not simply pursuing an inquiry into the logical status of scientific laws. He is doing this, of course, but he is also illustrating what for him are the limitations of science, with a view to arguing that there is room for a religious metaphysics which satisfies reason's demand for a unified and harmonious world outlook. In the program for the Gifford Lecture he remarks that in a general manner, science is a system of symbols with the task of providing us with a convenient and usable representation of realities which we cannot know directly. Now the existence and properties of these symbols can be explained only in terms of the original activity of the spirit too. Similarly, in Science and Religion, Boutroux asserts that science, so far from being something stamped by things on a passive intelligence, is an ensemble of symbols imagined by the mind in order to interpret things by means of pre-existent notions. 3. Science in its developed state does not presuppose a metaphysics, but it does presuppose the creative activity of the mind or spirit or reason. The life of the spirit takes the form of scientific reason, but this is not the only form which it takes. The life of the spirit is something much wider, including morality, art and religion. The development therefore of the scientific use of reason, which seeks to systematize things from an impersonal standpoint, one does not exclude a subjective systematization too based on the concept of the value of the person and on reflection on the life of the spirit in its various forms, a reflection which produces its own symbolic expression. As Boutroux was a pupil of Lachellier, it is not surprising if we can see in his ideas about the limitations of science a certain measure of Kantian influence. His view of metaphysics, however, seems to have some affinity with that of Maine de Byron. For example, while allowing of course for psychology as a science, he suggests that it is impossible to find real frontiers between psychology and metaphysics. 3. Similarly, metaphysics, to be legitimate and fruitful, must proceed not from outside to the inside, but from within outwards. He does not mean that metaphysics, an original activity of spirit, 5. is science, whether psychology or otherwise, transformed into metaphysics. For a science which tries to convert itself into metaphysics is unfaithful to its own nature and aims. Boutroux means that metaphysics is spirit's reflection on its own life, which is considered in psychology from a scientific point of view but which overflows, as it were, the limits placed by this point of view. In his general view of the universe, Boutroux sees the world as a series of levels of being. A higher level is not deducible from a lower level, there is the emergence of novelty, of qualitative difference. At the same time, heterogeneity and discontinuity are not the only features of the world. There is also continuity. For we can see a creative teleological process at work, a striving upwards towards an ideal. Thus Boutroux does not assert a rigid distinction between the inanimate and animate levels. There is spontaneity even at the level of so-called dead matter. Moreover, in a manner reminiscent of Ravizon, Boutroux suggests that animal instinct, life, physical and mechanical forces are, as it were, habits that have penetrated more and more deeply into the spontaneity of being. Hence these habits have become almost unconquerable. Seen from without, they appear as necessary laws. At the human level we find conscious love and pursuit of the ideal, a love which is at the same time a drawing or attracting by the divine ideal which in this way manifests its existence. Religion, a synthesis or, rather, a close and spiritual union of instinct and intellect, offers man a richer and deeper life too than the life of mere instinct or routine or imitation or the life of the abstract intellect. It is not so much a case of reconciling science and religion, considered as sets of theories or doctrines, as of reconciling the scientific and the religious spirits. For even if we can show that religious doctrines do not contradict scientific laws or hypotheses, this may leave unaffected the impression of an irreconcilable conflict between the scientific and religious spirits and attitudes. Reason, however, can strive to bring them together and to fashion, from their union, a being richer and more harmonious than either of them taken apart. 3. This union remains an ideal goal, but we can see that the religious life which, in its intense form, is always mysticism, has a positive value inasmuch as it lies at the heart of all the great religious, moral, political, and social movements of humanity. Bergson was a student for a while at the École Normale at Paris while Boutroux was teaching there. And the latter's contingency of the laws of nature certainly exercised an influence on his mind, even if the degree of influence should not be exaggerated. In any case, it is clear that Bergson carried on and developed some of Boutroux's ideas, though it does not necessarily follow, of course, that he actually derived them directly from this source. 5. Boutroux was clearly a resolute opponent not of course of science but of scientism and of positivist naturalism. When we turn to Alfred Fouilly, 1838–1912, who lectured at the École Normale at Paris from 1872 to 1875,5, we find him adopting a more eclectic attitude and envisaging a harmonization between the valuable and true ideas in the positivist and naturalist line of thought on the one hand and the idealist and spiritualist traditions on the other. The conclusions to which Fouilly came place him definitely within the spiritualist movement, but his intention was to effect a reconciliation between different currents of thought. In spite of this ecumenical attitude, recalling Leibniz's notion that all systems were right in what they affirmed and wrong in what they denied, Fouilly was polemically inclined. In particular, he attacked the philosophy of evolution as presented by Herbert Spencer and the epiphenomenalist theory of consciousness defended by T. H. Huxley. 1. Fouilly did not attack the idea of evolution as such. On the contrary, he accepted it. What he objected to was Spencer's attempt to account for the movement of evolution in purely mechanistic terms, which seemed to him a very limited and one-sided view of the matter. For the mechanistic conception of the world was, in Fouilly's opinion, a human construction, and the concept of force on which Spencer laid such emphasis was a projection of man's inner experience of effort and volitional activity. As for the epiphenomenalist theory of consciousness, this was irreconcilable with the active power of the mind and the evident fact of its ability to initiate movement and action. It was not necessary to follow the idealists in regarding thought as the one reality in order to see that in the process of evolution consciousness had to be taken into account as an effective contributing factor. It was sui generis and irreducible to physical processes. In defense and explanation of his insistence on the effective causal activity of consciousness, Fouilly proposed the theory which is especially associated with his name, namely the theory of what he called idée force or thought force. Every idea too is a tendency to action or the beginning of an action. 3. It tends to self-realization or self-actualization and is thus a cause. Even if it is itself caused, it is also a cause which can initiate movement and through physical action affect the external world. We are thus not faced with the problem of finding an additional link between the world of ideas and the world of physical objects. For an idea is itself a link, in the sense that it has the active tendency to self-realization. It is a mistake to regard ideas simply as representations or reflections of external things. They have a creative aspect. And as they are of course mental phenomena, to say that they exercise causal force is to say that the mind exercises causal activity. In this case it cannot be a mere epiphenomenon, passively dependent on physical organization and processes. In his work on freedom and determinism, La Liberté et Déterminisme, R. 872, he uses the theory of idées forces in an attempt to effect a reconciliation between the partisans of freedom and the determinists. At first he gives the impression of allying himself with the determinists, inasmuch as he subjects to criticism the views defended by such defenders of human liberty as Cournot, Renouvier, and Lachellier. He rejects liberty of indifference as a misguided notion, refuses to associate freedom with the idea of chance, dismisses Renouvier's contention that determinism implies the human being's passivity, and expresses agreement with Taine's questioning of the theory that determinism deprives moral values of all significance. In Fouilly's opinion, determinism does not necessarily imply that because something is all that it can be, it is thereby all that it should be. 1 Though however Fouilly is not prepared to make the sort of forthright attack on determinism which was characteristic of the spiritualist current of thought, he points out that even determinists have to find room for the idea of freedom. He then proceeds to argue that though a psychological explanation of the idea of freedom can be offered, this idea is an idée force and thus tends to realize itself. The idea of freedom is certainly effective in life, and the stronger it becomes, the freer we are. In other words, even if the genesis of the idée 10 RCE can be explained on determinist lines, once it is formed it exercises a directive power or causal activity. It can obviously be objected that Fouilly reconciles determinism with libertarianism by the simple expedient of equating freedom with the idea or feeling of freedom. And he does indeed speak as though the two were the same. But he seems to mean that when we act in the consciousness of freedom, for example, in striving after the realization of moral ideals, our actions express our personalities as human beings, and that this is the real significance of freedom. With the idea of freedom we act in a specific way, and there can be no doubt that such action can be effective. Fouilly developed his theory of idées tenrisses in works such as The Evolution of Thought Forces, L'évolutionnisme des idées tenrisses, R. 890, The Psychology of Thought Forces, La Psychologie des idées forces, 2 volumes, 1893, and The Ethics aux Thought Forces, La Morale des idées forces, 1908. This last named book elicited praise from Bergson, not least because in it Fouilly argued that consciousness of one's own existence is inseparable from consciousness of the existence of others, and that the attribution of value to oneself implies the attribution of value to other persons. Fouilly's ethical theory was characterized by a conviction in the attractive power of ideals, especially those of love and fraternity or brotherhood, and by belief in the growth of an interpersonal consciousness with common ideals as a principle of action. It is interesting to note that Fouilly claimed to have anticipated Bergson, and Nietzsche, in holding that movement is real. In his opinion the associationist psychologists, for example, were deceived by the artifice of language and broke up movement into successive discrete states, which might be compared to instantaneous photographs of waves. In Fouilly's terminology, they retained the terms but omitted the relations and so failed to grasp the current of life, of which we have the feeling in, say, the experiences of enjoyment, suffering and wishing. Though however Fouilly was prepared to speak of the grasping or consciousness of duration, he was not prepared to accept Bergson's theory of an intuition of pure duration. In a letter to Augustin Guyot he remarked that in his opinion pure duration was a limiting concept and not an object of intuition. 6. Augustin Guyot was the son of Fouilly's stepson, Marie-Jean Guyot, 1854–88, who was a professor at the Lycée Condorcet for a short while during the period when Bergson was a pupil at the school. As his dates show, M.J. Guyot's life was a short one, but he made his mark by a series of publications. His first two works were La morale d'Épicure et ses rapports avec les doctrines contemporaines, The Ethics of Epicurus and its relations to contemporary doctrines, and La morale anglaise contemporaine, Contemporary English Ethics, which appeared respectively in 1878 and 1879. He also wrote on aesthetics in Problèmes de l'esthétique contemporaine, 1884, Problems of Contemporary Aesthetics, and in the posthumously published, 1889, L'art au point de vue socio-onologique, Art from the Sociological Point of View. He is best known however for his Esquisse d'une morale sans obligation ni sanction to en elle-même, Legend de l'avenir. L published respectively in 1885 and 1887. These books were known and esteemed by Nietzsche. Education et THIRD-WORLDISM was published posthumously in 1889, while La genèse de l'idée de temps, The Origin of the Idea of Time, appeared in 1890 and was reviewed by Bergson. 3. To a certain extent M.J. Guyot agrees with his stepfather's theory of idées forces. Thought is directed to action, and it is through action that those problems to which abstract thought gives rise are solved, in part even if not completely. But the relation of thought to action expresses something deeper and more universal, namely the creative movement of life. This idea should not indeed be understood in a theistic sense. The background of Guyot's philosophy was formed by the concept of an evolving universe, without any doctrine of a supernatural cause or creator of the universe. He looked on evolution however as the process by which life comes into being and in its creative activity brings forth successively higher forms. Consciousness is simply a luminous point in the great obscure sphere of life. 5. It presupposes intuitive action, which expresses an infraconscious will to live. If therefore we mean by ideas at the level of consciousness, their relation to action is the form taken at a particular level by the dynamism of life, its creative activity. Life is fecundity. 6. But it has no end save its own maintenance and intensification. The Bergsonian emphasis on becoming, life, and the élan vital are already present in Guyot's thought, but without that belief in a creative God which was to become, eventually at any rate, a marked feature of Bergson's philosophy. It is in terms of the concept of life that Guyot develops his ethical theory. In his opinion, attempts to give morality a firm theoretical basis have been unsuccessful. We cannot find the required basis simply in the abstract concept of obligation. For this by itself provides us with little guidance. Further, people have felt under a moral obligation to pursue lines of conduct which we at any rate regard as immoral or as irrational. If however the Kantian type of morality will not do, neither will hedonism or utilitarianism. It is of course an empirical fact that human beings tend to pursue what they have found to be pleasurable activities and to avoid what they have experienced as painful. But a much more fundamental tendency or urge is that of life to expand and intensify itself, a tendency which operates not only at the conscious but also at the infraconscious and instinctive level. The end which in fact determines all conscious action is also the cause which produces all unconscious action, it is life itself. One life, which by its nature strives to maintain, intensify and expand itself, is both the cause and the end of all action, whether instinctive or conscious. And ethics should be concerned with the means to the intensification and self-expansion of life. The expansion of life is interpreted by Guyot largely in social terms. That is to say, the moral ideal is to be found in human cooperation, altruism, love, and brotherhood, not in self-isolation and egoism. To be as social as one can is the authentic moral imperative. It is true that the idea of the intensification and expansion of life, when taken by itself, may appear to authorize, and indeed does authorize, actions which according to conventional moral standards are regarded as immoral. But for Guyot an important factor in human progress is the pursuit of truth and intellectual advance, and in his opinion intellectual development tends to inhibit purely instinctive and animal-like behavior. The pursuit of truth however should go hand in hand with pursuit both of the good, especially in the form of human brotherhood, and of the beautiful. It can be added that the pleasures accompanying man's higher activities are precisely those which can most be shared in common. My enjoyment, for example, of a work of art does not deprive anyone else of a similar enjoyment. Not only morality but also religion is interpreted by Guyot in terms of the concept of life. Religion as an historical phenomenon was largely social in character, and the idea of God was a projection of man's social consciousness and life. As man's moral consciousness developed, his concept of God changed too, from that of a capricious despot to that of a loving father. But religion was throughout clearly linked with man's social life, expressing it and contributing to maintain it. Though however Guyot regards the idea of God as mythical, the title of his book La religion de l'avenir is somewhat misleading. By religion he means primarily acceptance of unverifiable dogmas imposed by religious organizations. A religion means for him an organized religious system. In his view, religion in this sense is disappearing and ought to disappear, inasmuch as it inhibits the intensification and expansion of life, intellectual life for example. But he does not envisage the disappearance of religious feeling, nor of the ethical idealism which was a feature of the higher religions. For the matter of that, Guyot does not call for the rooting out of all religious beliefs in the ordinary sense. The attempt to destroy all religious belief is for him as misguided and fanatical as the attempt to impose such beliefs. Even if ethical idealism is in itself sufficient, there are likely to be in the future as in the past people with definite religious beliefs. If such beliefs are the spontaneous expression, as it were, of the personalities of those who accept them and are embraced as hypotheses which seem reasonable to the believer, well and good, provided that no attempt is made to impose such beliefs on others. In other words, the religion of the future will be a purely personal matter, something distinct from the transformation of religion into freely embraced and commonly recognized ethical values. Guyot has been compared with Nietzsche. He has also been described as a positivist. As for the first point, there is obviously some affinity between the two philosophers, inasmuch as each expounds a philosophy of the intensification of life and of ascending life. Equally obviously, however, there are important differences. Guyot's insistence on human solidarity and brotherhood is markedly different from Nietzsche's insistence on rank and diversification. As for positivism, there are certainly positivist and naturalistic features in Guyot's thought. But his ethical idealism comes to occupy the center of the stage. In any case, even if it may seem odd, from some points of view, to include Guyot among representatives of the spiritualist movement, he has in common with them a firm belief in human liberty and in the emergence of what is new in the process of evolution, and his philosophy of life clearly has a place in the line of thought of which Bergson is the best known exponent. Life and Works. Bergson's idea of philosophy: time and freedom, memory and perception, the relation between spirit and matter, instinct, intelligence and intuition in the context of the theory of evolution. I. Henry Bergson, I8s 9-1941, was born at Paris and studied at the Lycée Condorcet. He was attracted, as he himself relates, both to mathematics and to letters, and when he finally opted for the latter, his professor of mathematics visited his parents to expostulate. On leaving the Lycée in 1878, Bergson became a student of the École Normale. During the period 1881 to 97 he taught successively in lycées at Angers, Clermont-Ferrandil and Paris. From 1897 until 1900 he was a professor at the École Normale, and from 1900 until 1942 at the Collège de France, where his lectures attracted hearers even from the non-academic and fashionable world of Paris. Already a member of the Institute and of the Academy of Moral and Political Sciences, he was elected to the French Academy in 1914 and received the Nobel Prize for Literature in 1928. After the First World War, Bergson was active in the work of promoting international understanding, and for a time he was chairman of the Committee for Intellectual Cooperation established by the League of Nations, until bad health forced him to retire. In the final year of his life, Bergson came very close to the Catholic Church, and in his testament he said that he would have become a Catholic, had it not been for his desire not to separate himself from his fellow Jews during their persecution by the Nazis. Bergson's first well-known work was his essay Sur les duns immédiats de la conscience, which appeared in 1889. Its subject matter is perhaps better indicated by the title given to the English translation, Time and Free Will 1. This work was followed in 1896 by Matière et Mémoire 2, which gave Bergson the occasion for a more general treatment of the relation between mind and body. In 1900 Bergson published Les, and in 1903 his introduction à la métaphysique appeared in the Revue de la métaphysique et de morale. His most famous work L'Évolution créatrice appeared in 1907, and this was followed by L'Emergie spirituelle/Le8 in 1910 and Du Ré et Simuanide. In 1932 Bergson published his notable work on morals and religion, Les deux sources de la morale et de la religion. 8. A collection of essays entitled La pensée et le mouvement 9 followed in 1934. 3 volumes of Écrits et Paroles were edited by R. M. Mossy Bastide and published at Paris in 1957-59, with a preface by Edouard Leroy. The centenary edition of Bergson's works appeared in 1959. 2. Although Bergson once had a great name, his use of imagery and metaphor, his sometimes rather high-flown or crapsodic style, and a certain lack of precision in his thought have contributed to his being depreciated as a philosopher by those who equate philosophy with logical or conceptual analysis and who attach great value to precision of thought and language. Obviously, this is true in the first place of countries in which the analytic movement has prevailed, and where the tendency has been to look on Bergson as more of a poet or even a mystic than as a serious philosopher. In some other countries, including his own, he has fallen into neglect for another reason, namely the eclipse of the philosophy of life by existentialism and phenomenology. It may be true to say that in recent years the stir caused by the writings of Teilhard de Chardin has led to some revival of interest in Bergson, in view of the affinities between the two thinkers. But though the vogue enjoyed by Teilhard de Chardin and recognition of the relationship between him and his predecessor Bergson may have tended to make the latter's thought seem more actual and relevant, they do little to mitigate the force of objections brought by logical or conceptual analysts against Bergson's style of philosophizing. For similar objections can obviously be leveled against Teilhard de Chardin. The accusations brought against Bergson's way of philosophizing are certainly not groundless. At the same time it is only fair to him to emphasize the fact that he was not trying to accomplish the sort of task to which logical analysts devote themselves, but failing signally to do so. He had his own idea of the nature and function of philosophy, and his way of philosophizing, and even his style, were connected with this idea. It is thus appropriate to begin by giving a brief explanation of his concept of philosophy. In an essay which he wrote specially for the collection entitled La pensée et le mouvement, Bergson began by asserting, perhaps somewhat surprisingly, that what has been most wanting in philosophy, is precision. 1. What he had in mind were the shortcomings, as he saw them, of philosophical systems, which are not tailored to the reality in which we live but which are so abstract and vast as to try to comprise everything, the actual, the possible and even the impossible. 3. It seemed to him at first that the philosophy of Herbert Spencer was an exception, inasmuch as, in spite of some vague generalities, it bore the imprint of the actual world and was modelled on the facts. At the same time Spencer had not delved deeply enough into the basic ideas of mechanics, and Bergson resolved to complete this work. In the course, however, of trying to do so, he found himself brought to consider the subject of time. He was impelled to distinguish between the mathematical time of the scientist, in which time is broken up into moments and conceived in a spatial manner, and real time, pure duration, continuity, which we can grasp in inner experience but can conceptualize only with difficulty. Bergson therefore comes to conceive of philosophy or metaphysics as based on intuition, which he contrasts with analysis. By analysis he means the reduction of the complex to its simple constituents, as when a physical object is reduced to molecules, to atoms, and finally to subatomic particles, or as when a new idea is explained in terms of a new arrangement of ideas which we already possess. By intuition he means the immediate consciousness one or direct awareness of a reality. Bergson also contrasts the symbolization which is required by analytic thought with intuitive freedom from symbolization. 2. Even if however the intuitive perception of a reality may, in itself, be unexpressed in linguistic symbols, there can obviously be no philosophy without conceptualization and language. Bergson is of course well aware of this fact. An effort of reflection 3 is required to grasp the content of an intuition and to appreciate its significance and illuminative bearing. The idea which expresses an intuition seems at first to be obscure rather than clear, and though appropriate terms, such as real duration, can be employed, the linguistic expression will not really be understood unless one participates in the intuition. The philosopher should indeed strive after clarity, but he cannot achieve this unless intuition and expression go, as it were, hand in hand, or unless symbolization is checked by a return to intuitive awareness of what the philosopher is speaking about. Further, images may have a useful role to play by suggesting the content of an intuition and facilitating a participation in it. 4. It is all very well to say that philosophy is based on intuition. What is the object of such intuition? A general answer might be that it is movement, becoming, duration, that which can be known only through immediate or intuitive awareness, and not through a reductive analysis which distorts it or destroys its continuity. To say this is to say, within the framework of Bergson's thought, that the object of intuition is reality. For in the second of his Oxford conferences he makes the often quoted statement that there are changes, but there are not, under the change, things which change. Change has no need of a support. There are movements, but there is no inert, invariable object which moves. Movement does not imply a mobile L in the first instance. However, the object of intuition is, as with Maine de Byron, the inner life of the self, of the spirit. Bergson remarks, for example, that existence is only given in experience. He then goes on to say that this experience will be called sight or contact, exterior perception in general. If it is a question of a material object, it will have the name intuition when it bears on the spirit. 2. It is true that according to Bergson his first concern is with real duration. But he finds this in the life of the self, in the direct vision of the spirit by the spirit. 3. In the interior life. Bergson can thus maintain that while positive science is concerned with the material world, metaphysics reserves for itself the spirit. 4. This may seem to be patently untrue, given the existence of psychology. For Bergson, however, psychology as a science treats the spirit or mind as if it were material. That is to say, it analyzes the life of the mind in such a way as to represent it on an analogy with spatial and material objects. The empirical psychologist does not necessarily assert that mental phenomena are material. But he extends reductive analysis from physical objects to the mind and considers it as something over against himself. The metaphysician, however, takes as his point of departure an intuitive or immediate awareness of the inner life of the spirit as it is lived, and he tries to prolong this intuition in his reflection. Science and metaphysics therefore have different objects or subject matters according to Bergson. He assigns matter to science and spirit to metaphysics. 5. It is thus clear enough that he does not regard philosophy as a synthesis of the particular sciences. There is no question of claiming that philosophy can go beyond science in the generalization of the same facts. 6. Philosophy is not a synthesis of the particular sciences. 7. The objects of science and philosophy are different. So too are their methods. For science is the work of the intelligence and works by analysis, whereas metaphysics is, or is based on and draws its life from, intuition. To say, however, that science and metaphysics differ from one another in subject matter and method is by no means the whole of the story. For in Bergson's view reality is change or becoming, real duration or the life of the spirit, and the material world of the physicist is regarded, by an extension of Ravizon's theory of habit, as a kind of deposit made by the movement of life in its creative advance. If therefore we ask whether it is science or metaphysics which reveals reality to us, the answer must be that it is metaphysics. For it is only in intuition that the mind can have direct awareness of the actual movement of life. Bergson endeavors to show that he is not concerned with depreciating science, nor with suggesting that the philosopher can profitably dismiss the findings of the scientist. He explains, for example, that when he insists on the difference between the positive sciences and philosophy, he is concerned with the purification of science from scientism, from a metaphysics, that is to say, which masquerades as positive scientific knowledge, and with freeing philosophy from any misconception of itself as a superscience, capable of doing the scientist's work for him or of providing generalizations from the data of science which the scientist is unable to provide. Referring to accusations against him of being an opponent of science, Bergson remarks once again, "We wanted a philosophy which would submit itself to the control of science and which could also contribute to its sciences. Advance L. The work of the intelligence is necessary for action, and science, the product of the intelligence, is required if man is to have conceptual and practical control of his environment. Moreover, science," Bergson suggests rather vaguely, "can provide verification for metaphysics too, while metaphysics, as it is based on intuition of truth, can help science to correct its errors. While therefore they remain distinct, science and philosophy can cooperate, and neither of them should be depreciated. As they differ in subject matter and method, disputes about relative dignity are ocious." Obviously, Bergson is justified in emphasizing the need for the work of the intelligence, and so of science. To be sure, Bergson's ideas are by no means always clear and unambiguous. Sometimes, for example, he speaks as though the world of individual things, of substances which change, is a fiction or fabrication of the intelligence. At other times he implies that in its individualizing activity the intelligence makes objectively grounded distinctions. His precise meaning is left obscure. At the same time it is obvious that we could not possibly live, in any recognizable sense of life, simply with the consciousness of a continuous flow of becoming. We could not live and act without a world of distinct things. And we could not understand and control this world without science. Hence Bergson is quite justified in claiming that he has no intention of attacking science as a superfluity. When all this is said, however, it remains true that for him it is intuition, not intelligence, and metaphysics rather than science, which reveals to us the nature of reality, underlying the constructed, even if necessarily constructed, world of the scientist. And when Bergson speaks about metaphysics submitting itself to the control of science, he really means that in his view modern science is developing in such a way as to confirm rather than to falsify his philosophical theories. In other words, if we assume the truth of Bergson's position, it seems to follow that in important respects metaphysics must be superior to science, however much Bergson may have tried to disclaim such judgments of value. Reference has already been made to Bergson's negative attitude to philosophical systems. It is hardly necessary to say that he has no liking for attempts to deduce the structure of reality a priori from allegedly self-evidently true propositions. A man who believes that philosophy has never frankly admitted this continuous creation of unforeseeable novelty is obviously not disposed to look with favor on any system of a Spinozistic type. Indeed, Bergson explicitly disclaims the intention of constructing any sort of comprehensive system. What he does is to consider distinct questions in succession, reflecting on the data in various areas. To some of the questions which seemed of great importance to metaphysical philosophers are dismissed by Bergson as pseudo-problems. Why is there something rather than nothing, and why is there order rather than disorder, are given as examples of pseudo-problems or at any rate of badly formulated questions. Point 3 In view of his reputation for high-flown poetry or imaginative and imprecise language, it is only fair to Bergson to emphasize the fact that he intends to be as concrete and as faithful as possible to reality as experienced. It is true that a more or less unified world outlook emerges from his successive writings. But this is due to a convergence of his various lines of thought rather than to any deliberate attempt to construct a comprehensive system. There are of course certain recurrent and pervasive key ideas, such as intuition and duration, but they are not postulated in advance like the premises of a deductive system. When Bergson is treating of the mental life, there is no great difficulty in understanding what he means by intuition, even if one does not care for the term. It is equivalent to the immediate consciousness of Maine de Byron. When however Bergson turns to a general theory of evolution, as in L'Evolution Créatrice, it is not so easy to see how this theory can be said to be based on intuition. Even if we are immediately aware of a vital impetus or a law vital in ourselves, a good deal of extrapolation is required in order to make this intuition the basis for a general view of evolution. The philosophy of l'esprit becomes very much wider in its scope than any kind of reflexive psychology. However, there is not much point in trying to discuss such matters in advance of a treatment of Bergson's successive lines of inquiry. 3. In the preface to Time and Free Will, Bergson announces his intention of trying to establish that every discussion between determinists and their opponents implies a previous confusion of duration with extension, of succession with simultaneity, of quality with quantity. Once this confusion has been cleared up, one may perhaps find that objections against freedom vanish, together with the definitions which have been given to it, and, in a certain sense, the very problem of free will. 2. In this case, Bergson has of course to explain the nature of the alleged confusion before going on to show how its dissipation affects determinism. We conceive of physical objects, according to Bergson, as existing and occupying positions in an empty homogeneous medium 3, namely space. And it is the concept of space which determines our ordinary idea of time, the concept of time as employed in the natural sciences and for purposes of practical life. That is to say, we conceive time according to the analogy of an unbounded line composed of units or moments which are external to one another. This idea gives rise to the sort of puzzles raised centuries ago by Zeno. But it enables us to measure time and to fix the occurrence of events, as simultaneous or as successive, within the time medium, which is itself empty and homogeneous, like space. This concept of time is in fact the spatialized or mathematicized idea of duration. Pure duration, of which we can become intuitively or immediately aware in consciousness of our own inner mental life, when, that is to say, we enter into it in depth, is a series of qualitative changes melting into and permeating one another, so that each element represents the whole, like a musical phrase, and is an isolated unit not in reality but only through intellectual abstraction. Pure duration is a continuity of movement, with qualitative but not quantitative differentiations. It can thus be described as heterogeneous, not as homogeneous. Language, however, demands that we should establish between our ideas the same clear and precise distinctions, the same discontinuity, as between material objects. 2. Discursive thought and language require that we should break up the uninterrupted flow of consciousness 3 into distinct and numerable states, succeeding one another in time, represented as a homogeneous medium. This concept of time, however, is only the ghost of space haunting the reflective consciousness, for whereas pure duration is the form taken by the succession of our states of consciousness when our ego lets itself live, when it abstains from making a separation between its present and preceding states. 5. We can say in effect that the idea of pure duration expresses the nature of the life of the deeper self, while the concept of the self as a succession of states represents the superficial self, created by the spatializing intelligence. Pure duration is grasped in intuition, in which the self is coincident with its own life, whereas the self of analytic psychology is the result of our looking at ourselves as external spectators, as though we were looking at physical objects outside us. Now suppose that we conceive the self as a succession of distinct states in spatialized time. It is then natural to think of a preceding state as causing the succeeding state. Further, feelings and motives will be regarded as distinct entities which cause or determine successive entities. This may sound far-fetched. But that this is not the case can be seen by reflecting on talk about motives determining choices. In such language, motives are clearly hypostatized and given a substantial existence of their own. Bergson thus asserts a dose link between determinism and the associationist psychology. And in his view, no answer to determinism is possible, if the adequacy of this psychology is once assumed. For it makes little sense to picture one state of consciousness as oscillating between making two mutually exclusive choices and then opting for one choice when it might have opted for the other. If we once accept the associationist psychology as adequate, it is a waste of time to look for answers to determinism. We cannot refute the determinists on their own selected ground. What is needed is to challenge their whole concept of the self and its life. And, as Bergson sees things, this means setting the idea of pure duration against the spatialized or geometric concept of time. If time is assimilated to space and states of consciousness are conceived on an analogy with material objects, determinism is inevitable. If however the life of the self is seen in its continuity, its uninterrupted flow, it can also be seen that some acts spring from the totality, the whole personality, and these acts are free. We are free when our acts flow from our whole personality, when they express it, when they have with it that indefinable resemblance which one sometimes finds between the artist and his work. L. Bergson thus carries on that insistence on human freedom which we find among his predecessors in the spiritualist movement. A good deal of what he has to say, especially by way of criticism or attack, is sensible enough. It is pretty clear, for example, that talk about a man's choices being determined by his motives is misleading, inasmuch as it suggests that a motive is a substantial entity which pushes a man, as though from without, into a certain course of action. Again, while character determinism, as portrayed by writers such as J.S. Mill, can be made extremely plausible, talk about a man's actions being determined by his character implies that to the noun character there corresponds a block entity which exercises a one-way causal activity on the will. In general, Bergson's contention that the determinists, especially those who presuppose the associationist psychology, are held captive by a spatial picture is well argued. It does not follow of course that Bergson is an upholder of liberty of indifference. For as he conceives this theory, it involves the same sort of misleading picture which can be found with the determinists. 1. In Bergson's view, any definition of freedom will ensure the victory of determinism. 2. For a definition is the result of analysis, and analysis involves the transformation of a process into a thing and of duration into extension. Freedom is the indefinable relation of the concrete self to the act which it performs. 3. It is something of which we are immediately aware, but it is not something which can be proved. For the attempt to prove it involves taking the very point of view which leads to determinism, the point of view from which time is identified with space, or at any rate to interpret it in spatial terms. Bergson does not of course maintain that all the actions performed by a human being are free actions. He distinguishes between two different selves, one of which is, as it were, the external projection of the other, its spatial and, so to speak, social representation. 4. We are reminded here of Kant's distinction between the phenomenal and the noumenal self, but Kant is found fault with by Bergson for his account of time. For Bergson, free acts are those which proceed from the self considered as pure duration. To act freely, is to regain possession of oneself, to get back into pure duration. 5. But a great part of our lives is lived at the level of the superficial self, the level at which we are acted upon, by social pressure for instance, rather than act ourselves. And this is why we are rarely free. 6. This theory may seem to enable Bergson to evade the awkward position of Kant, the notion, that is to say, that the same actions are determined from one point of view and free from another. Even for Bergson of course a free act, springing from the deeper self or the whole personality, appears as determined if it is located, so to speak, in homogeneous and spatialized time. But he regards this point of view as erroneous, even if it is required for practical, social, and scientific purposes. What Bergson has to say about the two levels of the self recalls to mind not only the Kantian philosophy but also the later existentialist distinction between authentic and inauthentic existence. There are of course considerable differences between the philosophy of Bergson and existentialism, as there are two between the various brands of existentialism. But it is not a question of representing existentialism as an historical development of the Bergsonian philosophy of life. Rather is it a matter of affinities. In the spiritualist movement and in existentialism too we can see an attack on scientism, showing itself in an insistence on human freedom and in an interpretation of freedom in terms of the idea of a deeper self of some kind. If we consider the philosophy of Karl Jaspers, we can see that his contention that if we adopt the position of external spectators, of the objectifying scientist, we cannot avoid an at any rate methodological determinism, whereas freedom is something of which the agent, as agent, is aware, is akin to the position of Bergson. The fact that the influences on Jasper's thought were Kant, Kierkegaard, and Nietzsche rather than Bergson does not alter the fact that there is some affinity between their lines of thought. 4. In Metiere et Memoire, Bergson tackles the problem of the relation between mind and body. In his introduction he says that the book asserts the reality of both spirit and matter, and that his position is thus frankly dualistic. It is true that he speaks of matter as an aggregate of images. But by using the word image he does not mean to imply that a physical object exists only in the human mind. He means that an object is what we perceive it to be and not something entirely different. In the case of a red object, for instance, it is the object which is red. Redness is not something subjective. In fine, a physical object is an image, but an image which exists in itself. Among such physical objects there is one which I know not only by perception but also from within by affections. It is my body too. What is the relation between my body and my mind? In particular, are mental processes identifiable with physical processes in the brain, so that talk about the former and talk about the latter are simply two languages or ways of speaking which refer to the same thing? Or is the mind an epiphenomenon of the cerebral organism, so that it is completely and throughout dependent on the brain? To put the matter in another way, is the relation between mind and the brain of such a kind that anyone who had a complete knowledge of what was going on in the brain would thereby have a detailed knowledge of what was proceeding in consciousness? Bergson remarks that the truth is that there would be one way, and one only, of refuting materialism, that of establishing that matter is absolutely what it appears to be. For if matter is nothing but what it appears to be, there is no reason for ascribing it to occult capacities such as thought. This is one reason why Bergson dwells at some length on the nature of matter. However, though what Bergson takes to be the position of common sense should suffice, philosophical reflection requires something more. And Bergson tackles his problem by means of a study of memory, on the ground that memory, as representing precisely the point of interaction between mind and matter too, seems to provide the strongest support for materialism and epiphenomenalism. A study of memory, however, involves also a study of perception, as perception is wholly impregnated with memory images which complete it while interpreting it. Point 3. To cut a long story short, Bergson makes a distinction between two kinds of memory. In the first place there is the kind of memory which consists in motor mechanisms which resemble or are habits. Thus one can learn by heart, as we say, a certain series of words, a lesson, or a poem. And when the appropriate stimulus is provided, the mechanism starts to function. There is a closed system of automatic movements which succeed one another in the same order and occupy the same time. Memory in the sense of mechanical repetition is a bodily habit. Like walking, considered precisely as such, it does not include mental representation of the past but is rather a bodily aptitude and organic disposition to respond in a certain way to a certain stimulus. Memory in this sense is not confined to human beings. A parrot, for example, can be trained to respond to a stimulus by uttering certain words in succession. This kind of memory is different from what Bergson calls pure memory, which is representation and records all the events of our daily life. 5. Neglecting no detail. Memory in this sense is spiritual, and to admit its existence is obviously to admit that part of the mind is infraconscious. If the whole of my past is stored, as it were, in my mind in the form of memory images, it is clear that only a few of these images are even recalled to consciousness at a given time. They must then be stored in the infraconscious area of the mind. Indeed, if the whole of my past, including every detail, were present to my consciousness at once, action would become impossible. And here we have the key to the relation between the brain and pure memory. That is to say, the function of the brain, according to Bergson, is to inhibit the invasion of consciousness by the pure memory and to admit only those recollections which are related in some way to contemplated or required action. In itself pure memory is spiritual, but its contents are filtered, as it were, by the brain. Pure memory and memory as habit come together of course in practice as in, for example, the intelligent repetition of something learned. But they should not be confused. For it is this confusion which leads support to materialism. The concept of pure memory is linked by Bergson with that of pure duration. And he argues, with the help of a study of pathological phenomena such as aphasia, that there is no cogent evidence of memories being spatially located in the brain. In his view the brain is not a storehouse of memories but plays a role analogous to that of a telephone exchange. If one could penetrate into the brain and see clearly all the processes taking place in it, all that one would find would probably be sketched out or prepared movements. That is to say, the cerebral state represents only a small part of the mental state, namely that part which is capable of translating itself into movements of locomotion. Point 2. In other words, Bergson tries to refute psychophysical or psychoneural parallelism by arguing that the state of the brain indicates that of the mind only in so far as the psychic life is turned towards action and is the remote beginning of, or at least, the preparation for action. Perception, Bergson insists, is different in kind from recollection. In perception the perceived object is present as object of an intuition of the real, whereas in recollection an absent object is remembered. Though however perception is an intuition of the real, it is a mistake to suppose that perception as such is directed towards pure knowledge. On the contrary, it is entirely oriented towards action. That is to say, perception is basically selective with a view to possible action or reaction. It is utilitarian in character. At root, it concentrates on what can answer to a need or tendency. And we can assume that with animals perception is generally just this. Point 2. As we ascend the stages of the evolution of organic life, moving into the sphere of consciousness and freedom, the area of possible action and of the subjectivity of perception grows. But perception in itself, pure perception, is oriented to action. And it is not the same thing as memory. If our perceptions were all pure, simple intuitions of objects, the function of consciousness would be to unite them by means of memory. But this would not invert them into memories or acts of recollection. In point of fact, however, pure perception is pretty well a limiting concept. Perception is never a simple contact of the mind with the present object. It is wholly impregnated with images which complete it while interpreting it. 3. Pure memory manifests itself in images, and these images enter into our perceptions. In theory we can distinguish between pure memory and pure perception. And for Bergson it is important that the distinction should be made. Otherwise, for instance, recollection will be interpreted as a weakened form of perception, and it is in fact different in kind and not simply in intensity. In practice, however, recollection and perception interpenetrate each other. In other words, perception in its concrete or actual form is a synthesis of pure memory and pure perception, and so of mind, esprit, and matter. In concrete perception the mind contributes images which confer on the object of perception a completed and meaningful form. In Bergson's view this theory helps to overcome the opposition between idealism and realism and also throws light on the relation between mind or spirit and body. Mind, or spirit, borrows from matter the perceptions from which it draws its nourishment and restores them to matter in the form of movement on which it has stamped its own freedom. 5. Pure perception, which, as a limiting concept, is the coincidence of subject and object, belongs to the side of matter. Pure memory, which exhibits real duration, belongs to the side of spirit. But memory, as a synthesis of the past and the present in view of the future, one brings together or unites the successive phases of matter to use them and to manifest itself by the actions which constitute the reason for the soul's union with the body. In Bergson's opinion, spirit and matter, soul and body, are united for action, and this union is to be understood not in spatial terms too but in terms of duration. As in the case of Bergson's other writings, most readers of Matière et Memoire often find it difficult to make out his precise meaning. and they may well suspect that if they fail to find it, this is not their fault. However, Bergson's general position can be summarized in this way. The body is an instrument of action, and of action only. 3. Pure perception is virtual action, at any rate in the sense that it detaches from the field of objects the object which interests from the point of view of possible bodily action. The virtual action of things on our body and of our body on things is our perception itself, and the state of the brain corresponds exactly to the perception. Actual perception, however, is not pure perception but is enriched and interpreted by memory, which is in itself, as pure memory, something other than a function of the brain. 5. Perception as we actually experience it, therefore, impregnated, that is to say, with memory images, is a point where spirit and matter, soul and body, intersect dynami, kali, in an orientation to action. 6. And while the pure perception element corresponds exactly to the state of the brain or to processes in the brain, the pure memory element does not. Spirit or mind is not in itself a function of the brain, nor an epiphenomenon, but as turned to action it depends on the body, the instrument of action, and virtual action, prefiguring or sketching out and preparing real action, is dependent on the brain. Damage to the brain may inhibit action, but it should not be thought of as destroying the mind or spirit in itself. 5. In Time and Free Will and Matter and a Memory, Bergson introduces his readers, in the contexts of particular problems, to his ideas of mathematical or spatialized time on the one hand and of pure duration on the other, of the analytical intelligence, dominated by the concept of space, on the one hand and of intuition on the other, of matter as the sphere of mechanism and of spirit as the sphere of creative freedom, of man as an agent rather than as a spectator and of the intelligence as serving the needs of action, even if man, through intuition, is capable of grasping the nature of becoming as manifested in his own inner life. In creative evolution he exhibits such ideas in a wider context. The year of Bergson's birth, 1859, was the year in which The Origin of Species was published. Though however the theory of evolution in general permeated Bergson's thought, he found himself unable to accept any mechanistic interpretation of it, including Darwinism. The theory of natural selection, for example, in virtue of chance or random variations which adapt the organism for survival, seemed to him quite inadequate. In the process of evolution we can see a development of complexity. But a higher degree of complexity involves a greater degree of risk. If survival value were the only factor, one might expect evolution to stop with the simplest types of organism. As for chance or random variations, if these occurred in a part of a whole, such as the eye, the functioning of the whole might well be impeded. For the effective functioning of the whole there must be coordination or co-adaptation, and to attribute this simply to chance is to make too great a demand on credulity. At the same time an explanation of evolution in terms of finality seemed to Bergson unacceptable, if the idea of finality were taken to mean that the process of evolution was simply the working out or realization of a predetermined end. For this sort of theory eliminated all novelty and creativity and in some important respects resembled mechanism. It added of course the idea of a preconceived or predetermined end, but neither in the case of a mechanistic account or in that of a teleological account was any room left for the emergence of novelty. In Bergson's view we are justified in looking to man's inner life for the key to the evolution of life in general. In ourselves we are aware, or rather can be aware, of a vital impetus, an élan vital, manifested in the continuity of our own becoming or duration. As a speculative hypothesis at any rate we are justified in extrapolating this idea and postulating an original impetus of life, passing from one generation of germs to the following generation of germs by way of the developed organisms which form the uniting link between the generations of germs. This impetus is regarded by Bergson as the cause of variations, at any rate of those which are passed on, accumulate and produce new species. 2. Its mode of operation should not be regarded as analogous to that of the manufacturers who assemble ready-made parts to form a whole, but rather as an organizing action. 3. Which proceeds from a center outwards, affecting differentiation in the process. The élan vital encounters resistance from inert matter, and in its effort to overcome this resistance it tries fresh paths. In fact, it is the meeting between the explosive activity of the vital impetus and the resistance of matter which leads to the development of different lines and levels of evolution. In its creative energizing, the vital impetus transcends the stage of organization which it has reached. Hence Bergson's comparison of the movement of evolution to the fragmentation of an exploding shell, provided that we imagine the fragments as being themselves shells which explode in turn. For when the vital impetus organizes matter successfully at a certain level, the impetus is continued at this level in the successions of individual members of the species in question. The creative energy of the Allah vital is not, however, exhausted at a particular level but expresses itself anew. The movement of evolution is seen by Bergson as following three main directions: that of plant life, that of instinctive life, and that of intelligent or rational life. He does not mean to deny that the different forms of life had a common origin in more primitive and hardly differentiated organisms. Nor does he intend to imply that they have nothing in common. But they have not simply succeeded one another. Plant life, for example, has not been superseded by animal life. Bergson thinks therefore that it is more reasonable to regard the three levels as fulfilling three divergent tendencies of an activity which has split up in the course of its development than as three successive degrees of one and the same tendency. The world of plants is marked by the predominance of the features of fixity or stability and of insensibility, whereas in the world of animals we find mobility and consciousness, in some degree, as predominating characteristics. Further, in the animal world we can distinguish between those species in which intuitive life has become the dominant characteristic, as in the case of insects such as bees and ants, and the vertebrate species in which intelligent life has emerged and developed. Bergson is at pains to point out that his theory of the three divergent tendencies in evolution necessitates, for the purpose of discussion, the making of more clear-cut distinctions that can actually be found. There is scarcely any manifestation of life which does not contain in a rudimentary state, whether latent or virtual, the essential characteristics of the majority of other manifestations. The difference lies in the proportions. The group should thus be defined not by its simple possession of certain characteristics but rather by its tendency to accentuate them. For example, in actual fact intuitive life and intelligent life interpenetrate in varying degrees and proportions. But they are none the less different in kind, and it is important to consider them separately. Both instinct and intelligence are defined by Bergson with reference to the making and using of instruments. Instinct is a faculty of using and constructing organized instruments, two instruments, that is to say, which are parts of the organism itself. Intelligence is the faculty of making and using unorganized instruments, three artificial instruments, that is to say, or tools. Psychical activity as such tends to act on the material world. And it can do so either directly or indirectly. If therefore we assume that a choice has to be made, we can say that instinct and intelligence represent two divergent solutions, equally elegant, of one and the same problem. For if therefore man is regarded historically, he should be described, according to Bergson, not as Homo sapiens but as Homo Jaber, man the worker, in terms of the construction of tools with a view to acting on the material environment. For man is intelligent, and intelligence, considered in what appears to be its original application, is the faculty of fabricating artificial objects, in particular of tools to make tools, and of varying their manufacture indefinitely. Whatever intelligence may have become in the course of human history and of man's scientific advance, its essential feature is its practical orientation. It is, like instinct, at the service of life. Inasmuch as the human intellect is primarily oriented to construction, to acting on man's material environment by means of the instruments which it creates, it is concerned first and foremost with inorganic solids, with physical objects external to and distinct from other physical objects, and, in such objects, with parts considered as such, clearly and distinctly. In other words, the human intellect has as its chief object what is discontinuous and stable or immobile, and it has the power of reducing an object to its constituent elements and of reassembling them. It can of course concern itself with organic living beings, but it tends to treat them in the same way as inorganic objects. The scientist, for example, will reduce the living thing to its physical and chemical components and try to reconstitute it theoretically from these elements. To put the matter negatively, the intellect is characterized by a natural inability to comprehend life. It cannot grasp becoming, continuity and pure duration as such. It tries to force the continuous into its own molds or categories, introducing sharp and clear-cut conceptual distinctions which are inadequate to the object. It is unable to think pure duration without transforming it into a spatialized, geometric concept of time. It takes, as it a series of static photographs of a continuous creative movement which eludes its grasp. In fine, the intellect, though admirably adapted for action and for making possible control of the environment, and of man himself, in so far as he can be turned into a scientific object, is not fitted for grasping the movement of evolution, of life, the continuity of a change which is pure mobility. 3. It breaks up the continuous becoming into a series of states, each of which is immobilized. Moreover, as the analytic understanding strives to reduce becoming to given elements and to reconstitute it from these elements, it cannot allow for the creation of what is novel and unforeseeable. The movement of evolution, the creative activity of the vital, is represented either as a mechanical process or as the progressive realization of a preconceived plan. In neither case is there room for creativity. If we assume with Bergson that evolution is the creative activity of a vital impulse which uses and, so to speak, lights up matter in its onward continuous movement, and if, as Bergson claims, the human intellect or intelligence is unable to grasp this movement as it really is, it follows that the intellect is unable to understand reality, or at any rate that it can apprehend it only by distorting it and producing a caricature. Bergson is thus far from holding that the primary function of the intellect is to know reality with a capital letter and that its functions of scientific analysis and of technological invention are secondary or even low-grade employments. On the contrary, the intellect has developed primarily for action and for purposes of practical control of the environment, and its logical and scientific uses are natural to it, whereas it is unfit by nature to grasp reality. Man, as already remarked, is Homo faber rather than Homo sapiens, as far at any rate as his original nature is concerned. In this case the question obviously arises whether we can know the nature of reality at all, as it is in itself, that is to say. For what other means have we of knowing but the intellect? Instinct may be closer to life. It may be, as Bergson claims, a prolongation of life. But it is not reflective. To return to instinct would be to leave the sphere of what would ordinarily be called knowledge. If therefore conceptual thought is incapable of grasping the true nature of the real, of creative becoming, it seems to follow that we can never know it but that we are condemned to live simply with our own fictional representations of reality. It should hardly be necessary to say that Bergson raises this sort of question himself, and that he attempts to answer it. His main line of thought can indeed be inferred from what has already been said. But in L'Evolution Créatrice it is set in the wide context of evolutionary theory and linked with the idea of divergent directions or tendencies in the process of evolution. Intelligence is concerned with matter, and by means of science, which is its work, will reveal to us more and more completely the secret of physical operations. It can however grasp life only by translating it in terms of inertia. Instinct is turned towards life, but it is without reflective consciousness. If however instinct, which is a prolongation of life itself, I could extend its object and also reflect upon itself, it would give us the key to vital operations. Point 2. And this idea is verified in intuition, which is instinct become disinterested, conscious of itself, capable of reflecting on its object and of enlarging it indefinitely. 3. Intuition presupposes the development of intelligence. Without this development, instinct would have remained riveted to objects of practical interest with a view to physical movements. In other words, intuition presupposes the emergence of reflective consciousness, which then splits up into intelligence and intuition, corresponding respectively to matter and life. This doubling of consciousness is thus related to the twofold form of the real, and the theory of knowledge must be dependent on metaphysics. Let us assume with Bergson that intelligence is oriented to matter, intuition to life. Let us also assume that developed intelligence creates the natural sciences. The obvious implication is that philosophy, treating of life, is based on intuition. Indeed, Bergson tells us that if intuition could be prolonged beyond a few instants, philosophers would be in agreement. The trouble is, however, that intuition cannot be prolonged in such a way as to make rival systems of philosophy immediately disappear. In practice, there has to be interchange between intuition and intelligence. Intelligence has to apply itself to the content of intuition, and what intelligence makes of this content has to be checked and corrected by reference to intuition. We have to make do, so to speak, with the instruments at hand, and philosophy can hardly attain the degree of purity which is attained by positive science in proportion as it frees itself from metaphysical assumptions and prejudices. Without intuition, however, philosophy is blind. Bergson used the intuition of our own freedom, our own free creative activity, as a key to the nature of the universe. The universe is not made, but is being made continually. More precisely, there is both making and unmaking. Bergson uses the metaphor of a jet of steam issuing at high pressure from a vessel, with drops condensing and falling back. So, from an immense reservoir of life, jets must be leaping out without ceasing, each of which, falling back, is a world. 7 Matter represents the falling back, the process of unmaking, while the movement of life in the world represents what remains of the direct upward movement in the inverted movement. The creation of living species is due to the creative activity of life, but from another point of view, the self-perpetuating species represents a falling back. Matter or mind, reality, has appeared to us as a perpetual becoming. It makes itself or it unmakes itself, but it is never something, simply, made. What, we may ask, is Bergson's justification for this extrapolation of an experience of free creative activity in ourselves? Or does he claim that we can have an intuition of becoming in general, of the cosmic la vita p? In his introduction to metaphysics, he asks the following question. If metaphysics should proceed by intuition, if intuition has for its object the mobility of duration, and if duration is psychological in essence, are we not going to shut up the philosopher in the exclusive contemplation of himself? 2 Bergson replies that the coincidence, in intuition, with our own duration puts us in contact with the whole continuity of durations and so enables us to transcend ourselves. But it seems that this can be the case only if the experience of our own duration is an intuition of the creative activity of the cosmic vital impulse. And this is what Bergson appears to imply when he refers to a coincidence of the human corusciousness with the living principle from which it emanates, a contact with the creative effort. 3 Elsewhere he asserts that the matter and life which fill the world are also in us, the forces which work in all things, we feel them in ourselves, whatever the intimate essence of that which is and of that which makes itself may be, we participate in it. So presumably it is our participation in the élan vital or its operation in us which enables Bergson to base a general philosophical theory on an intuition which, in the first instance, is of duration in man himself. The concept of the élan vital bears some resemblance at any rate to that of the soul of the world as found in ancient philosophy and in some modern philosophers such as Schelling. Bergson also speaks of the vital impulse as supraconsciousness. 5 And likens it to a rocket, the extinguished fragments of which fall back as matter. In addition he uses the word God, God being described as a continuity of leaping out or, more conventionally, as unceasing life, action, freedom. 2 In creative evolution, therefore, the concept of God is introduced simply in the context of evolutionary theory, as signifying an immanent cosmic vital impulse which is not creator in the Judeo-Christian traditional sense but uses matter as the instrument of the creation of fresh forms of life. However, Bergson's ideas of God and religion are much better left to the next chapter, where his work on the subject will be considered. Reference has already been made to Bergson's lack of linguistic precision. But if conceptual thought cannot grasp reality as it is in itself, we can hardly expect a high degree of precision. Comparisons and metaphors will suggest here what one does not succeed in expressing. As soon as we begin to treat of the spiritual world, the image, even if it aims only at suggesting, can give us the direct vision, while the abstract term, which is of spatial origin and which claims to express, leaves us on most occasions with metaphor 3, as there does not seem much that can usefully be said on this matter, in view, that is to say, of Bergson's premises. We can go on to remark that in this chapter we have made no attempt to assess the influences on Bergson's thought. There can be little doubt, for example, that he was influenced by Ravizon's idea of the inverse movement of matter and of mechanism as a kind of relapse of freedom into habit. But though Bergson refers to some eminent philosophers of the past, such as Plato, Aristotle, Spinoza, Leibniz, and Kant, and, among the moderns, to Herbert Spencer and to a number of scientists and psychologists, he makes very little reference to his immediate predecessors. He acknowledged some debt to Plotinus, to Maine de Biron and to Ravizon, but even if it can be shown, despite his disclaimers, that he had probably read some essay or book by an immediate predecessor or a contemporary, it does not necessarily follow that he simply borrowed the idea in question. Disputes about his originality or lack of it are apt to be inconclusive. Nor is the matter of any great importance. Wherever they may have originated, the ideas appropriated by Bergson are part of his philosophy. 1 Ibid, p. 262. Ibid, p. 262. 8 La Pensée et Mouvant, p. 52. Though Bergson was not actually a pupil of Lachellier, he read the latter's book on induction while he was a student, and he liked to regard Lachellier as one of his teachers. Chapter X. Henry Bergson, 2. Bergson's general procedure or way of going about things has been illustrated in the last chapter by reference to time and free will, matter and memory and creative evolution. He selects certain sets of empirical data which interest him and arrest his attention, and try to interpret them in terms of some coordinating hypothesis or basic concept. For example, if the immediate data of consciousness suggest the mind's transcendence of matter while scientific research seems to point in the direction of epiphenomenalism, the question of the relation between mind and body, or between soul and body, presents itself once more and calls for the development of a theory which will accommodate both sets of et. While however Bergson is often certain that a given theory is adequate or erroneous, he is not given to the dogmatic proclamation of his own theories as the definitive and finally proved truth. He shows us a picture which in his opinion is a better portrayal of the landscape than other pictures and provides persuasive arguments to show that this is the case, but he often shows himself conscious of the tentative and speculative character of his explanatory hypotheses. In his last work The Two Sources of Morality and Religion, Bergson follows his customary procedure by taking as his point of departure sets of empirical data relevant to man's moral and religious life. In the field of morals, for example, he sees that there are facts exhibiting connections between codes of conduct and particular societies. At the same time he sees the part played in the development of ethical ideas and convictions by individuals who have risen above the standards of their societies. Similarly, in the area of religion, Bergson sees the sociological aspects of religion and its social functions in history, while he is also aware of the personal and deeper levels of the religious consciousness. True, for information about the empirical data he relies to a considerable extent on the writings of the sociologists such as Durkheim and Lévi-Bruhl and, in regard to the mystical aspects of religion, on writers such as Henri Delacroix and Evelyn Underhill. The point is, however, that his theory of two sources of morality and religion is based on his conviction that there are distinguishable sets of empirical data which cannot be accounted for without a complex theory or explanation of this kind. Bergson does not begin his treatment of morals by formulating explicitly certain problems or questions. But the nature of his questions emerges more or less clearly from his reflection on the data. One way of formulating his question would be to ask what is the part played by reason in morality. He has of course to assign some role to reason, but it is not that of being a source. In his view there are two sources of morality, one infrarational, the other suprarational. Given his treatment of instinct, INTE1 and intuition in creative evolution, this position is what might have been expected. In other words, the convictions which Bergson has already formed certainly, and naturally, influence his reflections on the data relevant to man's moral and religious life. At the same time, his religious ideas are developed in the two sources well beyond anything that was said in creative evolution. In fine, the Bergsonian general world outlook, as has already been stated, emerges from or is built up by a series of particular inquiries or lines of thought which are linked together through the pervasive presence of certain key concepts, such as duration, becoming, creativity and intuition. 2. Bergson begins his treatment of morals with reflection on man's sense of obligation. He is far from agreeing with Kant's derivation of morality from the practical reason. Nor is he prepared to give to the concept of obligation the preeminent position which it occupies in Kantian ethics. At the same time, Bergson recognizes, of course, that the sense of obligation is a prominent feature of the moral consciousness. Further, he agrees with Kant that obligation presupposes freedom. A being does not feel itself, bled unless it is free, and every obligation, taken separately, implies freedom. It is not possible to disobey laws of nature. For they are statements of the way in which things actually behave, and we find that some things act in a manner contrary to an alleged law, we reformulate the law in such a way as to cover the exceptions. But it is quite possible to disobey a moral law or rule. It is thus a case not of necessity but of obligation. Talk about obeying the laws of nature should not be taken literally. For such laws are not prescriptive but descriptive. Obedience and disobedience to moral prescriptions, however, are familiar phenomena. The question which Bergson raises concerns the cause or source of obligation. And the answer which he gives is that society is the source. That is to say, the sense of obligation is a sense of social pressure. The voice of duty is not something mysterious, coming from another world, it is the voice of society. The social imperative bears on the individual as such. This is why he feels obliged. But the individual human being is also a member of society. Hence, for a great part of the time we observe social rules without reflection and without experiencing any resistance in ourselves. It is only when we do experience such resistance that we are actually aware of a sense of obligation. And as such cases are infrequent in comparison with the number of times in which we obey pretty well automatically, it is a mistake to interpret the moral life in terms of doing violence to oneself, of overcoming inclination, and so on. As man has his social self, his social aspect, he is generally inclined to conform to social pressure. Each of us belongs to society as much as to himself too. The further we delve into the personality, the more incommensurable it becomes. But the plain fact of the matter is that on the surface of life, where we mainly dwell, there is a social solidarity which inclines us to conform to social pressure without resistance. Bergson is at pains to argue that this sort of view does not imply that an individual living alone would be aware of no duties, no sense of obligation. For wherever he goes, even to a desert island, he carries with him his social ego. He is still joined in spirit to society, which continues to speak to him in his thinking and language, which have been phoned by society. Generally, the verdict of conscience is that which would be given by the social self. 3. We can now ask two questions. First, what does Bergson mean by society? Secondly, what does he mean by obligation? The first question is answered fairly easily. By society, Bergson means in the context any closed society, as he expresses it. This may be a primitive tribe or a modern state. Provided that it is a particular society which is conscious of itself as the society, distinct from other social groups, it is, in Bergson's language, a closed society. I use from society in the sense that obligation emanates, and the function of the social pressure which gives rise to the sense of obligation in individual members of the society is to maintain the society's cohesion and life. The second question is more difficult to answer. Sometimes he seems to mean by obligation the feeling or sense of obligation. We can then say that, for him, an empirical fact, namely social pressure, is the cause of a specifically ethical feeling. Sometimes, however, Bergson speaks as though the awareness of obligation were the awareness of social pressure as such. In this case, obligation seems to be identified with a non-moral empirical fact. To complicate matters, Bergson introduces the idea of the essence of social pressure, which he also describes as the totality of obligation and defines as the concentrated extract, the quintessence of the 1,000 special habits which we have contracted of obeying the 1,000 particular demands of social life. It is perhaps natural to understand this as referring to a generalization from particular obligations, so that the totality of obligation would be logically posterior to particular obligations. But this interpretation can hardly be accepted. For the totality of obligation is also described as the habit of contracting habits, too, and though this is said to be the aggregate of habits, it is also the necessity or need for contracting habits and a necessary condition for the existence of societies. In this case, it is presumably logically prior to social rules. Though, however, Bergson uses the word obligation in a lamentably loose manner, in Cyril senses, that is to say, it is at any rate clear that for him the efficient cause of obligation is the pressure exercised on its members by a closed society, and that its final cause is the maintenance of the society's cohesion and life. Obligation is thus relative to the closed society and has a social function. Further, its origin is infra-intellectual. In a society such as those of bees and ants, instinct takes care of social cohesion and service of the community. If, however, we imagine a bee or an ant becoming self-conscious and capable of intellectual reflection, we can picture it asking why it should continue to act as it has been hitherto acting by instinct. At this point we can see social pressure making itself felt through the insect's social self, the awareness of this pressure being a sense of obligation. If therefore we personify nature, as Bergson is inclined to do, we can say that social pressure and obligation are the means used by nature to secure society's cohesion and preservation when man emerges in the process of creative evolution. The morality of obligation is thus of infra-intellectual origin in the sense that it is the form taken in human society by the instinctive activity of members of infra-human societies. Preservation of a society's cohesion is obviously not secured simply by pressure to observe rules which would be classified as moral rules by members of an advanced society, accustomed to differentiate between social conventions and ethical norms. A primitive society, when looked at from one point of view, extends the coverage of moral obligation to rules of conduct which we would be unlikely to classify as moral norms. As experience widens and civilization progresses, the human reason starts to discriminate between rules of conduct which are still necessary or genuinely useful to society and those which are no longer necessary or useful. It also begins to discriminate between rules which are seen to be required for the cohesion and maintenance of any tolerable society and conventions which differ from society to society. Further, when a traditional code of conduct has once been subjected to radical questioning by human intelligence, the mind will look for reasons to support the code. There is thus plenty of scope for reason in the ethical field. But this does not alter the fact that the ethics of obligation as such is of infra-intellectual origin. Reason does not originate it. It gets to work on what is already there, clarifying, discriminating, tidying up and defending. 3. The morality of obligation, relative to the closed society, is not regarded by Bergson as coterminous with the whole field of morality. He is well aware that the moral idealism of those individuals who have embodied in their own lives values and standards higher and more universal in their effect than the current ethical codes of the societies to which they belonged cannot be easily explained in terms of the social pressure of a closed group. He therefore asserts the existence of a second type of morality which is different in kind from the morality of obligation, which is characterized by appeal and aspiration, and which relates to man as man or to the ideal society of all human beings rather than to the closed group in any of its forms. Consider, for example, an historical figure who not only proclaims the ideal of universal love but also embodies it in his own personality and life. The ideal, so embodied, acts by way of attraction and appeal rather than by way of social pressure, and those who respond to the ideal are drawn by example rather than impelled by the sense of obligation which expresses the pressure of a dosed group. This open and dynamic morality is, for Bergson, of super-rational origin. The morality of obligation is, as we have seen, of infra-intellectual origin, being the analog at the human level of the constant and never-failing pressure of instinct in infra-human societies. The open morality, however, originates in a contact between the great moral idealists and prophets and the creative source of life itself. It is, in effect, the result of a mystical union with God, which expresses itself in universal love. It is the mystical souls which have drawn and continue to draw civilized societies in their wake too. There is a natural inclination to think that it is all a question of degree, and that love of the tribe can become love of the nation, and love of the nation love of all men. Bergson, however, rejects this view. The closed and open moralities are for him different in kind and not simply in degree. Though the open morality does in fact involve the ideal of universal love, it is essentially characterized not so much by its content, which, taken in itself, could logically be an extension of the content of closed morality, as by a vital impetus in the will which is quite different from social pressure or obligation. This vital impetus, also described by Bergson as emotion, is of super-rational origin. In terms of the theory of evolution, it expresses the creative movement of ascending life, whereas the closed morality represents rather a certain fixed deposit of this movement. As Bergson insists on the difference between the two types of morality, he naturally treats them successively. Though, however, he thinks of primitive human society as dominated by the closed mentality, he recognizes, of course, that in society as we know it, the two types not only coexist but interpenetrate. In a Christian nation, for example, we can find both types showing themselves. Just as we can consider pure memory and pure perception separately though they interpenetrate in concrete perception, so we can and ought to distinguish and consider separately the closed and open moralities, though in our actual world they coexist and mingle. An important factor in the bringing together of the two types of morality is the human reason or intelligence. Both the infra-intellectual drive of social pressure and the supra-intellectual appeal are projected, as it were, onto the plane of reason in the form of representations or ideas. Reason, acting as an intermediary, tends to introduce universality into the closed morality and obligation into the open morality. The ideals presented by the open morality become effective in society only insofar as they are interpreted by the reason and harmonized with the morality of obligation, while the closed morality receives an influx of life from the open morality. In its actual concrete form, therefore, morality includes both a system of orders dictated by impersonal social demands and a group of appeals made to the conscience of each one of us by persons who represent the best that there is in humanity. Though the closed and open moralities intermingle with one another, there remains a tension between them. The open morality tries to infuse fresh life and new vistas into the closed morality, but the latter tends to bring down, as it were, the latter by turning what is essentially appeal and aspiration into a fixed code and by minimizing or whittling away ideals. We can, however, envisage the possibility of man's moral advance. In the final chapter of The Two Sources, Bergson remarks that modern technology has made possible the unification of man in one society. This might of course be brought about by the triumph of an imperialism which would simply represent the closed mentality writ large. But we can also imagine a truly human society in which man's free response to the highest ideals would be the uniting factor rather than the tyrannical force and power of a world imperialism. In such a society, obligation would not disappear, but it would be transformed by man's response to ideals which are ultimately the expression of an influx of divine life as mediated to society by persons who have opened themselves to the divine life. 4. We have already had occasion to refer to a religious theme, mysticism, in connection with open morality. Bergson, however, distinguishes, as one might expect, between two types of religion, described respectively as static and dynamic. They correspond, of course, to the two types of morality, static religion being infra-intellectual in origin and dynamic supra-intellectual. Let us once more imagine a bee or an ant suddenly endowed with intelligence and self-consciousness. the insect will naturally tend to pursue its private interests instead of serving the community. In other words, intelligence, when it emerges in the course of evolution, is a potentially dissolving power in regard to the maintenance of social cohesion. Reason is critical and questioning, it enables man to use his initiative and so endangers social unity and discipline. One nature, however, is not at a loss what to do. What Bergson calls the myth-making faculty gets to work, and the protective deity of the tribe or the city appears to forbid, threaten, punish. 2. In primitive society, morality and custom are the same, and the sphere of religion is coterminous with that of social custom. The god protects the structure of custom by ordering the observance of the customs and punishing disobedience, even if the infringement is not known by a man's fellows. Again, though the vital impulse turns animals away from the image of death, and though there is no reason for supposing that any animal can argue to the inevitability of its own death, man is certainly able to conceive the fact that he will inevitably die. What does nature do? To the idea that death is inevitable she opposes the image of continuation of life after death. This image, thrown by her into the field of intelligence, puts things in order again. 3. Nature thus attains two ends. She protects the individual against the depressing thought of the inevitability of death, and she protects society. For a primitive society requires the presence and continuing authority of the ancestors. Once more, as primitive man is extremely limited in his power to influence and control his environment, and as he is being constantly confronted with and reminded of the gap between the actions which he takes and the results for which he hopes, nature or the vital impulse conjures up in him the image of and belief in friendly powers interested in his success, to whom he can pray and who will help him. 1. In general, therefore, Attic religion can be defined as a defensive reaction of nature against what could be depressing for the individual and dissolvent for society in the exercise of intelligence. 2. It attaches man to life and the individual to society by means of myths. In the first instance it is found with primitive man, in some form or other, but it does not follow of course that it ceased with primitive man. On the contrary, it continued to flourish. But to say this is to say that the primitive mentality survived in civilization. Indeed it still survives, though the development of natural science has of course contributed powerfully to discrediting the religious myths. In Bergson's view, if in a modern war both parties express confidence that God is on their side, the mentality of static religion is showing itself. For though both sides may profess to be invoking the same God, the God of all mankind, each tends to treat him in practice as a national deity. Again, religious persecution was an expression of the primitive mentality and of static religion. For universal belief by a society was a criterion of its truth. Hence unbelief could not be regarded with equanimity. Common belief was considered a necessary ingredient of social solidarity or cohesion. 5. As for dynamic religion, its essence is mysticism, the ultimate end of which is a contact, and consequently a partial coincidence, with the creative effort of which life is the manifestation. The effort is of God, if it is not God himself. The great mystic is an individual who transcends the limits assigned to the species by its material nature and who thus continues and prolongs the divine action. Such is our definition. 3. For Bergson, therefore, complete mysticism means not only a movement upwards and inwards which culminates in a contact with the divine life, but also a complementary movement downwards or outwards by which a fresh impulse from the divine life is communicated through the mystic to mankind. In other words, Bergson thinks of what he describes as complete mysticism as issuing in activity in the world. He therefore regards a mysticism which concentrates simply on turning away from this W9RLD to the divine center, or which results in an intellectual grasp of the unity of all things, colored by sympathy or compassion but not by dynamic activity, as incomplete. And he finds a mysticism of this sort represented especially, though not exclusively, in the East, whereas complete mysticism is in effect that of the great Christian mystics. We cannot undertake to discuss here Bergson's views on Oriental and Western mysticism. But there are 1 or 2 points worth noticing. In the first place, Bergson raises the question whether mysticism provides us with an experimental approach to problems about the existence and nature of God. Generally speaking, we judge that an existing object is one which is perceived or which could be perceived. It is therefore given in a real or possible experience too. Bergson is aware of the difficulties, or at any rate some of them, involved in proving that a given experience is an experience of God. But he suggests that reflection on mysticism can serve as confirmation of a position already reached. If, that is to say, the truth of creative evolution has been established, and if we can envisage the possibility of an intuitive experience of the principle of all life, reflection on the data of mysticism can add probability to the thesis that there is a transcendent creative activity. In any case, mysticism, according to Bergson, can throw light on the divine nature. God is love, and he is object of love. This is the whole contribution of mysticism. 3. Bergson writes, as usual, in an impressionistic manner, and he is far from tackling the logical difficulties in a professional way. His general position, however, is clearly that while reflection on evolution can bring us to the conviction that there is an immanent creative energy operative in the world, reflection on dynamic religion or mysticism sheds further light on the nature of this principle of life, revealing it as love. 4. In the second place, if the creative energy must be defined as love, 5. We are entitled to conclude that creation is the process whereby God brings into being creators, in order to have, beside himself, beings worthy of his love. 6. In other words, creation appears as having an end or goal, the coming into being of man and his transformation through love. In the final chapter of the two sources, Bergson sees the advance of technology as the progressive construction of what one might describe as one body, the unification of mankind on the levels of material civilization and of science. And the function of mystical religion as that of infusing a soul into this body. The universe thus appears as a machine for the making of God's one, a deified humanity, as transformed through an influx of divine love. Objections based on man's physical insignificance are rejected. The existence of man presupposes conditions, and these conditions other conditions. The world is the condition for man's existence. This teleological conception of creation may seem to contradict Bergson's previous attack on any interpretation of evolution in finalistic terms. But he was then thinking, of course, of the sort of finalistic scheme which would entail determinism. In the third place, Bergson sees mysticism as shedding light on the problem of survival. For in mystical experience we can see a participation in a life which is capable of indefinite progress. If it has already been established that the life of the mind cannot in any case be properly described in purely epiphenomenalistic terms, the occurrence of mysticism, which is presumably a participation in the divine essence too, adds probability to belief in the soul's survival after bodily death. Just as Bergson sees the closed and open types of morality interpenetrating one another in man's moral life as it actually exists, so does he see actual religion as a mingling of various degrees of static and dynamic religions. For example, in historical Christianity we can see the impulse of dynamic religion recurrently manifesting itself, but we can also discern plenty of evidence of the mentality characteristic of static religion. The ideal is that static religion should be transformed by dynamic religion, but, apart from limiting cases, the two intermingle in practice. 6. If anyone asks what Bergson means by closed and open morality, static and dynamic reality, there is no great difficulty in mentioning examples of the sets of phenomena to which these terms refer. It does not necessarily follow that Bergson's interpretation of the historical or empirical data has to be accepted. It is clear that he interprets the data within the framework of the conclusions to which he has already come about evolution in general and about the roles of instinct, intelligence, and intuition in particular. The picture which he already has in his mind predisposes him to split up morality and religion into distinct types, different in kind. Obviously, his reflections on ethical and religious data seem to him to confirm his previously embraced conclusions, and the picture which he forms of man's moral and religious life reacts on the concept of the world which he already has in his mind. At the same time, it is possible to admit the facts which Bergson mentions, facts, for example, about the relation between different codes of conduct and different societies, but to accommodate them in a different interpretative scheme or overall picture. It is not of course a question of blaming Bergson for painting an overall picture. It is simply a question of pointing out that other pictures are possible, which do not involve the Bergsonian dualism. How far are however we to press this theme of dualism? That Bergson asserts a psychological dualism of soul and body is clear enough. It is also clear that in his theory of morals and religion there is a dualism of origin. That is to say, closed morality and static religion are said to be of infra-intellectual origin, while open morality and dynamic religion are said to be of supra-intellectual origin. But Bergson attempts to bring together soul and body by means of the concept of human action. And in his theory of morals and religion the different types of morality and religion are all ultimately explained in terms of the divine creative activity and purpose. In spite therefore of the dualistic features of his philosophy, Bergson provides the material for a line of thought, such as that of Teilhard de Chardin, which is more monistic in character. In any case it is really the overall picture, the painting as a whole, which counts. It is possible of course to take particular points for consideration, such as Bergson's account of moral obligation. And then it is easy to criticize his sometimes inconsistent and often imprecise use of language and his failure to carry through a sustained and careful analysis. It is also possible to dwell on the influence exerted by particular views, such as the vital or biological primary function of intelligence. But it is probably true to say that Bergson's widest influence was exercised by his general picture which offered an alternative to mechanistic and positivist pictures. In other words, this picture exercised a liberating influence on many minds. For it offered a positive and to many people appealing interpretation of the world, an interpretation which was neither confined to criticism of and attack on other views nor a return to past ways of thought. It did not seem to be a philosophy thought out by someone fighting a rearguard action but rather the expression of an outlook for the future. It was capable of arousing excitement and enthusiasm, as something new and inspiring and as putting the theory of evolution in a fresh light. Bergson had some disciples, such as Edouard Leroy, 1870–1954, who succeeded him in his chair at the Collège de France. But there was no Bergsonian school in any strict sense. Rather was it a question of a diffused influence, which it is often difficult to pin down. For example, William James hailed the appearance of creative evolution as marking a new era in thought, and he was doubtless influenced to some extent by Bergson. At the same time, Bergson has been accused of basing his idea of real duration on James's theory of the stream of consciousness. Bergson denied this, while paying tribute to James and recognizing similarities in thought. Again, there are ideas, such as the originally biological or practical function of intelligence, which were certainly features of Bergson's philosophy but which could also have been derived from German philosophy, the writings of Schopenhauer for example. 3. If we pass over learned research into the particular ways in which Bergson influenced or may have influenced other philosophers in France and in other countries, it is sufficient to say that in his heyday Bergson appeared as the spearhead of the vitalist current of thought or philosophy of life and that, as such, he exercised a wide but not easily definable influence. It is worth adding however that this influence was felt outside the ranks of professional philosophers, as by the well-known French writer Charles-Pierre Piguet, 1873–1914, and the revolutionary social and political theorist Georges Sorel, 1847–1922. Before he became a Thomist, Jacques Maritain was a disciple of Bergson, and though he criticized the Bergsonian philosophy, he retained a profound respect for his one-time Laster. Finally, as has already been mentioned, Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, 1881–1955, had obvious affinities with Bergson and can be regarded as having continued his way of thinking into the contemporary world, provided at any rate that one does not give the erroneous impression that Teilhard simply borrowed his ideas from Bergson or Leroy. During the 18th century Enlightenment Christian apologetics tended to follow a rationalistic pattern. The arguments of atheists were countered by philosophical proofs of the existence of God as cause of the world and as responsible for order in the universe, while the deists' attacks on revealed religion were met by arguments to prove the trustworthiness of the New Testament accounts of the life of Christ, including the accounts of miracles, and the fact of revelation. In the age of reason, that is to say, the arguments of rationalists, whether atheists or deists, had as their counterpart a kind of Christian rationalism. After the Revolution, apologetics in France underwent a change. The general influence of the Romantic movement showed itself in a turning away from rationalistic philosophy of the Cartesian type and in an emphasis on the way in which the Christian religion fulfilled the needs of man and society. As we have seen, Chateaubriand explicitly stated the need for a new type of apologetics and appealed to the beauty or aesthetic qualities of Christianity, maintaining that it is the intrinsic excellence of Christianity which shows that it comes from God rather than that it must be judged excellent because it has been proved to have come from God. The traditionalists, such as de Maistre and de Bonald, appealed to the transmission of a primitive divine revelation rather than to metaphysical arguments for the existence of God. Lamennais, while making some use of traditional apologetics, insisted that religious faith requires a free consent of the will and is far from being simply an intellectual assent to the conclusion of a deductive inference. He also laid emphasis on the benefits conferred by religion on individuals and societies as evidence for its truth. The Dominican preacher Henry Dominique Lacordaire, 1802-61, who was for a time associated with Lamennais, tried to show the truth of Christianity by exhibiting the content and implications of the Christian faith itself and showing how it fulfills man's needs and the legitimate demands of human society. It was obviously a strong point in the new line of apologetics in France in the first half of the 19th century that it tried to show the relevance of Christian faith by relating it to man's needs and aspirations both as an individual and as a member of society, rather than by proceeding simply on the plane of abstract metaphysical proofs and historical arguments. At the same time, appeals to aesthetic considerations, as with Chateaubriand, or to the actual or possible beneficial social effects of Christianity could easily give the impression of attempts to stimulate the will to believe. That is to say, insofar as persuasive arguments were substituted for the traditional proofs, the substitution might be seen as expressing a tacit admission that religious faith rested on the will rather than on the reason. Unless, however, Christian faith was to be regarded as being of the same nature as intellectual assent to the conclusion of a mathematical demonstration, some role had to be attributed to the will. After all, even those who were convinced of the demonstrative character of traditional metaphysical and apologetic arguments could hardly maintain that the unbeliever's withholding of his assent was always and exclusively due to his failure to understand them. It was natural therefore that the role of the will in religious belief should be explored, and that an attempt should be made to combine recognition of this role with avoidance of a purely pragmatic or voluntarist interpretation of Christian faith. Thus the question was raised, can there be a legitimate certitude, legitimate from the rational point of view, in which the will plays an effective role? The name which first comes to mind in connection with this question is that of Leon à la Prune, I-83 cr 98. After completing his studies at the École Normale at Paris, à la Prune taught philosophy in lycées until he was given a post at the École Normale in 1875. In 1870 he published a work on Malebranche, La philosophie de Malebranche, and in 1880 a book on moral certitude, De la certitude morale. An essay on the ethics of Aristotle, Essai sur la morale d'Aristote, appeared in 1881,1 while La philosophie et le temps présent and a work on the value of life, Le prix de la vie, were published respectively in 1890 and 1894. Among other writings are two posthumously published works, La raison et l'irrationalisme, 1906, and Croyance religieuse et croyance intellectuelle, 1908, Religious Belief and Intellectual Belief. It was a firm conviction of à la Prune that the will had a role to play in all intellectual activity. And there is of course a sense in which this is obviously true. Even in mathematical reasoning attention is required.